Hello, and welcome to my attempt at being an interesting human being. I've had precisely 4 cups of coffee and 1 moment of panic today, so let's snuggle up. And let me tell you a story here tonight, where we travel back to England in December 1809, when Christmas was celebrated with quieter pleasures and simpler joys. And don't worry, we will have Thanksgiving stories soon as well. Now, let the modern world fade away as we step into a home where candlelight flickers against winter darkness, and the year's longest nights bring people together in ways we've almost forgotten. If you're new here, as always, joining the community is super cool and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now find your cozy spot and let's begin. The frost came early to England in 1809, creeping across the countryside like an uninvited guest who arrives before you've finished preparing the spare room. By mid-November, the hedgerows wore coats of white each morning, and the ponds in the village commons had begun their slow transformation into skating grounds for adventurous children and foolhardy ducks who hadn't yet figured out that standing on ice is fundamentally different from swimming in water. You live in a substantial country house in Hertfordshire, not grand enough to host royalty, but comfortable enough that your neighbours consider you gentry. The house itself is a collection of additions built over a century and a half, each generation adding their own ideas about what makes a proper English home. The result is a rambling structure with unexpected staircases, rooms that lead to other rooms in illogical sequences, and chimneys that sometimes share their smoke, with adjacent flues in ways that would horrify a modern architect but create a peculiar coziness when winter winds blow. The landscape around your home has surrendered to December's embrace. The oak trees along the drive stand like patient sentinels, their bare branches forming intricate patterns against skies that turn from pewter to slate to charcoal as afternoon slides into evening. The kitchen garden, so abundant in summer, now lies dormant beneath frost, with only the hardiest kale and a few stubborn leeks still providing fresh greenery for the table. Your estate includes about 200 acres, enough to provide income from tenant farms, a homewood for fuel and game, and sufficient land to maintain the kitchen gardens, orchards and small park that surround the house. It's not the vast holdings of the true aristocracy, but it represents security, tradition, and the kind of comfortable English life that hasn't changed much in generations. The rhythm of rural life in December moves to a different tempo than summer's frantic growing season. Darkness arrives by 4 o'clock, sending everyone indoors to cluster around fires and candlelight. The farm labourers have finished the year's major work, crops harvested, fields ploughed for spring, and livestock brought in from distant pastures. Now comes the season of maintenance, repair, and preparation for the year ahead. In the stables, the grooms have extra time to tend to tack and equipment, oiling leather that's grown stiff in the cold and checking carriage wheels for cracks that summer's heat might have caused. The head gardener spends his shortened days in the greenhouse, coaxing early vegetables and maintaining the exotic plants that your grandfather brought back from his years in the West Indies, tender specimens that require constant attention to survive English winters. The house itself seems to exhale and settle into winter mode. Carpets that spent the summer rolled away in storage have been brought back out, their patterns of flowers and vines providing visual warmth against stone floors that no amount of fires can fully heat. Heavy curtains now hang at every window, drawn across as soon as daylight fades to trap whatever warmth the fires produce and block the drafts that find every gap in window frames installed before your grandparents were born. Your housekeeper, Mrs. Thornbury, has begun her annual campaign against winter's intrusions. She's a woman of perhaps 50 years who runs the household with the precision of a military commander and the foresight of a chess master. Under her direction, the housemaids have checked every room for drafts, stuffing wool and cloth into gaps around windows and doors. The footmen have brought up additional coal from the cellar stores, stacking it in ornate brass scuttles near each fireplace. The scullery maids have scrubbed and polished the copper warming pans that will be filled with hot coals and run between bedsheets on the coldest nights. Mrs. Thornbury maintains standards that would have satisfied your grandmother, even as she quietly modernises certain aspects of household management. She's introduced a system of rotating which rooms receive fires on which days, ensuring that no space grows too damp while managing fuel consumption efficiently. She's also convinced you to install an experimental closed stove in the servants' hall, which she claims uses half the wood of an open fireplace while providing twice the heat. The servants were sceptical at first, but now they gather around it like moths around a particularly efficient flame. The village beyond your gates experiences winter's arrival differently. In the cottages along the main road, families crowd into single rooms, abandoning upper floors that are impossible to heat with their limited fuel supplies. The blacksmith's forge becomes a social centre, with people finding excuses to visit just to warm themselves by his constantly burning fire. The village bakery does increased business not just for bread, but because housewives bring their prepared dishes to be baked in the communal oven, saving their own precious fuel. The church stands at the village centre, its Norman tower visible for miles across the flat Hertfordshire landscape. Reverend Matthews has served this parish for 30 years, and he knows every family, every secret, every old grudge, and every recent reconciliation. His sermons grow longer as winter deepens, partly from spiritual devotion, but also because the church is one of the few spaces large enough for the entire community to gather, and his parishioners don't seem to mind extended services when the alternative is returning to cold cottages. England in 1809 exists in a particular historical moment that colours everything about how people experience winter and prepare for Christmas. The war with France has been dragging on for years, creating shortages of certain goods and making others prohibitively expensive. Napoleon's continental blockade has disrupted trade patterns that England took for granted for decades. Silk is scarce, spices are dear, and even simple things like good quality paper have become luxuries requiring careful consideration before use. But the war feels distant here in the countryside, something that happens in newspapers and parliamentary debates rather than in daily life. Your nearest neighbour lost a son at Trafalgar 4 years ago, and several young men from the village serve in the army, but for most people the war's primary impact is economic rather than personal. The price of wheat has risen, making bread more expensive for the poor. The government's income tax, introduced as a temporary measure that everyone suspects will become permanent, takes a slice of every landed family's income. Despite these challenges, or perhaps because of them, the approach of Christmas carries special significance. After a year of uncertainties and hardships, the holiday offers a moment of stability, a reminder of traditions that predate current troubles and will presumably outlast them. Christmas in 1809 isn't the elaborate commercial celebration that Victoria's reign will create in a few decades. It's quieter, more religious, and more focused on family and community than on gifts and decorations. As December progresses, you can feel the anticipation building like potential energy in a coiled spring. The days grow shorter, the cold deepens, and everyone begins turning their attention to the preparations that will transform ordinary winter days into something special. There's work to be done, food to be prepared, rooms to be readied, and a household to be organised for the most important celebration of the year. The transformation of your house for Christmas begins not with decoration but with deep cleaning, a ritual that your housekeeper treats with religious devotion and military precision. Mrs. Thornbury appears in the breakfast room one morning in early December with her leather-bound household book and an expression that suggests she's about to organise the invasion of a small country. The campaign begins on the upper floors and works downward, room by room, with a thoroughness that would impress a particularly fussy archaeologist. The housemaids remove every item from each chamber, beat the carpets until no self-respecting dust mote would dare remain, wash windows inside and out despite the cold, and polish furniture with beeswax that fills the house with the scent of summer honey preserved in solid form. You've learned not to interfere with Mrs. Thornbury's systems. The year you suggested skipping the guest bedrooms because no guests were expected, she looked at you with the patient disappointment usually reserved for slow children, and explained that Christmas guests might arrive unexpectedly, and no household under her management would be caught unprepared. The rooms were cleaned. Unexpected guests did not arrive, but Mrs. Thornbury's professional pride remained intact, which is apparently what matters. The drawing room receives special attention because this is where Christmas guests will gather, where the few decorations you'll display will be arranged, and where the family will spend long evenings by the fire. The footmen remove every book from the shelves, dust each volume individually, and return them in the exact order Mrs. Thornbury has decreed creates the most aesthetically pleasing arrangement. You suspect she organises books by size and binding colour rather than content or author, but you've learnt that some household management decisions are best left to the professionals. The windows throughout the house get special treatment. Mrs. Thornbury insists that clean windows allow more winter sunlight to enter, and every precious hour of daylight must be maximised. The housemaids mix vinegar with water, creating a solution that cuts through months of accumulated smoke and grime. They work systematically, one window at a time, using old newspapers for the final polish. The result is glass so clear you occasionally see birds attempting to fly through it, suddenly confronted with the confusing reality of transparent barriers. While the housemaids attack dirt and dust, the footmen address the house's heating challenges. They inspect every fireplace, ensuring chimneys are clear and flues draw properly. The chimney sweep arrives with his unfortunate young apprentice, and you politely retreat to a back room while they perform their sooty work. You've heard reformers in London argue that sending small boys up chimneys is barbaric, and you privately agree, but the architecture of your house predates more humane cleaning methods, and you tell yourself that at least the sweep treats his apprentice well and feeds him properly. The kitchen becomes a different kind of battlefield. Your cook, Mrs. Pemberton, has been with the family for 20 years and rules her domain with absolute authority. She's a woman of uncertain age but certain opinions, particularly regarding proper English cooking and the superiority of traditional methods over newfangled innovations. She's begun her Christmas preparations by taking inventory of the larder, checking which preserves and pickles remain from summer's abundance, and making lists of what needs to be purchased or prepared. The still room, that mysterious chamber where Mrs. Thornbury and Mrs. Pemberton reign supreme, becomes a centre of intense activity. Here they prepare the special items that Christmas requires, candied fruits that will ornament the Christmas cake, spiced vinegars for the table, and medicinal preparations because people invariably overindulge during the holidays and require remedies for various digestive complaints. You observe these preparations with the bemused detachment of someone who understands they're fundamentally unnecessary to the actual work being done. Your role is to approve plans, provide funds for necessary purchases, and occasionally compliment the results. The real work happens in a world of female household management that operates according to rules and traditions you only partially understand. Mrs. Thornbury presents her plan for decorating the house, and you're struck by how modest it is compared to what you've heard about Christmas celebrations in wealthier homes. There will be holly and ivy cut from your own grounds, arranged in simple displays on mantels and over doorways. Perhaps some mistletoe, though Mrs. Thornbury purses her lips disapprovingly when discussing this, considering it slightly pagan. A kissing bough might be constructed for the servants' hall, where such frivolities are more appropriate than in the main house. The greenery won't be brought in until Christmas Eve. Mrs. Thornbury is firm about this timing, explaining that bringing evergreens into the house too early is bad luck, though when pressed, she can't quite articulate what specific misfortunes might result. You've learned that household superstitions often lack logical foundations, but wield tremendous power nonetheless, and questioning them creates more trouble than compliance. Candles require careful attention. Your household goes through enormous quantities of them during winter, and Christmas will require even more. The chandler delivered several large boxes last week, containing everything from fine beeswax tapers for the dining room to cheaper tallow candles for the servants' areas. Mrs. Thornbury inspects each one, rejecting any that seem poorly made or likely to smoke excessively. She's particular about candles the way some people are particular about wine, able to assess quality with a glance and deeply offended by inferior products. The dining room presents its own challenges. The large table that seats 12 comfortably and 16 in a pinch needs to be inspected for stability, its leaves checked for warping, and its surface treated with special care. The footmen apply a mixture of linseed oil and beeswax, working it into the wood until it glows with a deep, warm sheen that seems to hold light rather than merely reflect it. Silver must be polished, a job that falls to the underfootman and involves substances that smell vaguely poisonous and turn his fingers grey for days afterward. Every piece is brought up from storage, serving platters that appear only for special occasions, elaborate candlesticks that require 2 hands to lift, and specialised implements whose purposes you sometimes have to guess. There's apparently a different fork for every possible food, and Mrs. Thornbury can explain the precise function of each with the authority of a university lecturer. The linen presses are opened, and sheets, tablecloths, and napkins are assessed for condition. Items showing wear are set aside for the sewing room, where they'll be turned. The worn centres cut out, the edges brought to the middle, and the whole piece reassembled with seams that will hopefully last several more years. The finest linens reserved for Christmas dinner are taken out to air. They're so old that no one remembers who purchased them originally. Damask so fine that holding it to the light reveals intricate patterns woven into the fabric itself. You venture into the cellars to check the wine situation with your butler Hawkins, a dignified man of 60 who moves with the careful precision of someone who's spent decades carrying expensive liquids across uneven floors. The cellar is his kingdom, organised with a complexity that would challenge a military quartermaster. He shows you his leather-bound cellar book, where every bottle is recorded with the care usually reserved for accounting ledgers, and together you select what will be needed for Christmas entertaining. The port looks good, several bottles from a particularly fine year that has aged well. The claret is acceptable, though Hawkins notes with quiet disapproval that French wines have become both scarce and expensive due to the war, and he suspects some merchants are selling inferior bottles at premium prices. You nod sympathetically, having learned that Hawkins takes wine fraud personally, as though it's a direct insult to his professional competence. There's also homemade wine from your own fruit, elderberry, blackberry, and a slightly experimental batch of plum that Hawkins regards with suspicion, but admits has aged into something drinkable. These country wines lack the prestige of imported varieties, but they're honest local products that embody the produce of your own land, and there's something satisfying about serving wine made from fruit that grew within sight of your windows. The household's preparation extends to matters less tangible than clean windows and polished silver. Mrs. Thornbury adjusts staffing schedules, ensuring that everyone has some time to rest during the Christmas period, while maintaining enough coverage to manage increased household demands. The servants will have their own Christmas dinner in the servants' hall, and she's already planning a menu that mirrors the upstairs celebration in spirit, if not in expensive ingredients. Fuel supplies are checked and rechecked. The coal cellar is full. You ordered extra in October when prices were lower, a small victory of planning over circumstance. The wood store contains well-seasoned logs, cut and split by estate workers during the previous winter and dried through the summer months. Mrs. Thornbury examines the kindling supply with the intensity of a general checking ammunition stores, making notes about quantities that will be needed and instructing the outdoor staff accordingly. As these preparations unfold, the house itself seems to respond, transforming from a comfortable living space into something more ceremonial. The cleaning removes layers of everyday life, creating a freshness that makes familiar rooms feel new. The polished silver and gleaming furniture reflect candlelight more brightly, multiplying each flame into dozens of points of light that dance across walls and ceilings. You realise that these preparations serve purposes beyond mere cleanliness or decoration. They're rituals that mark time, that separate the ordinary days from the extraordinary ones, and that create physical space for celebration in lives that are often consumed by routine. Mrs. Thornbury isn't just cleaning windows, she's preparing a stage. Mrs. Pemberton isn't just planning menus, she's orchestrating experiences, and you, wandering through rooms being transformed by their efforts, are learning again that the real art of hospitality lies in making celebration look effortless, when it's actually the result of tremendous care and work. The question of gifts weighs on your mind more than you'd care to admit. Christmas in 1809 doesn't involve the elaborate gift-giving that will characterise Victorian celebrations in later decades, but neither is it entirely without material exchanges that mark affection and respect. The challenge lies in navigating the subtle social rules that govern what can be given, to whom, and in what manner. For the servants, the tradition is clear. Boxing Day gifts, presented the day after Christmas, consisting primarily of money, a bonus equal to several weeks' wages for senior staff, proportionally less for junior members. Mrs. Thornbury will receive a silk shawl this year as well, acknowledging her long service and the extra burden she cheerfully bears. Hawkins will get a fine bottle of brandy that you've been saving for the purpose, knowing he'll appreciate both its quality and the gesture it represents. The outdoor staff presents a different consideration. The head groom, the head gardener and the estate manager all expect monetary gifts, but you've also arranged for a fat goose for each household, along with a bottle of your homemade wine. These gifts acknowledge their families as well as their service, reinforcing the web of mutual obligation that holds rural society together. You employ these men, yes, but you also depend on them in ways that transcend simple economic exchange. For the village poor, tradition requires provision. Your family has maintained this custom for generations, a distribution of food and small amounts of money to the neediest families just before Christmas. It's not charity exactly, or at least no one calls it that, but rather an expected part of the social order, as traditional as holly or Christmas carols. The wealthy are supposed to care for their less fortunate neighbours, and Christmas is when this obligation becomes most visible. You've consulted with Reverend Matthews about which families most need assistance this year. There's the widow Anderson, whose husband died last spring, leaving her with 4 young children and no clear means of support. The parish provides some help, and she takes in sewing when she can, but winter is hard. She'll receive a basket containing flour, tea, sugar, a ham from your own smokehouse, and several pounds in coins, enough to make a real difference without being so large as to humiliate her with obvious charity. Old Thomas, the former blacksmith now too crippled with arthritis to work, will receive fuel for his fire and food for his table. The Hendricks family, whose crop failed this year due to weather and bad luck, will get practical provisions that might help them through until spring planting. These gifts are wrapped in the fiction that they're Christmas gestures rather than economic necessity, allowing recipients to accept them without losing face in a society where maintaining dignity matters enormously. Your own family presents different challenges. You have a sister in Bath who writes cheerful letters about assembly balls and the latest fashions. Sending her money would be inappropriate. She's married to a successful merchant, but a thoughtful present requires consideration. You've commissioned a piece of Wedgwood pottery from a craftsman in London, a simple but elegant vase in the neoclassical style that's currently fashionable. It's the kind of gift that shows you know her taste without suggesting any criticism of her current possessions. For your elderly aunt who lives in Cornwall, you've arranged something different, a subscription to the Ladies' Monthly Museum, a periodical she'll enjoy, along with a box of preserved fruits from your own orchards. The magazine will provide monthly reminders of your affection throughout the coming year, while the fruits represent the tangible connection to family land and tradition. The question of gifts for social equals is more fraught. You exchange gifts with your nearest neighbours, the Harrisons, but these must be carefully calibrated to show regard without suggesting either superiority or excessive familiarity. You've settled on a bottle of port, good quality but not ostentatious, and Mrs. Harrison will likely reciprocate with something handmade, perhaps embroidered handkerchiefs or a knitted item that demonstrates both skill and personal effort. For children in your extended family, you've purchased books from a London bookseller. The selection took considerable thought, improving texts that might genuinely interest young readers, rather than boring moral tales that preach more than they entertain. There's a volume of Aesop's fables with charming illustrations, a natural history book with hand-coloured plates, and for your nephew who shows mathematical inclinations, a primer on geometry, that manages to make the subject seem less like punishment and more like puzzle solving. The act of giving extends beyond physical objects. You've written letters to family members and friends, taking care with each one to include news that might interest the recipient, to ask questions that show genuine curiosity about their lives, and to express affection in ways that feel sincere rather than obligatory. These letters will be saved, read multiple times, and perhaps passed around to other family members. Written words carry weight in an era when sending a letter requires planning, expense, and genuine effort. Newen. Mrs. Pemberton has prepared special preserves as gifts, beautiful jars of jewel-toned jellies, pickled walnuts, candied orange peel, and spiced pears. These items showcase her skills while providing practical gifts that recipients will genuinely use and appreciate. Each jar is sealed with waxed cloth, tied with string, and labelled in Mrs. Thornbury's careful handwriting. They'll be distributed to neighbours, to the vicar's wife, and to the doctor who tends to your household's medical needs. The kitchen has also produced batches of biscuits and small cakes that will be given to children who come carolling, to delivery men who brave winter weather to bring supplies, and to anyone who performs a service or brings news. These small gifts oil the wheels of social interaction, expressing gratitude without creating awkward obligations. You've noticed how gift-giving in 1809 differs from what you've heard about in earlier times. Your grandparents' generation exchanged gifts primarily on New Year's Day, following older English traditions. The emphasis on Christmas gift-giving is relatively recent, influenced by German customs brought to England through various royal marriages. The practice is evolving, expanding, and becoming more central to how Christmas is celebrated, though it hasn't yet reached the commercial intensity that future generations will know. The gifts you give and receive this Christmas won't be elaborate. There are no toy shops selling manufactured playthings, no department stores offering endless consumer choices, and no expectation that gifts should be numerous or expensive. Instead, gifts tend to be practical items that recipients need, handmade objects that demonstrate personal effort, or small luxuries that bring pleasure without excess. This restraint isn't simply about money, though economic considerations matter to most families. It reflects a different philosophy about material possessions and their role in relationships. Gifts are supposed to strengthen bonds, express regard, and fulfill obligations, not overwhelm recipients or compete with other givers. The value lies not in the object itself, but in the thought behind it and the relationship it represents. As Christmas approaches, you find yourself thinking about the invisible economy of affection and obligation that these gifts represent. The money given to servants acknowledges not only their work, but also their loyalty, their discretion, and their willingness to remain with your household rather than seeking positions elsewhere. The provisions for the poor recognise shared humanity and social responsibility, binding the community together through reciprocal care. The tokens exchanged with social equals maintain networks of friendship and alliance that transcend any single holiday. You realise that you're participating in an intricate social dance that has been choreographed over centuries, where every gesture carries meaning and every gift sends messages about status, respect, affection, and duty. It's exhausting sometimes, trying to navigate these expectations while remaining sincere in your generosity. But there's also something comforting about these traditions. They provide structure, they clarify relationships, and they create occasions for expressing feelings that might otherwise remain unspoken. December 24th dawns cold and grey, the sky the colour of old pewter. You wake to find frost patterns on your bedroom window, so intricate they might have been painted by an artist with infinite patience and a brush made from a single hair. The fire that the housemaid lit earlier has taken the worst edge off the room's chill, but you still dress quickly, grateful for layers of wool and linen that create pockets of warmth against winter's persistent cold. Downstairs, the household pulses with purposeful activity. Mrs. Pemberton has been up since before dawn, orchestrating the final preparations for tomorrow's feast. The kitchen radiates heat from its massive range, and the air is thick with smells. Roasting meat, baking bread, and spices being ground in the marble mortar that weighs more than a small child. You peek in briefly but retreat quickly. The kitchen is Mrs. Pemberton's territory, and she tolerates no interference on days like this, not even from the master of the house. After breakfast, you join the expedition to gather greenery for decorating the house. This has been a tradition in your family for as long as anyone can remember, and despite the cold, you look forward to it. You bundle up in layers, greatcoat, muffler, thick gloves that make your hands look like bear paws, and set out with 2 of the footmen and the head gardener. The woods behind your house are ancient, mentioned in the Domesday Book, and probably old even then. The paths through them are familiar from childhood explorations, though they look different in winter, stripped of leaves and underbrush, revealing the landscape's bones. Oaks stand like pillars in a ruined cathedral, their bark dark against patches of snow that linger in shadowed hollows. Holly grows in thick stands where the canopy opens, its berries so red they seem to glow against the dark green leaves. You gather holly carefully, its prickly work even with thick gloves, selecting branches heavy with berries. The gardener explains that a good berry crop means a hard winter ahead, and you nod as though this folk wisdom contains scientific truth, rather than comforting certainty in an uncertain world. You also cut ivy, its leaves less cheerful than holly, but traditional nonetheless, representing fidelity and friendship in the language of plants that educated people learn alongside Latin and French. The mistletoe requires more effort. It grows as a parasite high in the branches of one of the oldest oaks, and harvesting it involves the footmen climbing to precarious heights while you watch nervously from below, wondering if ancient Christmas traditions are worth broken bones. They manage to cut several good bunches, which fall to the ground in tangles of waxy leaves and white berries, landing with soft impacts in snow that will soon be carried back into the house. The expedition takes most of the morning, and you return with arms full of greenery, fingers numb despite the gloves, nose red from the cold, but strangely exhilarated. There's something primal about going into the woods to gather living plants, bringing their vitality into your home during the season when everything else seems dead or sleeping. Your ancestors probably did this exact thing 1,000 years ago, and the continuity feels meaningful, connecting you to an unbroken chain of winter celebrations stretching back before Christianity, before Rome, into mists where history becomes myth. Back at the house, Mrs. Thornbury has organised the decorating with her usual precision. Holly goes on the mantelpieces in the drawing room and dining room, arranged in simple displays that require less artistry than you'd expect. Apparently the greenery's natural beauty needs little enhancement. Ivy twines around stair railings and picture frames, creating garlands that soften the formal rooms with reminders of the world outside. The mistletoe becomes a kissing bough in the entrance hall, constructed by the gardener with unexpected artistic flair. He's created a sphere of interwoven branches, studded with apples, hung with ribbons saved from some long-ago celebration, and suspended from the ceiling by a cord that Mrs. Thornbury examines sceptically before apparently deciding it won't collapse onto guests' heads. The mistletoe hangs in the centre, its white berries traditional symbols of fertility and renewal, though no one mentions these pagan associations directly. By afternoon, the house has been transformed. The greenery brings life and scent into rooms that were merely clean before. The holly berries add spots of intense colour against winter's muted palette. The ivy and mistletoe create a sense of abundance, a reminder that even in December, nature provides generosity for those willing to venture out and claim it. You find yourself drawn to the drawing room, where the decorated mantelpiece is surrounded by the room's best candles, beeswax tapers that smell faintly of honey and summer flowers. Mrs. Thornbury has arranged them in the family's oldest candlesticks, heavy silver pieces with bases like lion's paws and stems that spiral upward in Baroque complexity. They're polished to such brilliance that they reflect the flames they hold, multiplying the light in ways that feel almost magical. As the afternoon deepens into evening, the servants light candles throughout the house. This is an extravagance. On ordinary evenings, only essential rooms are illuminated, but Christmas Eve deserves special brightness. Candles appear in every holder, every sconce and every surface that can safely support a flame. The house fills with gentle light that flickers and dances, creating shadows that soften corners and edges, making familiar spaces seem mysterious and new. The servants have their own Christmas Eve tradition, carolling in the servants' hall. You can hear them from the drawing room, voices raised in harmony, singing the old songs that everyone knows. While shepherds watch their flocks by night, and The First Noel, and ballads about good King Wenceslas and winter roses. The sound carries through the house, muffled by walls and distance but present nonetheless, a reminder of the parallel celebration happening in regions of your home you rarely visit. Dinner on Christmas Eve is simpler than tomorrow's feast will be, but still special. Mrs. Pemberton has prepared a venison stew, the meat tender enough to cut with a spoon, rich with red wine and root vegetables that have absorbed the sauce until they're almost sweet. There's fresh bread, still warm from the oven, with butter churned that morning. A salad of winter greens, endive and watercress, provides sharpness that cuts the richness of the meat. After dinner, you settle in the drawing room with a book, but find yourself unable to concentrate on its pages. The firelight and candlelight create a hypnotic ambience that encourages contemplation more than reading. The decorated room smells of holly and ivy, of beeswax and wood smoke, of winter somehow made domestic and safe. You think about Christmases past, childhood celebrations that seemed enormous at the time, your parents hosting neighbours for elaborate dinners, and carols singing that lasted until late in the night. You remember your grandmother, long dead now, who insisted on certain traditions because that's how it's always been done, even when no one could quite remember why those traditions mattered. You think about how Christmas connects you to those memories, making the past feel present in ways that ordinary days don't quite manage. The clock on the mantel, French, a wedding gift to your parents, ticks steadily toward midnight. In the village, church bells will ring for the midnight service, calling the faithful to prayer. Some years you've attended, sitting in the cold stone church while Reverend Matthews delivers a sermon about hope and redemption and the mystery of incarnation. Tonight you remain at home, content with private reflection rather than public worship. Outside, snow has begun to fall. You can see it through the window, illuminated by candlelight that escapes through glass, each flake visible for a moment before disappearing into darkness. The snow doesn't fall heavily, just a gentle suggestion of white drifting down from the black sky, as though the night itself were shedding a skin of winter purity. The candles burn lower, their flames becoming smaller and more intense as wax diminishes. You should probably go to bed. Tomorrow will be busy with Christmas activities, but you're reluctant to leave this room, this moment, this particular combination of light and warmth and quietness that feels sacred in ways that have nothing to do with churches or formal religion. Eventually you do retire, climbing the stairs by the light of a single candle that you carry carefully, shielding its flame from draughts that prowl the hallways like invisible cats. Your bedroom is cold despite the fire. Bedrooms are always cold. That's simply the nature of English houses in December. But the warming pan has been run between your sheets, and they're blissfully warm when you slide between them. As you drift towards sleep, you hear the church bells begin to ring in the distance, their sound carrying across the frozen fields and through the still air. They ring the Christmas message across the countryside, announcing celebration to a world that's mostly sleeping, marking the transition from ordinary time to the special hours when past and present somehow merge, when tradition wraps around the present moment like a warm blanket, when even the darkness outside seems protective rather than threatening. You wake to find the bedroom distinctly colder than when you went to sleep. The fire has died during the night, and the morning air carries the particular sharp quality that means snow has fallen. Before you even get out of bed, you can hear that the household has already begun its Christmas morning routine. Footsteps on the floors below, the distant clatter of kitchen activity, and voices speaking just loudly enough to carry through the house, but not quite loud enough for words to be distinguishable. A housemaid arrives to restart your fire, and you remain in bed while she works with quiet efficiency, coaxing flames from kindling before adding larger pieces of wood. She wishes you a Merry Christmas in a shy voice, and you return the greeting, appreciating her work, but also slightly uncomfortable with the reminder that your comfort depends on her rising before dawn on Christmas morning to ensure you don't have to face the cold alone. When you finally dress and go downstairs, the house has that peculiar Christmas morning quality, a sense of occasion mixed with domesticity, where normal routines continue but feel different because of the calendar. Breakfast is laid out in the morning room, hot chocolate instead of the usual tea, fresh rolls, sliced ham, eggs prepared with the herbs and cream, and a special Christmas bread studded with dried fruits and flavoured with spices that make each bite a small adventure. Through the window you can see that several inches of snow have fallen overnight. The landscape has been transformed into something from a child's picture book, everything familiar rendered strange and beautiful by the white blanket that softens every edge and hides every imperfection. The oak trees wear snow on their branches like elaborate decorations, and the kitchen garden has disappeared entirely, marked only by the wooden stakes that indicate where paths will be when winter eventually retreats. The church service begins at 10 o'clock, and despite the snow, you decide to attend. The walk to the village is manageable. The main drive has been cleared by estate workers who must have been up before dawn, creating a path through the snow that's wide enough for comfortable walking. You bundle yourself in layers again, remembering childhood Christmases when the journey to church seemed like an Arctic expedition, requiring careful planning and considerable courage. The village looks enchanted under its covering of snow. Smoke rises from cottage chimneys in straight vertical lines. The air is so still that nothing disturbs the smoke's ascent toward the grey sky. Footprints in the snow show that others have already made their way to church, creating paths that you follow gratefully. Children are out building snowmen, their laughter carrying across the frozen air with crystalline clarity. The church's interior is cold. Stone walls and floors hold winter temperatures with stubborn determination. But it's also beautiful. Someone has decorated with holly and ivy, and every window ledge holds candles that create points of warm light against the stone's cold grey. The pews are filling with villagers and local gentry, everyone dressed in their best, everyone conscious of being part of something larger than themselves. Reverend Matthews delivers a sermon about light coming into darkness, about hope being born in the unlikeliest circumstances, and about how God chooses to reveal himself in ordinary places to ordinary people. His voice echoes slightly in the stone space, and you find yourself genuinely moved by his words, which is unusual. You often find sermons tedious, worthy, but dull. Today, though, something about the combination of his message, the setting, and your own receptive mood creates a moment of genuine spiritual connection. The congregation sings carols with more enthusiasm than skill, voices blending in harmonies that are sometimes questionable but always sincere. You stand among your neighbours, the blacksmith and the baker, the widow Anderson and old Thomas, the Harrisons and various other local families, and feel the peculiar unity that shared singing creates. For these moments, social distinctions seem less important than the shared humanity that brings everyone together in this ancient building on this special morning. After the service, you exchange Christmas greetings with neighbours, brief conversations that acknowledge the day without requiring extended interaction. The cold encourages brevity, and everyone is eager to return to warm homes and waiting Christmas dinners. The walk back to your house takes you through the transformed landscape again, and you notice details you missed earlier, how the snow has created peculiar sculptures on fence posts, how individual snowflakes visible on your dark coat sleeve are each uniquely structured, and how the world seems to hold its breath in winter's embrace. Back at the house, the preparations for Christmas dinner have reached their crescendo. You can hear the activity even before you remove your snowy boots in the entrance hall. The kitchen must be a scene of controlled chaos, though you wouldn't dream of investigating. Christmas dinner is serious business, and Mrs. Pemberton needs no interference from well-meaning amateurs. You retreat to the drawing room, where a fire has been built up to blazing strength, and the candles from last night have been replaced with fresh ones. The decorated mantelpiece looks even better in daylight, the holly berries catching the light, the ivy creating green tracery against the white walls. You settle into your favourite chair with a book, but mostly you just watch the fire and listen to the household sounds that indicate life continuing around you. The house in these hours before dinner has a particular quality of anticipation. Everyone knows something special is coming, and the waiting becomes part of the pleasure. You can smell cooking even up here in the drawing room, rich, savoury scents that make your stomach remind you that breakfast was hours ago and that Christmas dinner will be worth the wait. Around 2 o'clock, Mrs. Thornbury appears to announce that dinner is served. You make your way to the dining room, which has been prepared with a formality usually reserved for entertaining important guests. The table is covered with your finest linen, set with the family silver that only emerges for special occasions, and decorated with a centrepiece of holly, ivy, and candles that Mrs. Thornbury has constructed with surprising artistic ability. The dining room glows with candlelight multiplied by silver and crystal. Every piece of glassware has been polished until it sparkles. Every piece of silver gleams with soft lustre, and the overall effect is one of understated elegance that speaks of tradition rather than ostentation. This is not a meal designed to impress outsiders, but rather to honour the household's own sense of occasion. Mrs. Pemberton has outdone herself, which is saying something given her consistently high standards. The meal she's created represents not just cooking skill, but a kind of edible architecture, each course building on the previous one to create a complete experience that engages all the senses. The first course is a clear soup, golden brown and intensely flavoured, made from beef bones that have been roasting and simmering for days. It's served in fine porcelain bowls, steaming slightly, smelling of herbs and wine, and the concentrated essence of careful cooking. You taste it carefully, it's hot, and feel warmth spreading through you from the inside out. This soup represents hours of work, bones roasted until deeply browned, vegetables caramelized to bring out their sweetness, wine reduced until it becomes something more than wine, and everything strained and clarified until only the purest flavours remain. The fish course arrives next. A large pike from your own ponds, poached whole, and presented on an enormous platter garnished with lemon slices and fresh herbs that Mrs. Thornbury must have been growing in the greenhouse specifically for this purpose. The pike stares at you with one reproachful eye, and you try not to make eye contact with your dinner as portions are served. The fish is delicate, tender, and flavoured with white wine and butter, and it is accompanied by a sauce that manages to enhance rather than overwhelm the natural flavour. Then comes the roast, the centrepiece of any proper English Christmas dinner. This year it's a goose, golden brown and glistening, so perfectly roasted that the skin crackles when the carving knife touches it. Mrs. Pemberton has stuffed it with a mixture of breadcrumbs, onions, sage and apples, creating flavours that complement the rich meat perfectly. Slicing into it releases steam and aromas that make your mouth water, roasted fat, herbs, and the slightly gamey richness of goose that's more flavourful than chicken but less aggressive than wild duck. The goose is accompanied by roasted potatoes that have absorbed fat drippings until their exteriors are crispy and their interiors fluffy and rich. There are turnips mashed with butter and cream until they're almost sweet, carrots glazed with honey and thyme, and Brussels sprouts that have been roasted until their outer leaves are crispy and slightly charred, while their hearts remain tender. Mrs. Pemberton has also prepared her special gravy, a dark, rich sauce that brings all the other flavours together. She makes it from the pan drippings, adding wine and stock and reducing everything until it becomes almost syrupy with concentrated flavour. You pour it liberally over everything, the goose, the potatoes, even the vegetables, letting it pool on your plate in ways that would horrify anyone concerned with presentation, but create perfect bite after perfect bite. There's bread too, freshly baked this morning, with butter that's been shaped into decorative rosettes and is soft enough to spread easily despite the dining room's relative coolness. You tear off pieces of bread and use them to soak up gravy, creating simple pleasures that fancy cooking can't improve upon. Between courses there are moments to rest, to let the food settle, to sip wine, and to appreciate what you've just eaten before beginning the next phase. The pacing of the meal creates a rhythm that makes the experience feel ceremonial rather than merely gluttonous. You're not just filling your stomach, you're participating in a ritual that transforms eating into something more meaningful. The sweet course arrives. A plum pudding that Mrs. Pemberton has been preparing since October. She made it on Stir-Up Sunday, when tradition requires every family member to stir the pudding mixture while making a wish. The pudding has been aging since then, wrapped in cloth and stored in the cool larder. Its flavours mellowing and blending until the whole becomes greater than its parts. The pudding is dark, dense, studded with dried fruits and nuts, and soaked with brandy until it's almost preserved in alcohol. Mrs. Pemberton brings it to the table with appropriate ceremony, and Hawkins pours more brandy over it before setting it alight. Blue flames dance across the pudding's surface, creating a moment of genuine wonder that makes you feel like a child again, watching kitchen magic transform food into spectacle. When the flames die down, portions are served with hard sauce, butter and sugar beaten together with more brandy until the mixture is fluffy and will melt slowly when placed on the hot pudding. The combination of the dense, fruity pudding and the rich, sweet sauce creates flavours so intense they're almost overwhelming. You find a sixpence in your portion, which Mrs. Pemberton hides in the pudding each year, and which supposedly brings good luck for the coming 12 months. There's also mincemeat tart, its spiced filling enclosed in buttery pastry that shatters when you press your fork into it. The mincemeat no longer contains actual meat. That's an older tradition that's fading, but it's rich with dried fruits, spices, brandy and suet that gives it a texture that's both dense and somehow light. Each bite tastes like Christmas distilled into edible form. Cheese and nuts complete the meal, a wedge of sharp cheddar, some Stilton that's creamy and pungent, walnuts and hazelnuts from your own trees, and dried fruits that provide sweetness to balance the cheese's savoury intensity. Porterpears, dark and sweet, perfect for sipping while the meal's final course settles into comfortable satiation. By the time dinner concludes, you feel magnificently full in a way that's slightly uncomfortable, but ultimately satisfying. You've eaten enough to fuel a day of hard labour, though your only planned exertion is walking from the dining room to the drawing room and settling into a chair by the fire. The servants will have their own feast in the servants' hall, a meal that mirrors yours with minor modifications, using the same goose but perhaps slightly less expensive cuts, the same pudding from the same batch, and the same sense of celebration adapted to their circumstances. You can hear their laughter and conversation carrying faintly through the house, and the sound creates a sense of shared celebration that extends beyond your own solitary meal. As afternoon slides into evening, you remain in the drawing room, too full to move much, content to watch the fire and let the meal digest slowly. The candles are lit again as darkness falls, and the room returns to the state of gentle illumination that characterised last night. The holly berries seem to glow in the candlelight, the ivy creates shadows that dance on the walls, and the whole space feels cosy and protected from winter's cold darkness outside. You think about the meal you've just eaten, the hours of work it represented, the traditions it embodied, and the way food can become more than mere sustenance when it's prepared with care and eaten with attention. Mrs. Pemberton has created something memorable, and you make a mental note to tell her so tomorrow, when she'll have recovered enough to appreciate compliments, rather than being too exhausted to care. The fire settles into glowing coals that radiate steady heat without the drama of leaping flames. You're warm, fed, slightly drowsy from port and satisfaction, and profoundly content in a way that seems to sum up everything Christmas should be. Simple pleasures amplified by tradition, ordinary comforts made special by the calendar, and a sense that for these few days at least, the world beyond your walls can wait while you focus on what matters most: warmth, food, rest, and the quiet satisfaction of being exactly where you are. Boxing Day will come tomorrow with its own traditions and obligations, but tonight, Christmas evening, belongs to quiet reflection. The drawing room has settled into a peaceful state, the fire burning low but steady, the candles creating their familiar gentle light, and the decorated mantelpiece a reminder of the day's significance without demanding attention. You've positioned your chair at the optimal distance from the fire, close enough to feel its warmth but not so close as to become uncomfortably hot. At your elbow sits a small table holding the remains of your after-dinner port, a book you're not particularly reading, and a candle that's burned down enough that you'll probably need to replace it soon, though you're reluctant to disturb your comfort by getting up. The house has quieted around you. The servants have finished their own celebrations and retired to their quarters, exhausted from days of preparation and the work of serving an elaborate meal. Mrs. Pemberton is probably already asleep, having earned her rest through culinary heroism. Mrs. Thornbury might still be awake, mentally reviewing the day for any imperfections that need to be corrected in future years, but even she must be tired. Outside, the snow-covered landscape is invisible in the darkness, but you know it's there. The world beyond your windows has been simplified to essential forms, trees and fields and sky reduced to variations of white and black, detail erased by snow and night. There's something comforting about this simplification, as though winter has given the landscape permission to rest, to stop trying so hard, to just be present without striving for anything more. You find yourself thinking about time and how strangely it moves during Christmas. The holiday creates a pocket in the normal flow of days, a space where usual concerns are suspended and different priorities temporarily take precedence. Work waits, correspondence can be delayed, and decisions about estate management or financial matters can be postponed. For these few days, simply being is sufficient occupation. This suspension of ordinary time has an almost dreamlike quality. The past seems closer during Christmas. Childhood memories feel more accessible, and departed family members more present. You can almost hear your father's voice commenting on the quality of the goose, your mother directing servants with her particular mixture of kindness and firmness, and your grandmother insisting that everything be done exactly as it was in her youth. These memories aren't painful exactly, though they carry an edge of melancholy. They're reminders of continuity, evidence that you're part of a chain that extends backward into the past and forward into a future you won't see. The Christmas traditions you're maintaining tonight are the same ones your parents maintained, which their parents maintained before them, which will presumably continue after you're gone. There's comfort in this continuity, in being part of something larger and more enduring than any individual life. The fire crackles occasionally, logs settling as they burn, sending up brief showers of sparks that die before reaching the chimney's darkness. You watch these small fireworks with the attention usually reserved for more significant events, finding unexpected beauty in the simple physics of burning wood. Each spark is a tiny life, born in flame, ascending briefly, then vanishing into darkness. The metaphor is almost too obvious, but at this hour, in this mood, obvious metaphors feel profound rather than trite. You think about the people whose lives intersect with yours, the servants who maintain your household, the tenants who farm your land, the neighbours who populate your social world, and the family members scattered across England who share your blood and your history. Christmas has brought some of them into closer proximity through gifts given and received, through shared meals, and through mutual recognition of the day's importance. Others remain distant, connected only by memory and occasional correspondence, but somehow present nonetheless in your thoughts and consciousness. The relationship between solitude and connection feels particularly clear tonight. You're physically alone in this room, but not lonely. The house around you is full of people. The village beyond your gates is full of families celebrating in their own ways, and the larger world continues its existence whether you're paying attention to it or not. Solitude in this context doesn't mean isolation, but rather a kind of peaceful self-sufficiency, a comfort with your own company that doesn't exclude the possibility or desire for human connection. Your book lies unopened on the table. You'd planned to read, there's a new novel you've been wanting to start, but the fire and the candlelight and the port have conspired to make active reading feel like too much effort. Instead, you've been engaging in that particular kind of thinking that isn't quite thinking, where your mind wanders from topic to topic without trying to reach conclusions or solve problems, just meandering through memories and observations and half-formed ideas, the way you might wander through familiar countryside without any particular destination in mind. This mental wandering feels appropriate for Christmas evening. The day has been about tradition and ritual, about doing things the way they've always been done, and now the evening is about rest and reflection, about letting your mind process the day's experiences without forcing any particular interpretation or meaning onto them. Sometimes the best thinking is the kind that doesn't try too hard, that allows connections and insights to emerge naturally rather than pursuing them aggressively. The port in your glass is almost finished, just an inch or so of dark liquid that catches the candlelight and glows like liquid garnets. You sip it slowly, knowing this will be your last drink of the evening, savouring the sweetness and the slight burn of alcohol and the way it leaves your mouth feeling coated with residual flavour. Wine and spirits are minor luxuries that you don't take for granted. They're expensive, they require careful storage, and they represent resources you're fortunate enough to possess. Each sip is both pleasure and privilege. You notice details of the room that usually escape attention. The way the wallpaper pattern includes flowers that no actual garden could grow, and tiny birds hidden in the foliage that you never noticed before despite years of living here. The portrait of your grandfather over the mantelpiece, his stern face watching the room with an expression that might be disapproval or might just be the unfortunate result of sitting too long for an artist whose skills didn't quite match his ambitions. The worn patch on the carpet near the door where generations of feet have walked the same path, wearing the pattern down to ghost-like suggestions of its original colours. These details connect you to the house's history, to the people who lived here before you and chose this wallpaper, commissioned that portrait and walked across this carpet until their passage left visible marks. You're the current custodian of this place, responsible for its maintenance and its traditions, but you're not its owner in any permanent sense. You're just another link in the chain, holding the property briefly before passing it on to whoever comes next. This thought should probably feel burdensome, but tonight it feels oddly freeing. You don't have to solve all problems or make all improvements or ensure the house's survival for centuries. You just have to do your best during your tenure, maintain what's worth maintaining, change what needs changing, and trust that future generations will figure out their own solutions to their own challenges. The house has survived for over a century. It will probably survive your occupancy and continue beyond it. The candle at your elbow finally burns low enough that it starts to sputter, and you reluctantly rise from your chair to replace it. The action requires only a moment. Taking a fresh candle from the drawer where Mrs. Thornbury keeps supplies, lighting it from the dying flame of the old one, securing it in the candlestick, but it breaks the spell of perfect stillness that had settled over the room. When you return to your chair, you find that your mood has shifted slightly. The deep contemplative state has passed, and you're returning to a more ordinary awareness of present circumstances. Your legs are slightly stiff from sitting too long in one position. The port has left you feeling warm and slightly drowsy. Your book still lies unopened, and you're now certain you won't read tonight. Better to head to bed and start fresh tomorrow. But you remain seated for a few more minutes, reluctant to end this particular Christmas evening, knowing that once you retire to bed, the day will be definitively over. Tomorrow will bring Boxing Day traditions, gifts to servants, visits to tenants, and the resumption of ordinary concerns that have been suspended for the past few days. The special quality of Christmas will begin fading back into memory, joining all the other Christmas memories you carry, becoming part of the accumulated history that shapes how you understand yourself and your place, and the continuing story of family and tradition. The fire has burned down to coals that glow red and orange in the darkness, radiating heat that's gentler than flames but somehow more substantial, more lasting. You watch these coals the way you might watch waves at the seashore, or clouds moving across the sky, not looking for anything specific, just observing the continuous small changes that occur when you pay close attention to natural processes. Finally you stand, stretch muscles that have become comfortable in stillness, and begin the evening ritual of banking the fire and extinguishing candles. This process reverses the earlier lighting, returning the room gradually to darkness, punctuated only by the coal's glow. You work systematically, snuffing candles one by one, watching smoke rise from each extinguished wick, and smelling the particular scent of burned wax that always accompanies this transition from evening to night, the last candle you save for yourself, carrying it as you leave the drawing room and make your way through the darkened house toward the staircase. The single flame creates a small moving pool of light that reveals just enough to navigate safely while leaving everything beyond its reach in shadow. The decorated halls look mysterious in this limited illumination, the holly and ivy transformed from cheerful decorations into something wilder, more primitive, reminders of ancient celebrations that happened long before Christianity added its own meanings to winter festivals. Your bedroom awaits, cold as always but prepared by the servants with characteristic thoroughness. The fire has been built up for the night, the warming pan has been run through your bed, and fresh water sits in the pitcher on the washstand. These small comforts, easy to take for granted, represent labour by people you rarely see, whose work makes your life comfortable in ways you probably don't appreciate sufficiently. As you prepare for bed, you can hear the house settling around you, wood contracting in the cold, wind finding gaps in walls and windows, and the various creaks and groans that old buildings make at night. These sounds are familiar, comforting in their predictability. This house has its own voice, and you've learned its vocabulary over years of listening. When you finally climb into bed, the sheets are warm from the warming pan, and you pull the blankets up to your chin, creating a cocoon of warmth against the room's persistent cold. Through the window, you can see stars visible between clouds, bright points in the darkness that have been there since before humans invented Christmas or any other celebration, and that will continue burning long after every current tradition has evolved into something else or disappeared entirely. Your last thoughts before sleep are fragmented and disconnected. Gratitude for the day's pleasures, satisfaction with the meal and the company, and the simple fact of being warm and fed and safe. Plans for tomorrow shimmer at the edge of consciousness, but don't quite form into coherent intentions. Memories of past Christmases blend with the present moment, creating a kind of eternal Christmas that exists outside ordinary time, where all celebrations are somehow simultaneous and present. Sleep comes easily tonight, your body relaxed from good food and port, your mind quieted by reflection and satisfaction. You dream vaguely of snow and candlelight and voices singing in harmony, though whether these are memories of the day just past or some deeper archetypal Christmas that lives in the collective imagination remains uncertain. The Christmas of 1809 will fade into memory, joining all the other Christmases you've experienced, becoming part of the mental furniture that shapes how you understand yourself and your life. The specific details will blur. Was it this year or last year that Mrs. Pemberton prepared pike? Did it snow on Christmas morning or Christmas Eve? But the essential quality will remain, that sense of warmth and safety and tradition that makes Christmas feel like coming home even when you've never left. In the village, families sleep in cottages that are colder than your house but no less full of Christmas spirit. The widow Anderson's children dream of the treats you sent, their bellies full for once, their mother's worries temporarily eased by your Boxing Day gift. Old Thomas snores peacefully in his chair, having fallen asleep by his fire, content with the world and his place in it. The Harrisons rest in their substantial house, already planning next year's celebration, and making mental notes about which traditions worked well and which might benefit from adjustment. In the servants' quarters of your own house, the staff sleeps the deep sleep of exhausted workers who've done their jobs well. Mrs. Pemberton dreams of recipes and oven temperatures. Her professional mind is never fully at rest. Mrs. Thornbury has already made mental lists of what needs to be done tomorrow and the days following, organising the post-Christmas period with the same efficiency she brought to preparing for the holiday. The house itself stands silent in the winter night, its decorated halls dark now, its fires burning low, its occupants all sleeping. The holly and ivy remain on mantels and railings, green witnesses to the celebration, slowly drying in the house's relative warmth, their fresh scent gradually fading into memory. The candles in their holders have cooled, their wax hardened again, waiting for another evening when they'll be needed to push back darkness. Outside, the snow-covered landscape stretches away in all directions, beautiful and indifferent to human celebrations. The oak trees stand in their winter patience, knowing that spring will eventually come, that seasons move in reliable cycles, and that what seems permanent, whether winter's cold or human traditions, is actually temporary, just another phase in endless transformation. But for now, in this moment, Christmas 1809 is perfect and complete. Not because everything went exactly according to plan, or because the celebration achieved some impossible ideal, but because it was real, lived, and experienced with attention and care. The meal was good, the decorations were appropriate, the gifts were thoughtful, and the traditions were honoured. That's enough. That's everything. As you sleep, the year's longest night continues its slow journey toward dawn. The darkness is deep and cold, but inside your house, inside all the houses throughout England, warmth persists. Fires burn low but steadily, maintaining their patient work of holding back winter's worst. People sleep safely, bellies full, hearts content, connected to each other through shared traditions that make them part of something larger than their individual lives. Christmas will come again next year, and the year after that, and for generations to come. The specific traditions will evolve. Some practices will fade while new ones emerge. Customs will adapt to changing circumstances, and what seems essential today will seem quaint or irrelevant to future celebrants. But the core will remain. The impulse to create light in darkness, to share food in times of scarcity, and to pause in the midst of life's demands and remember what matters most. The Christmas of 1809 in your English countryside home was not historically significant. No important decisions were made, no famous people visited, and no events occurred that would be recorded in history books. It was simply a good Christmas, celebrated with care by ordinary people who understood that life's deepest satisfactions come not from grand gestures or spectacular events, but from small pleasures honoured through attention and tradition. As dawn eventually arrives on Boxing Day, you'll wake to face new challenges and continue the work of managing your estate and fulfilling your obligations. The decorations will remain for a few more days before being carefully stored away for next year. The leftover food will be consumed over the following week, each meal a reminder of Christmas abundance. The gifts will be used, worn, consumed, or displayed, serving their purposes and gradually being absorbed into everyday life. But the memory of Christmas Eve's candlelight, Christmas morning's service, Christmas dinner's abundance, and Christmas evening's peaceful reflection, these will remain. They'll join the collection of Christmas memories you carry, shaping your understanding of what the holiday means and how it should be celebrated. And when next December arrives with its frost and shortened days, you'll begin again the cycle of preparation and celebration, honouring traditions while creating new memories, participating in a ritual that connects you to past and future generations who have found meaning in marking winter's darkest moment with light, warmth, and shared joy. Sleep well in your warm bed, while snow falls gently outside and the year's longest night gradually yields to morning. Christmas 1809 has been everything it needed to be. Simple, sincere, and satisfyingly complete. Tomorrow will bring its own demands and pleasures, but tonight belongs to rest and dreams and the quiet satisfaction of a celebration well observed. Long before emperors wore purple or legions marched in formation, the land that would become Rome was a collection of mosquito-infested marshes and limestone hills where farmers argued over water rights and cattle thieves operated with impunity. The year was approximately 800 BC, and the Italian peninsula was a patchwork of tribes who shared little beyond their mutual suspicion of strangers. The Tiber River carved its lazy path through central Italy, creating natural ford points that became magnets for travellers, traders, and trouble. One particular crossing, roughly 15 miles inland from the Mediterranean, offered something rare, reliable passage even during the spring floods. But what made this location extraordinary wasn't just geography, it was salt. In the ancient world, salt held a significant value in monetary terms. The Via Salaria, the Salt Road, would later become one of Rome's most crucial arteries, but in these early days it was simply a worn path that connected the salt pans near the river's mouth to the mountain communities inland. Control of this route meant control of wealth, and the various hill tribes understood this fundamental truth. The Palatine Hill rose about 150 feet above the marshy river valley, offering commanding views of the surrounding countryside. Archaeological evidence suggests continuous habitation here from at least the 9th century BC, with post holes and pottery fragments telling the story of a community that valued both security and commerce. These weren't primitive cave dwellers, they were sophisticated farmers and herders who understood metallurgy, pottery, and the intricate politics of trade relationships. But the Palatine wasn't alone. 6 other hills dotted the landscape: the Aventine, Capitoline, Caelian, Esquiline, Quirinal, and Vimichal. Each supported its community, its customs, and its interpretation of the divine will. The residents of these settlements spoke various dialects of what we now call Latin, but their differences were more profound than language. They worshipped different gods, followed different leaders, and maintained different relationships with their neighbours. The Capitoline Hill, smaller but strategically positioned, served as a natural citadel. Here, springs of fresh water bubbled up from underground sources, creating an oasis that attracted not just humans but the wildlife they hunted. Wild boar, deer, and various birds made the wooded slopes their home, while the wetlands below teemed with fish and waterfowl. This abundance did not occur by chance. It resulted from the careful stewardship of individuals who had an intimate understanding of their environment. Trade relationships extended far beyond the immediate region. Amber from the Baltic, copper from Cyprus, and exotic pottery from Greek colonies all found their way to these hilltop communities. In return, the inhabitants offered agricultural products, livestock, and their services as middlemen in the complex web of Mediterranean commerce. They weren't isolated barbarians, they were active participants in an international economy. The social structure of these early communities was more complex than traditional narratives suggest. Women held significant property rights and religious authority, as evidenced by elaborate burial goods and votive offerings. Children were valued members of society, not merely economic assets, and elderly individuals were respected for their knowledge and experience. This wasn't a society built on military conquest, it was built on consensus, negotiation, and mutual benefit. Religious practices centered around natural phenomena and ancestral spirits. Sacred groves dotted the hillsides, where community members made offerings to ensure prosperous harvests, successful hunts, and protection from disease. These weren't primitive superstitions, they were sophisticated theological systems that provided meaning, structure, and social cohesion. The concept of divine favour earned through proper behaviour would later become central to Roman identity. The climate was slightly different then, with more rainfall and denser forests. The Tiber ran cleaner and deeper, supporting a thriving ecosystem that provided both sustenance and transportation. Seasonal flooding was predictable and manageable, creating fertile soil for agriculture, while also serving as a natural defence against potential invaders. By 750 BC, these 7 hills supported a combined population of perhaps 3,000 people, enough to create a vibrant community, but small enough that most residents knew each other by name and reputation, and leadership was fluid based on achievement, wisdom, and the ability to build consensus rather than hereditary privilege or military prowess. While popular imagination focuses on the Romans themselves, the true architects of early Roman civilization may have been their enigmatic neighbours to the north, the Etruscans. These sophisticated people, whose language remains partially undeciphered, despite centuries of scholarly effort, controlled much of central Italy and possessed technological and cultural advantages that would profoundly shape the emerging Roman identity. The Etruscans weren't simply another Italian tribe, they were urban planners, engineers, and artists whose influence extended across the Mediterranean. Their cities featured sophisticated drainage systems, multi-storey buildings, and public spaces that demonstrated in us an advanced understanding of civic organisation. Most importantly for the Roman story, the Etruscans understood that the concept of confederation refers to independent city-states united by common interests while still maintaining their local autonomy. Etruscan merchants regularly travelled the salt roads, bringing with them not just goods but ideas. They introduced improved metallurgy techniques, advanced pottery methods, and architectural innovations that transformed the primitive hill settlements into something approaching true towns. The distinctive red tile roofs that would become synonymous with Roman architecture were actually Etruscan innovations, as were the sewage systems that made dense urban living possible. But the Etruscan influence went deeper than technology. Their religious practices, based on interpreting divine will through natural omens and ritual sacrifice, provided a framework that the Romans would adapt and expand. The concept of the pomerium, the sacred boundary of a city, came from Etruscan tradition, as did the practice of consulting augurs before making important decisions. These weren't primitive superstitions, but sophisticated systems for building social consensus and legitimizing political authority. The Etruscans also understood something that would become central to Roman success: the integration of conquered peoples rather than their simple subjugation. Etruscan cities welcomed talented foreigners, intermarried with neighbouring tribes, and adopted useful customs from their trading partners. This flexible approach to identity and citizenship would later become Rome's greatest strength. Archaeological evidence from the 8th century BC shows increased Etruscan influence on the Seven Hills. Pottery styles change, burial practices evolve, and architectural techniques become more sophisticated, but the result wasn't simple cultural colonization. It was selective adoption of useful innovations by communities that maintained their essential character and independence. The political structure of Etruscan cities provided a model for Roman development. Rather than autocratic kingship, the Etruscans practiced a form of limited monarchy, where rulers were chosen by councils of elders and held accountable for their decisions. Kings were expected to consult advisors, respect traditional customs, and justify their actions through religious ritual. This balance between authority and accountability would become fundamental to Roman political theory. Etruscan women enjoyed remarkable freedom and influence, participating in public banquets, attending religious ceremonies, and maintaining their names and property after marriage. These behaviours contrasted sharply with Greek practices and may explain why Roman women, despite later restrictions, retained more legal rights and social influence than their counterparts in other ancient civilizations. The Etruscan economy was sophisticated and diversified. They controlled iron mines, operated international trading networks, and developed advanced agricultural techniques that increased both productivity and sustainability. Their influence on Roman farming methods was profound. It introduced crop rotation, improved ploughing techniques, and the systematic use of fertilizers. The Roman villa system, which would later dominate Italian agriculture, had its roots in Etruscan estate management. Military technology and tactics also flowed southward from Etruria. The Etruscans had adapted Greek hoplite warfare to Italian conditions, creating flexible formations that could operate effectively in the peninsula's varied terrain. They understood the importance of engineering in warfare, building roads that facilitated troop movement and developing siege techniques that made fortified positions vulnerable. These innovations would later become hallmarks of Roman military superiority. By 700 BC, the Seven Hills had become a regional centre that attracted attention from Etruscan city-states looking to expand their influence. Rather than direct conquest, however, the Etruscans seemed to prefer a more subtle approach: intermarriage with local elite families, the establishment of trading partnerships, and the gradual introduction of Etruscan customs and technologies. This process created a unique hybrid culture that was neither purely Latin nor solely Etruscan, but something entirely new. The inhabitants of the Seven Hills began to see themselves as distinct from their neighbours, not because of their differences, but because of their ability to successfully integrate the best elements from multiple sources. This adaptability would become Rome's defining characteristic. The religious implications of this cultural mixing were profound. Etruscan divination practices merged with local traditions to create new forms of religious expression that emphasized both personal piety and public responsibility. The concept that the gods demanded not just worship but ethical behaviour became central to Roman religious thought, distinguishing it from the more transactional religious practices common elsewhere in the ancient world. The conventional story of the Sabine women's abduction makes for dramatic storytelling, but archaeological evidence suggests a far more complex and intriguing reality. The Sabines, a hill people who controlled much of the mountainous region northeast of the Seven Hills, weren't victims of Roman aggression. They were partners in a remarkable experiment in political and social integration. The Sabines possessed something the emerging Roman community desperately needed: agricultural expertise and population. The limestone hills around Rome were challenging to farm effectively, but the Sabines had developed techniques for terracing, irrigation, and soil management that could transform marginal land into productive fields. More importantly, they had a social system that complemented rather than competed with Roman customs. Extended family groups which controlled specific territories and resources organised Sabine society. Leadership was gerontocratic, with decisions made by councils of elderly males who had proven their wisdom through successful management of family fortunes. This system provided stability and continuity, but sometimes lacked the flexibility needed to respond to changing circumstances. The Romans, with their more merit-based leadership selection and willingness to experiment with new approaches, offered something the Sabines valued: innovation balanced by respect for tradition. The integration process wasn't sudden or violent, but gradual and voluntary. Intermarriage between Roman and Sabine families created kinship networks that crossed ethnic boundaries, while shared religious observances and joint trading ventures built economic interdependence. The famous assault of the Sabine women may have been a ritualized ceremony that formalized pre-existing marriage agreements rather than an act of violent kidnapping. Archaeological evidence supports this interpretation. Pottery styles, burial practices, and architectural techniques show gradual blending rather than sudden replacement. Sabine religious practices were incorporated into Roman ritual, while Roman political innovations were adapted to Sabine social structures. The result was a hybrid culture that was stronger and more sophisticated than either parent tradition. The Sabines brought with them knowledge of animal husbandry that transformed Roman agriculture. They understood selective breeding, pasture management, and the integrated farming techniques that made Mediterranean agriculture sustainable. The Roman emphasis on cattle as a measure of wealth, preserved in words like pecuniary, from pecus, meaning cattle, reflects Sabine influence on Roman economic thinking. But perhaps most importantly, the Sabines introduced the concept of tribal organisation that would become central to Roman political structure. Sabine society was organised into tribes based on kinship and territory, with each tribe responsible for specific civic duties and privileges. This system provided a framework for incorporating new populations while maintaining social cohesion and political stability. The fusion of Roman and Sabine cultures created new forms of religious expression that emphasized community responsibility and mutual obligation. Sabine agricultural festivals merged with Roman trade celebrations to create seasonal observances that reinforced social bonds while ensuring economic cooperation. The Roman calendar, with its emphasis on agricultural cycles and community celebrations, reflects this synthesis of urban and rural values. Military organisation also benefited from Sabine integration. While the Romans understood the importance of discipline and training, the Sabines contributed knowledge of mountain warfare and defensive strategies that proved invaluable in the difficult terrain of central Italy. The Roman legion's flexibility and adaptability owed much to Sabine tactical innovations. The political implications of this cultural merger were profound. The Sabine emphasis on consensus building and respect for age balanced Roman tendencies toward competition and innovation. The result was a political system that could make decisive choices when necessary while maintaining broad support for communal decisions. This balance between efficiency and legitimacy would become a hallmark of Roman governance. By 650 BC, the distinction between Romans and Sabines had become largely meaningless. Families claimed ancestry from both groups, religious practices drew from both traditions, and political leadership reflected the merged community's values rather than ethnic origins. The Seven Hills had become home to a truly integrated society that was neither Roman nor Sabine, but something entirely new. This successful integration established a pattern that would define Roman expansion for centuries. Rather than simple conquest and subjugation, Rome developed a model of incorporation that preserved local customs and leadership while creating loyalty to the larger community. The Sabine synthesis provided both the blueprint and confidence for this approach. The economic benefits of integration were immediately apparent. Combined Roman and Sabine territories controlled important trade routes, provided diverse agricultural products, and offered the population density necessary for major construction projects. The first permanent bridges across the Tiber, the earliest paved roads, and the beginnings of the sewer system all date from this period of cultural fusion. Women's roles in this merged society reflected both tradition's values while creating new possibilities. Sabine women's traditional authority in family matters combined with Roman women's economic independence to create a social position that was remarkably advanced for its time. This synthesis would influence Roman law and custom for centuries. The traditional narrative of Roman kingship focuses on legendary figures like Romulus and Numa Pompilius, but the archaeological record suggests a more complex and intriguing story. Early Roman political development reflected not autocratic rule, but experimental governance that balanced competing interests while maintaining community cohesion. The kings weren't absolute monarchs, but chief executives whose authority derived from their ability to build consensus and deliver results. The institution of Roman kingship evolved from practical necessity rather than divine mandate. As the population of the Seven Hills grew and their economic relationships became more complex, the informal leadership structures that had served smaller communities became inadequate. Someone needed to coordinate public works, mediate disputes, and represent the community in dealings with outsiders. The solution was a form of limited monarchy that borrowed elements from both Roman and Sabine traditions, while creating something uniquely effective. A council representing the various tribal and family groups that made up the community chose Roman kings rather than hereditary ones. This selection process, called the interregnum, involved careful negotiation and extensive consultation to ensure that the chosen candidate commanded broad support. Kings were expected to consult advisors, respect traditional customs, and submit major decisions to popular approval. This wasn't democracy as we understand it, but it was remarkably participatory for its time. The powers of early Roman kings were carefully circumscribed. They commanded the military during wartime and oversaw public works during peace, but they couldn't impose new taxes, change fundamental laws, or make major policy decisions without consent from the tribal councils. Their authority was religious as well as political. They served as chief priests and were responsible for maintaining proper relationships with the gods, but even this religious authority was shared with the specialized colleges of priests and augurs. Archaeological evidence indicates that the design of early Roman public buildings facilitated this parliamentary governance. The forum, the central public space, was arranged to accommodate large gatherings where citizens could hear speeches, participate in debates, and vote on important issues. The architecture emphasized accessibility and transparency rather than royal grandeur, reflecting the community's commitment to inclusive decision-making. The economic role of early kings was particularly important. They oversaw the construction of infrastructure projects that required coordinated effort: roads, bridges, drainage systems, and public buildings, but they also regulated markets, mediated commercial disputes, and negotiated trading agreements with neighbouring communities. The king's house was both a residence and a business centre, where merchants, farmers, and craftsmen could seek redress for grievances and negotiate contracts. Military leadership was perhaps the most crucial royal responsibility. The early Roman army wasn't a professional force but a citizen militia organised by tribal affiliation and led by elected officers. The king's role was to coordinate these diverse units, plan campaigns, and negotiate treaties. Success in warfare enhanced a king's prestige and authority, while military failures could lead to removal from office. This accountability to results, rather than birthright, distinguished Roman kingship from more autocratic systems. The religious dimensions of kingship were equally complex. Roman kings served as intermediaries between the human and divine communities, responsible for ensuring that proper rituals were performed and that the god's will was correctly interpreted. But this religious authority was balanced by colleges of priests who possessed specialized knowledge and could challenge royal interpretations of divine intent. As a result, a system of checks and balances was established to prevent any individual from claiming absolute authority. Women played important roles in early Roman political life, though their influence was often exercised indirectly. Royal wives were expected to participate in religious ceremonies and often served as advisors on matters affecting family life and social customs. Elite women from powerful families could influence the selection of kings through their kinship networks and their control of economic resources. This female influence would persist throughout Roman history, even as formal political participation became more restricted. The transition between kings was carefully managed to prevent civil conflict. When a king died or was removed from office, power reverted to the tribal councils until a new candidate could be selected. This interregnum period emphasized that royal authority came from the community rather than from divine appointment or hereditary right. The new king received his power through formal installation ceremonies that required popular approval and religious sanction. By 600 BC, this system of limited monarchy had created a stable and prosperous community that controlled a significant portion of central Italy. The population had grown to perhaps 10,000 people, living in increasingly sophisticated settlements that featured permanent buildings, paved streets, and public amenities. Trade relationships extended throughout the Mediterranean, while agricultural productivity supported both population growth and urban development. The success of early Roman political innovation attracted attention from neighbouring communities, some of which adopted similar systems of consensual monarchy. What took place wasn't cultural imperialism but voluntary imitation of effective governance techniques. The Roman model demonstrated that authority could be both effective and accountable, powerful and legitimate, and concentrated and responsive to popular will. The legal system that developed during this period reflected the same balance between authority and participation. Kings could issue edicts and make judicial decisions, but these were expected to conform to traditional customs and could be appealed to tribal councils. The emphasis was on practical problem-solving rather than abstract legal theory, creating a flexible system that could adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining fundamental principles of fairness and reciprocity. The period from 600 to 500 BC marked a dramatic transformation in the character and ambition of the Seven Hills. Under kings who were either Etruscan by birth or heavily influenced by Etruscan culture, the loose confederation of hill communities became a true city with the infrastructure, institutions, and imperial ambitions that would define Rome for centuries to come. The arrival of Etruscan-influenced leadership wasn't a foreign conquest, but the logical result of increasing integration between Roman and Etruscan elites. Intermarriage, business partnerships, and cultural exchange had created a cosmopolitan aristocracy that moved freely between Roman and Etruscan cities. When these individuals assumed leadership in Rome, they brought with them the urban planning expertise, architectural knowledge, and political sophistication that transformed a collection of hilltop villages into a Mediterranean metropolis. The most visible changes were architectural and engineering. The Cloaca Maxima, Rome's enormous sewer system, was begun during this period, a massive undertaking that required sophisticated understanding of hydraulics, engineering, and project management. This development wasn't just a practical improvement, but a statement of ambition. Rome intended to support a population density that would make it competitive with the great cities of the Mediterranean world. The Forum was completely redesigned during this period, transforming from an informal gathering place into a monumental civic centre. The new Forum featured permanent buildings for government functions, covered markets for commerce, and ceremonial spaces for religious observances. The architecture was distinctly Etruscan in style, but adapted to Roman social customs, creating public spaces that facilitated the participatory governance that remained central to Roman identity. Temple construction during this period reveals both the wealth and the religious sophistication of the transformed community. The Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill, begun around 580 BC, was one of the largest religious buildings in the Mediterranean world. Its construction required the importation of materials and craftsmen from across the region, demonstrating Rome's growing commercial reach and economic strength. But the most significant transformation was demographic. The population of Rome grew from perhaps 10,000 to over 50,000 during this century, making it one of the largest cities in Italy. This growth came not just from natural increase but from immigration, as Rome attracted merchants, craftsmen and farmers from across central Italy. The city's reputation for tolerance, opportunity and effective governance made it a magnet for ambitious individuals from throughout the region. The social implications of this rapid growth were profound. Traditional kinship-based organisation became inadequate for managing such a large and diverse population. The solution was the development of more sophisticated administrative systems that combined territorial and functional organisation. Citizens were registered by both tribal affiliation and residential district, creating multiple forms of identity and belonging that helped maintain social cohesion despite increasing diversity. Military organisation evolved dramatically during this period. The citizen militia of earlier times was supplemented by more professional units that could campaign for extended periods. The famous Roman manipular system, with its emphasis on flexibility and unit cohesion, was developed during this period as a response to the complex military challenges facing an expanding city-state. Rome was no longer just defending its immediate territory, but pursuing active expansion throughout central Italy. Economic structures became increasingly sophisticated. Rome developed the first true banking system in Italy, with institutions that could finance large-scale construction projects, international trade ventures, and military campaigns. The city's strategic location at the intersection of major trade routes made it a natural commercial centre, while its growing population provided both a market and a labour force for increasingly complex economic activities. The legal system was formalised during this period, with the first written laws replacing the informal customs that had previously governed community life. These laws reflected the cosmopolitan character of the transformed city, incorporating elements from Roman, Sabine, and Etruscan legal traditions, while creating new approaches to problems that arose from urban density and cultural diversity. The 12 tables, which were likely compiled a bit later, reflected the legal thinking that evolved during this transformative century. Religious life became more organised and institutionalised. The informal folk practices that had served smaller communities were supplemented by more formal priesthoods, elaborate ritual calendars, and monumental architecture that demonstrated the community's devotion to the gods. But Roman religion retained its practical character, emphasising the maintenance of proper relationships between human and divine communities, rather than abstract theological speculation. The role of women in this transformed society was complex and changing. While formal political participation became more restricted as the city grew larger and more militarised, elite women retained significant influence through their control of property, their roles in religious ceremonies, and their positions in family networks that remained crucial to political and economic success. The tension between traditional female authority and evolving urban customs would remain a characteristic feature of Roman society. International relations became a major concern during this period. Rome established formal diplomatic relationships with Greek cities in southern Italy, Carthaginian traders in North Africa, and various Gallic tribes to the north. These relationships were commercial and cultural as well as political, creating networks of exchange that brought new ideas, technologies, and opportunities to the growing city. By 500 BC, Rome had become the dominant power in central Italy, controlling a territory that extended well beyond the original 7 hills. The city's population was ethnically diverse, economically sophisticated, and politically complex. The institutions developed during this period of rapid growth and cultural synthesis would provide the foundation for Rome's later imperial expansion and administrative achievements. The success of this change created ways of doing things that would shape Roman expansion for many years, bringing together different groups of people, using helpful ideas from conquered nations, balancing local independence with central control, and keeping traditional values even as things became much larger and more complicated. The legal system was formalised during this period, with the first written laws replacing the informal customs that had previously governed community life. These laws reflected the cosmopolitan character of the transformed city, incorporating elements from Roman, Sabine, and Etruscan legal traditions, while creating new approaches to problems that arose from urban density and cultural diversity. The 12 tables, which were likely compiled a bit later, reflected the legal thinking that evolved during this transformative century. Religious life became more organised and institutionalised. The informal folk practices that had served smaller communities were supplemented by more formal priesthoods, elaborate ritual calendars, and monumental architecture that demonstrated the community's devotion to the gods. But Roman religion retained its practical character, emphasising the maintenance of proper relationships between human and divine communities, rather than abstract theological speculation. The role of women in this transformed society was complex and changing. While formal political participation became more restricted as the city grew larger and more militarised, elite women retained significant influence through their control of property, their roles in religious ceremonies, and their positions in family networks that remained crucial to political and economic success. The tension between traditional female authority and evolving urban customs would remain a characteristic feature of Roman society. International relations became a major concern during this period. Rome established formal diplomatic relationships with Greek cities in southern Italy, Carthaginian traders in North Africa, and various Gallic tribes to the north. These relationships were commercial and cultural as well as political, creating networks of exchange that brought new ideas, technologies, and opportunities to the growing city. By 500 BC, Rome had become the dominant power in central Italy, controlling a territory that extended well beyond the original 7 hills. The city's population was ethnically diverse, economically sophisticated, and politically complex. The institutions developed during this period of rapid growth and cultural synthesis would provide the foundation for Rome's later imperial expansion and administrative achievements. The success of this change created ways of doing things that would shape Roman expansion for many years, bringing together different groups of people, using helpful ideas from conquered nations, balancing local independence with central control, and keeping traditional values even as things became much larger and more complicated. Religious institutions were reorganized to serve the new political system. The Rex Sacrorum, king of sacrifices, maintained the religious functions that had previously belonged to the king but without political authority. Various priestly colleges oversaw specific aspects of religious life, ensuring proper relationships with the gods while preventing any individual from claiming divine authority for political purposes. Religion remained central to Roman identity, but it was subordinated to constitutional government. The early republic faced serious challenges that tested its institutional innovations. The conflict between patricians, the traditional aristocracy, and plebeians, the common people, created social tensions that threatened political stability. The solution was the creation of new institutions that gave plebeians their representatives and protection against aristocratic abuse. The tribunate of the plebs, established around 494 BC, provided both a voice for popular grievances and a mechanism for resolving social conflicts without violence. Military organisation reflected republican values, while maintaining the effectiveness that had made Rome dominant in central Italy. Citizens were expected to serve in the army as both a privilege and a duty, but military service was balanced with civilian authority. Generals were elected officials with limited terms, not professional soldiers with independent power bases. The citizen-soldier ideal became central to republican ideology, distinguishing Rome from societies that relied on mercenary armies or professional military castes. Economic policies during the early republic balanced the need for revenue with respect for property rights and commercial freedom. The state owned significant territory acquired through conquest, which was leased to farmers and graziers for rental income. Public contracts for construction projects and tax collection created opportunities for private profit while accomplishing public purposes. This mixed economy, combining state resources with private initiative, provided both stability and growth. The integration of conquered peoples continued the patterns established during the monarchy, but became more systematic and extensive. Italian communities that submitted to Rome were incorporated as allies with specific rights and obligations rather than being treated as subjects. This policy created a confederation of loyal communities that provided both military strength and economic opportunity while maintaining local autonomy in internal affairs. Women's roles in Republican society reflected both traditional values and evolving circumstances, while formal political participation remained limited. Elite women exercised significant influence through their family connections and property holdings. The Roman matron became an idealized figure who combined domestic virtue with public responsibility, embodying the values that Romans believed distinguished their society from both autocratic monarchies and chaotic democracies. By 450 BC, the Roman Republic had created a constitutional system that was both innovative and stable. The balance of competing institutions prevented tyranny while maintaining governmental effectiveness. The integration of diverse social groups created loyalty to the state while preserving valuable traditions. The combination of military strength and diplomatic flexibility made Rome the dominant power in Italy, while establishing the foundation for Mediterranean expansion. This constitutional achievement wasn't the result of abstract political theory, but practical responses to specific challenges. The Romans didn't set out to create a perfect government, but to solve the problems of governing a large, diverse, and ambitious community. The success of their institutional innovations would influence political thinking for over 2 millennia. By 400 BC, Rome had evolved from a collection of hilltop villages into the dominant power in central Italy, but the most remarkable phase of its development was yet to come. The institutions, values, and strategies that had emerged during 3 centuries of growth and adaptation would now be tested on a Mediterranean stage against opponents who possessed wealth, sophistication, and military power that dwarfed anything Rome had previously encountered. The Gallic invasion of 390 BC, which resulted in the sack of Rome, was both a catastrophe and a catalyst. The traditional narrative emphasizes Roman humiliation and the heroic resistance of defenders on the Capitoline Hill, but the invasion's aftermath reveals more about Roman character than the event itself. Rather than retreating into defensive isolationism, Rome responded with a massive program of military, political, and infrastructural innovation that transformed the city into a power capable of challenging the mighty empires of the Mediterranean world. The reconstruction of Rome after 390 BC reflected both practical necessity and imperial ambition. The Servian Wall, built during this period, enclosed not just the traditional 7 hills but a much larger area that could accommodate future population growth. This structure wasn't just defensive architecture, but a statement of intent. Rome planned to become much larger and more powerful than it had ever been. The wall's sophisticated design, incorporating Greek engineering techniques with Roman organisational efficiency, demonstrated the city's growing technical sophistication. Military reforms during the 4th century BC created a legionary system that would dominate Mediterranean warfare for centuries. The Manipular Legion, with its flexible organisation and professional training, represented a fundamental innovation in military technology. Roman soldiers were citizen farmers who served from patriotic duty, but they were also professional warriors who trained regularly and campaigned for extended periods. This combination of civic motivation and military expertise proved superior to both citizen militias and mercenary armies. The Roman approach to expansion was equally innovative. Rather than simple conquest and exploitation, Rome developed a system of alliances and incorporation that transformed enemies into allies while extending Roman power throughout the Italian peninsula. Communities that surrendered were treated as partners rather than subjects, receiving protection and commercial privileges in exchange for military service and political loyalty. This policy created a confederation of over 150 allied communities that provided Rome with resources and manpower that no single city-state could match. The social war of the early 3rd century BC, when several Italian allies rebelled against Roman domination, tested this system of incorporation. The resolution of this conflict, extending Roman citizenship to all Italian allies, created a unified Italian state that was unprecedented in both size and social integration. Rome became not just a city but a nation, with citizens spread throughout the peninsula who shared common legal rights, military obligations, and political loyalties. Economic development during this period provided the material foundation for imperial expansion. Roman control of Italian agriculture, combined with dominance of Mediterranean trade routes, created wealth that could finance massive military campaigns and public works projects. The Roman currency system, based on standardized weights and silver content, became the preferred medium of exchange throughout the Western Mediterranean. Roman merchants, protected by military strength and supported by diplomatic agreements, established trading networks that extended from Spain to the Black Sea. The Punic Wars against Carthage, beginning in 264 BC, represented Rome's emergence as a true Mediterranean power. These conflicts weren't just military campaigns, but comprehensive tests of Roman institutional capacity. The ability to finance decades of warfare, maintain political stability during military crises, and integrate conquered territories into the Roman system demonstrated that the city-state had evolved into something entirely new, an imperial republic capable of governing diverse peoples across vast distances. Between 264 and 146 BC, the Mediterranean world was conquered, marking the logical culmination of developments that had started centuries earlier on the 7 hills. Roman military superiority wasn't just a matter of technology or tactics, but reflected deeper institutional advantages: the ability to maintain citizen loyalty through participation in governance, the capacity to integrate conquered peoples through generous terms of surrender, and the flexibility to adapt strategies and policies to changing circumstances. Cultural and intellectual life flourished during this period of expansion. Roman contact with Greek philosophy, art, and literature created a cosmopolitan culture that combined practical Roman values with sophisticated Greek theoretical knowledge. The emergence of Latin literature, beginning with writers like Ennius and Plautus, demonstrated that Roman civilization had developed its own distinctive voice, while remaining open to foreign influences. The governance of conquered territories required institutional innovations that extended republican principles to imperial administration. The provincial system, with its appointed governors and standardized legal procedures, provided effective government for diverse populations while maintaining central control. Roman law, originally designed for a single city-state, was expanded to accommodate the needs of a multicultural empire, while preserving its essential characteristics of practicality and fairness. Religious and cultural policies reflected the same balance between unity and diversity that characterized Roman political administration. Conquered peoples were allowed to maintain their traditional customs and beliefs, while being gradually incorporated into Roman cultural patterns. The Roman pantheon absorbed foreign deities, Roman festivals incorporated local traditions, and Roman architecture adapted to regional preferences while maintaining distinctive Roman characteristics. By 146 BC, when Carthage was destroyed and Greece was incorporated into the Roman Empire, the transformation that had begun on the Seven Hills was complete. Rome had evolved from a collection of primitive settlements into the dominant power of the ancient world, controlling territories that stretched from Spain to Syria and from Britain to North Africa. This achievement wasn't the result of exceptional individual leadership or accidental historical circumstances, but the logical development of institutions, values, and strategies that had emerged during centuries of gradual adaptation and growth. The story of Rome's beginnings demonstrates that lasting civilizations aren't created suddenly, but develop through the accumulation of countless small innovations and adaptations. The farmers and herders who first settled the Seven Hills couldn't have imagined that their descendants would govern an empire that included over 50 million people. But the values and institutions they created, practical problem-solving, inclusive governance, military effectiveness, and cultural adaptability, provided the foundation for achievements that would influence human civilization for over 2 millennia. Imagine you're driving through the rolling hills of central Italy, maybe humming along to the song on the radio, when you suddenly see the landscape start to change. The soft farmland gives way to something more dramatic. A huge limestone mountain that looks like the shoulder of a sleeping giant. Its slopes are covered in medieval stone buildings that look like they grew right out of the rock. This is Monte Titano. If you squint just right in the afternoon light, you can almost see the ghost of a stonemason named Marinus from the 4th century climbing its rocky paths. He's probably wondering why he left the relative comfort of the Croatian coast for this Italian wilderness. We could say that Marinus was a very religious person. He had become a Christian at a time when being one was about as popular as being a tax collector. He thought the best way to serve God was to build a church in the most inconvenient place he could find. Monte Titano must have seemed like the perfect place because of its steep cliffs, unpredictable weather, and lack of amenities. The mountain itself is an interesting geological feature. It's a piece of limestone that sticks out from the surrounding area like a medieval castle made by nature. The 3 peaks make it a natural fortress, with steep drops on most sides and only a few easy ways to get there. This rocky outcropping looks like it was made just for hermits and people who want to prove something. If you were trying to hide from the world, you couldn't do much better than this. Marinus came to Rome around 301 CE, when the Roman Empire was still trying to figure out what to do about this new Christian religion. Most people were keeping their heads down and not saying anything. But Marinus wasn't like most people. He built a small hermitage on the side of the mountain, and started letting other Christian refugees stay there. Over time, he built what was basically a very small, very high-altitude religious community. In those days, the area around Monte Titano was a mix of Roman farms, forest clearings, and wild countryside that made travel and adventure in the most dangerous way possible. Wolves still roamed the hills, bandits used the forest roads as their own personal shopping centres, and the weather could change from nice to deadly in the time it takes for a toddler to get upset. But Marinus and his growing community had found something that would define San Marino for the next 1700 years. Sometimes the best way to protect yourself is to just be too much trouble to attack. The mountain was too steep for an army to climb, too far away for you to gain much from controlling it, and too poor for you to ever get back what you spent to conquer it. The people who lived there at first survived by growing what they could in the thin mountain soil and trading with the few merchants who were brave enough to make the climb. They kept goats because goats seemed to like living on the edge of cliffs, unlike sheep. They grew grapes because grapevines, like hermits, do well in rocky, hard-to-reach places. And they got that kind of mountain stubbornness that comes from knowing that no one else will care about you if you don't. As you fall asleep tonight, picture the sound of church bells ringing off limestone cliffs, the smell of wood smoke mixing with the smell of wild herbs, and the sight of a small group of people who chose the hard path because it was the right one. They had no idea they were making the groundwork for one of the most successful countries in the world by accident. They were just trying to make it through each day on a mountain. San Marino is the answer if you've ever wondered what it would be like to live in a place where you could walk from one end of your country to the other in about an hour. It's about the size of a small American suburb, but it has all the problems and quirks of a real nation-state. The Republic is like a ship's crow's nest that looks out over the Emilia-Romagna region of Italy. From there you can see all the way from the Adriatic Sea to the Apennine Mountains. On clear days, which happen a lot because the mountain is so high, you can see all the way to the Croatian coast, where St. Marinus started his journey. You can see why people in the Middle Ages thought they could see the whole world from high places when you look at this view. Guaita, Sesta and Montale are the three peaks of Monte Titano. Each one is topped with old fortifications, making a natural defensive triangle that has never been breached by force. Of course, this wasn't planned. When you build a settlement on a mountain with three convenient peaks, and live in a time when people use swords to settle arguments, it's only natural that you would put watchtowers on the high points. Italians call the climate here continental Mediterranean, which sounds fancy but really just means nice weather most of the time, with enough seasonal change to keep things interesting. Summers are warm but not too hot, thanks to the elevation and the breezes that come up from the valleys around. The winters are cool and sometimes snowy, which makes the medieval stone buildings look like a Christmas card made by someone with great taste in architecture. The soil on Monte Titano is thin and rocky, which might seem like a bad thing at first. But this is the kind of land that grows great wine grapes and tough people. The vineyards in San Marino grow on terraced slopes that would scare a mountain goat. The wines they make taste like they've taken in the essence of limestone, sunshine and sheer willpower. But maybe the most important thing about San Marino's geography is that it is surrounded by nothing but Italy. Geographers call the Republic an enclave, which means that it is a country that is completely surrounded by another country. It's like being a tiny island in a huge Italian sea, which has affected every part of San Marino's growth from the Middle Ages to now. This geographic reality made what you could call the Goldilocks effect of survival. San Marino was big enough to keep its own culture and traditions, but not so big that anyone really wanted to take it over. It was rich enough to keep its people from having to move somewhere else because they were so poor, but not so rich that it got the kind of attention that makes armies show up at your door with paperwork to take your stuff. The mountain's location also made it a natural stop for people travelling between northern and southern Italy. People who were merchants, pilgrims, or even lost nobles would climb the winding paths to Monte Titano, spend a night or two there, buy supplies, and then move on. This kept the Republic from becoming completely cut off from the outside world, but it was never enough to threaten its independence. Water was always hard to find on the mountain, so people built complex cistern systems to collect and store rainwater. You can still see the old stone channels and underground reservoirs that the San Marinese built to catch every drop of water. It reminds us that independence often means learning how to survive, especially in small places. The forests that grew on the lower slopes gave the Republic wood for building, fuel for heating, and places to hunt that added to the Republic's diet. There were enough wild boar, deer, and smaller game to feed the people, but the community's changing laws made sure that hunting rights were carefully controlled. The mountain's natural boundaries may have given people a healthy sense of scale, which is something psychologists might recognise. San Marino was small enough that everyone knew everyone else, big enough to hold all the different parts of human society, and far enough away from the rest of the world that problems could be solved by working together instead of needing help from outside. Imagine living in a house between two neighbours who spend most of their time fighting over property lines, fence lines, and whose dog is making too much noise. Now picture that your neighbours are huge medieval kingdoms with armies, goals, and a habit of settling arguments by setting things on fire instead of suburban homeowners. For most of its early history, this was the case in San Marino. Amazingly, they turned what seemed like a disadvantage into their biggest strength. To the north and east were the lands ruled by different Italian city-states. Venice had its maritime empire, Florence had its banking networks, and there was a rotating cast of duchies and principalities that changed hands faster than a cursed medieval sword. The Papal States were to the south and west. The Pope had both spiritual and political power there, and his armies could be blessed by God and still stab you with a sword. San Marino was smart enough to know early on that when you're too small to fight the big powers, the best thing to do is to make yourself too useful to destroy and too harmless to fear. They were like Switzerland in medieval Italy, but instead of banking and chocolate, they offered strategic neutrality and great hospitality to anyone who climbed their mountain. San Marino became very good at being diplomatically invisible during the long wars between the Guelphs and Ghibellines. These wars were like a political argument that lasted for centuries about who should be in charge, the Pope or the Holy Roman Emperor. As Guelph armies marched through the valleys below, the San Marinese would wave from their mountaintops and offer to pray for their victory. When Ghibelline troops came by, they would do the same thing with the same enthusiasm and sincerity. This wasn't cowardice. It was smart politics by people who knew that sometimes you have to put aside your pride and serve tea to everyone who might think you're an enemy. People started to think of the Republic as a place where people from different sides could meet to talk things over, where religious pilgrims could find safety no matter what their political beliefs were, and where tired medieval warriors could rest without worrying about being attacked by their enemies. The relationship with the Papal States was especially fragile because San Marino was technically part of land that the Pope claimed as his own. The popes, who were busy running both a church and a government, usually found it easier to recognise San Marino's independence than to spend the time and money needed to take over such a small and economically unimportant area. This led to a series of papal recognitions that were more like acknowledgements of reality than formal treaties. The Pope seemed to be saying, "Fine, you can keep your little mountain republic, but don't cause any trouble and remember to invite us to your important festivals." In return, San Marino stuck to strict religious rules and made sure that any pope who came would get a warm welcome that made the climb worthwhile. The relationship with the Italian powers around it was similar. San Marino would pay tribute when it was appropriate, help with military matters when it was asked for and possible, and always show the kind of diplomatic courtesy that made it clear they knew their place in the grand scheme of things. They were like the ideal neighbour who never complains about noise, always returns borrowed tools in better shape than they got them, and can be counted on to water your plants when you're away. But this plan of strategic insignificance needed to be adjusted all the time. If you were too independent, you might be seen as a threat. If you were too dependent, you might be completely absorbed. For hundreds of years, San Marino walked this tightrope, developing an almost supernatural sense of when to stand up for themselves and when to fade into the background of bigger events. The Republic's location also made it a natural place for people to go when they were fleeing the political unrest that happened all the time in medieval Italy. Nobles who had been kicked out of their homes, intellectuals who had been persecuted, and the occasional merchant who had backed the wrong side in a city-state dispute would all make their way up Monte Titano to wait out the storm and plan their next moves. This brought in a steady stream of outside knowledge and skills that made San Marino's culture better, without ever threatening to take it over. If you can imagine a community meeting where everyone has to be there because there is no one else to make the important decisions, you can start to understand how San Marino accidentally came up with one of the most stable forms of democratic government in the world. Their political system wasn't based on ideas. It was based on need and the kind of common sense that comes from knowing that if you fail, everyone will starve. The early San Marinese had a problem that anyone who has ever been in charge of a neighbourhood association would know about. Someone had to decide how to use shared resources, settle fights between neighbours, and deal with emergencies. But they couldn't go to a higher authority when things got tough, like most communities could. It would take days to get to the nearest duke, bishop, or imperial representative, and they were probably too busy with more important things to care about fights over goat grazing rights, or when to clean the cistern. So they did what people have always done when they lived together. They made a system that let the people who are most affected by decisions help make them. The Orengo, which is San Marino's General Assembly, grew from informal community meetings into something like a town hall democracy. But the town was actually the whole country. The Orengo wasn't a modern parliament. It was more like a big family meeting where everyone had strong opinions. Most decisions needed to be agreed upon, and the loudest voice didn't always win. In medieval times, every head of household could take part, which meant adult males who owned land. However, the property requirement was so low that it basically included anyone who owned a goat, kept a vineyard, or could show that they weren't completely dependent on someone else for survival. The dual captaincy came out of these meetings and became San Marino's most important contribution to political science. They didn't choose one leader who might be tempted by power or corrupted by authority. Instead, they chose two captains regent who served together for 6 months. It was like having two presidents who kept each other honest by making sure that any abuse of power would be seen right away by the person sitting next to you. This system came about because of real-world experience, not political theory. They had noticed that single leaders often started to believe they were more important than they really were. But committees could argue about decisions until the wolves were actually at the door. Two people, chosen for their skills and required to work together, could make decisions quickly and keep an eye on each other's possible excesses. The 6-month term limit was also useful. 6 months was enough time to deal with the complicated business of running a small republic, like negotiating with nearby powers, managing shared resources, and settling major disagreements. But it was not long enough for anyone to start thinking of the job as a career instead of a civic duty. It also meant that everyone knew that today's leader would be tomorrow's neighbour. This makes people much more polite when they are in charge. But maybe the most creative thing about San Marino's government was how it handled law and justice. Instead of using a complicated legal code that came from above, they came up with a way to settle disputes that was based on common sense and local customs. Most disagreements were worked out through mediation, with the elders of the community helping neighbours come to agreements that everyone could live with. They set up a system of courts for more serious cases that focused more on fixing things than on punishing people. If someone damaged their neighbour's property, the goal was to fix the damage, not to get back at them. If someone broke the rules of the community, the usual response was to try to get them back in good standing instead of kicking them out for good. This method worked in part because San Marino was small enough that everyone's reputation mattered, and social pressure was more effective than formal punishment. But it also worked because the people in the community knew that in a place where everyone depended on everyone else to live, breaking up relationships was a luxury they couldn't afford. The way the Republic handled taxes was also very practical. Instead of a complicated system of taxes and fees, they mostly relied on people giving them goods and services. Everyone in the community pitched in to help build fortifications by doing work or bringing materials, depending on what they could do. Everyone pitched in to help pay for diplomatic trips or to host important guests, based on what they could afford. This system of government had to create something amazing. A political culture where leadership was seen as service instead of privilege, where decisions were made together instead of by one person, and where the health of the community was more important than individual goals. It wasn't perfect, no human system ever is, but it was very strong and surprisingly good at managing the difficult task of keeping a small mountain republic free for more than 17 centuries. It's funny how a community suddenly realizes it has become a country, like someone who starts collecting stamps as a hobby and then finds out they're running a philatelic empire. San Marino slowly came to this realization. One day, they were just a group of people living on a mountain, trying to keep their traditions and independence. The next day, they were a sovereign nation with diplomatic ties and everything. There wasn't a declaration of independence, a revolutionary war, or even a very dramatic ceremony to mark the change. Instead, it happened through a series of small acknowledgements, practical agreements, and the gradual building up of precedents that eventually led to something that looked like statehood. It was like becoming famous without realizing when you stopped being a private person. In 1631, Pope Urban VIII officially recognized San Marino's independence. This was the first sign that the small community had crossed an invisible line into becoming a real country. It wasn't that the Pope was being especially nice. It was more like a busy landlord officially saying that the tenants in the small apartment upstairs could take care of themselves, and probably didn't need to be directly supervised. But getting the Pope's approval was one thing. Living in a world where nation-states were getting stronger was something else entirely. During the 17th and 18th centuries, Europe saw the rise of territorial consolidation, where bigger powers took over smaller ones through war, marriage, or just to make things easier to run. San Marino's continued independence started to seem less like a strange thing from the Middle Ages, and more like a political miracle. They were able to stay alive because they were very good at what we might call strategic irrelevance. They were too small to be a threat, too poor to be worth conquering for economic reasons, and too well positioned to be completely ignored. They were in a good place in the complicated world of European politics, important enough to be a neutral meeting place, but not so important that they could be dangerous on their own. This was especially important during the time of Napoleon, when the French emperor was changing the map of Europe with the same excitement as someone who had just bought a house and was rearranging the furniture. Napoleon, strangely enough, not only left San Marino alone, but also offered to give them more land. The San Marinese, who had been able to stay alive for hundreds of years, politely said no. They knew that taking gifts from Napoleon could mean making promises they couldn't keep and getting attention they didn't want. The 19th century brought new problems as nationalism spread across Europe, and the Italian peninsula started its long journey toward unification. San Marino was in the strange position of being asked to join something that didn't really exist yet. A unified Italian nation that was still more of a dream than a reality. They answered in a way that was typical of them, practical. They generally supported Italian unification, gave political refugees from Austrian and papal authorities a place to stay, and even offered military help when they could do so without putting their own safety at risk. But they also made it clear that they would not give up their own independence in order to support Italian nationalism. This job needed a lot of diplomatic skill. San Marino needed to show that they were on the same page as their Italian neighbours, but they didn't want to look like a remnant of the old feudal system that the nationalists were trying to get rid of. They had to show the new Italian state that they were useful, but not so useful that it would be tempting to take them in. San Marino's main idea that helped them get through this time was understanding the difference between independence and sovereignty. They could negotiate, defend, and keep their sovereignty, the formal recognition of their right to exist as a separate political entity, through careful diplomacy. Independence, the ability to make their own decisions about their own lives, was something they had to show through good government and strong community ties. The charismatic leader of Italian unification, Giuseppe Garibaldi, knew this difference. After a failed campaign, he went to San Marino for safety. There, he was not welcomed as a conquering hero, but as a guest who had earned sanctuary through his dedication to freedom. The Republic's decision to protect him, even though the Austrian authorities were putting pressure on them, showed that their independence wasn't just a legal technicality, but a real commitment to the values that had kept them going for hundreds of years. By 1871, when Italy became a unified country, San Marino had changed from a medieval oddity into a real member of the community of nations. They had treaties with big countries, diplomatic representation in important cities, and most importantly, an international reputation that made it seem normal for them to stay independent. But the most interesting thing about San Marino's accidental nationhood is how little it changed the way they ran their government and lived in their communities. They stayed a republic of neighbours who just happened to live in the same country, not subjects of a state who just happened to live in the same place. The difference may seem small, but it changed how they saw their relationship with each other and the world around them. Imagine waking up every day in a place where your commute to work might take you past fortifications that are 1,000 years old, where your local grocery store is built on a foundation that is older than most European cathedrals, and where you might run into your head of state at the market. This was the daily life of people in San Marino, who somehow managed to live normal lives in one of the most accidentally amazing places on Earth. The mountain itself set the pace for daily life in the Republic. The eastern slopes of Monte Titano woke up early. The warm gold light painted the limestone walls of the old towers, and the light slowly spread across the terraced vineyards and olive groves that clung to the mountain's sides. The air in the morning smelled like wild herbs like rosemary, thyme and sage that grew in the rocky crevices. It also smelled like wood smoke from the chimneys of houses that looked like they were made of mountain stone. As it always has been in farming communities where daylight is precious and seasons don't wait for anyone, work started early. The vineyards needed constant care, pruning in the winter, training in the spring and harvesting in the fall. The thin mountain soil needed careful cultivation to grow anything more than food. But maybe because of these problems, San Marino's wines became known far beyond the tiny borders of the Republic. The olive groves were just as hard to work in. Their silver trees were rooted into terraces that previous generations had carved out of the mountainside with only their willpower and simple tools. Olive oil wasn't just something to cook with. It was also money, medicine, and the basis for trade with the valleys below. A good harvest could pay for diplomatic missions or infrastructure projects, but a bad one meant having to cut back and hope for a better year next year. But farming was only one part of the Republic's economy. Because of where it was on old trade routes, San Marino was a natural place for merchants to stop on their way between northern and southern Italy. The Republic's markets, which were held in the shadow of medieval towers, became known for their honesty. In a world where travelling merchants never knew if they would be cheated, robbed or both, San Marino offered something rare: reliable, fair dealing. This reputation for honesty in business wasn't just a fluke. In a community where everyone's actions had an impact on everyone else's wealth, keeping trust wasn't just the right thing to do. It was necessary for economic survival. If a merchant cheated visitors, their neighbours would shun them because they knew that their reputation as a group was their most valuable asset. Craft traditions that grew up in San Marino were based on both need and chance. Stonemasons had to learn how to work with the local limestone for both building and decorating. Woodworkers who lived on the lower slopes of the mountain had access to the forests, and learned how to make furniture and tools that could stand up to the mountain's extreme weather. At first, metalworkers only made weapons and tools for farming. Over time, they became artists whose work was sought after by collectors all over Italy. But the most unique thing about daily life in San Marino was how everyone was expected to be responsible for their own actions. In bigger countries, you have to deal with government. In San Marino, it was just as natural as taking care of your vineyard or your home. The Orengo meetings weren't official political events. They were community gatherings where neighbours talked about things that were important to them, and made decisions together about things like how to keep the roads in good shape and how to handle foreign affairs. The social calendar was made up of both religious holidays and civic festivals. This created a rhythm of celebration that made the community feel like they were all part of something bigger. The Feast of St. Marinus, which took place on September 3rd, was both a religious holiday and a national celebration. It included processions, traditional foods, and the kind of communal activities that reminded everyone why they chose to live on a mountain together. The food culture in San Marino is unique because it is based on mountain ingredients and Italian influences, but it is still very local. The food tasted like the mountain itself because it was made with wild game from the nearby forests, cheese from mountain goats, wine from terraced vineyards, and olive oil pressed from trees that grew in soil that was so rocky it seemed impossible. The Republic's approach to education showed that it knew that in a small country, everyone's work is important. Kids learned more than just reading, writing, and math. They also learned useful skills like farming, making things, and how to be a good citizen. They learned as they grew up that they were inheriting more than just property or a job. They were also inheriting the responsibility of keeping a unique way of life alive that had lasted for hundreds of years through the hard work of many people. San Marino's culture saw public service as a normal part of adult life, not as a special job. This is perhaps the most amazing thing about the country. Citizens were expected to serve on committees, help make decisions about public issues, and take turns in different government jobs. The captain's regent were not professional politicians. They were neighbours who had been chosen to run the community's business for 6 months before going back to their vineyards, workshops, or whatever else they did for a living. This blending of government into everyday life made a political culture that was both very stable and very dynamic. Changes occurred incrementally, facilitated by dialogue and consensus rather than through revolution or edict. However, they transpired as the community adjusted to emerging challenges while preserving its fundamental values and traditions. When you're not sure you wanted international recognition in the first place, it can be a little awkward. San Marino went through this in the 1800s and 1900s as the world slowly realised that this tiny mountain republic was more than just a charming medieval curiosity. It was a real sovereign nation with all the rights and duties that come with being a state. Getting formal diplomatic recognition was like being asked to join a club you didn't know you wanted to join, only to find out that being a member came with a lot of rules you hadn't thought of before. All of a sudden, San Marino was expected to have opinions on global issues, follow formal diplomatic procedures, and have the kind of bureaucratic system that bigger countries take for granted. World War I was the first big test of their new international status. Most of Europe was too busy tearing itself apart over issues of nationalism, imperialism, and royal family feuds that had gotten way out of hand. San Marino, showing the diplomatic skill that had kept them free for hundreds of years, declared neutrality and spent the war years helping refugees, while carefully avoiding any actions that could be seen as taking sides. This neutrality didn't mean staying out of world affairs, it meant doing active peacekeeping work that took a lot of skill and resources. The Republic became a safe place for people fleeing the violence, a place where people from both sides could talk to each other, and a sign that not every disagreement had to be settled with guns. It was hard work that used up a lot of their resources, but it also made San Marino known as a real neutral power, instead of just a country that was too small to matter. During the interwar years, fascist movements spread across Europe, and the old way of doing diplomacy fell apart into ideological conflict. San Marino was in a strange situation because it was surrounded by Mussolini's Italy, while trying to keep democratic institutions that their powerful neighbour saw as outdated. The Republic's response was a lesson in how to stay alive by being flexible in diplomacy. They got along well with the fascist government, while quietly keeping up their usual democratic practices. They didn't say anything that would make things worse, and they continued to shelter political refugees. Overall, they acted like good neighbours who just had different ideas about how to run their own affairs. This balancing act needed to be adjusted all the time and sometimes needed to be given up. San Marino couldn't openly oppose fascism without risking being taken over, but they couldn't support it without going against the democratic values that made them who they are. The answer was what we might call principled pragmatism, keeping their core values while changing how they acted in order to stay alive in a world that was becoming more hostile. The tensions reached a breaking point during World War II. Even though San Marino was officially neutral, its location made it impossible to be truly neutral. Allied planes flew over their land and German troops were nearby. The Republic clearly sided with the democratic powers, even if they couldn't say so out loud. The most dramatic event happened in 1944, when German troops briefly took over San Marino. They said it was to keep the Allies from using their territory, but it was really to show what could happen if the Republic's neutrality became a problem. The occupation only lasted a few weeks, but it reminded everyone that independence, no matter how legally solid, depended on the goodwill of bigger powers. After the war, San Marino became independent, and its wartime record made it even stronger. The Republic had been able to keep both Allied and Axis refugees safe, avoid major damage, and show that small countries could stay strong even when things got really bad. Their reputation for principled neutrality became one of their most useful diplomatic tools. But being recognised came with new duties that sometimes clashed with the old ways of doing things. International law expected San Marino to have up-to-date legal codes, standardised administrative procedures, and the kind of institutional infrastructure that could work with other modern countries. This meant slowly changing informal community practices into formal government systems. This process kept the substance of traditional governance while changing its form to fit modern needs. Tourism growth brought both chances and problems. San Marino is the world's oldest republic, and its beautiful mountains and well-preserved medieval buildings make it a great place for travellers who want something different from the usual European tourist experience. Tourism brought in money and made the republic known around the world, but it also threatened to turn it from a real community into a kind of historical theme park. To keep this balance, they needed the same kind of wisdom that had helped San Marino stay in power for hundreds of years. They needed to be able to welcome visitors without being overwhelmed by them, to show off their history without being stuck in it, and to stay true to who they were while taking advantage of the economic opportunities that tourism brought. The San Marinese solution was to welcome tourists while making it clear which parts of their society were open to business and which were still private community matters. People could visit the old fortifications, buy local crafts and taste the wine, but the Orengo meetings were still only for citizens, and self-government went on mostly the same way it always had. Take a seat and think about this amazing fact. In an age when huge corporations span continents and global powers measure their power in billions of people, San Marino has not only survived but thrived as a country with only 34,000 people living there and governing themselves on a mountain that you could walk across in an afternoon. It's like finding out that a community still runs by town hall meetings and everyone really goes, even though we live in an age of smartphones and space travel. The story of how San Marino went from being a medieval mountain village to a modern European nation-state is one of adaptation without abandonment. The country kept the basic principles of traditional government, while also adopting the technologies and institutions needed for a modern state. It's like fixing up a house that is hundreds of years old by adding modern plumbing and electricity, while keeping the stone walls and wooden beams that give it character. The Republic had to come up with some creative ways to solve problems that bigger countries don't have to deal with when they join the modern international system. How do you keep diplomatic ties with dozens of countries when your whole country could fit in a medium-sized sports stadium? How do you build a modern economy when your whole country could fit on a big college campus? During peak season, when tourists outnumber residents by a wide margin, how do you keep real traditions alive? San Marino's way of dealing with these problems showed the same practical wisdom that had helped them stay alive for 17 centuries. Instead of trying to compete in every area of national activity, they focused on doing a few things really well. San Marino, like a small restaurant that becomes famous by perfecting a small menu, figured out what made them better than their competitors and built modern institutions around those things. Their diplomatic strategy took advantage of the fact that they were an ancient republic with a long history of staying neutral and running a democracy. San Marino could be truly neutral because it has never been powerful enough to make enemies, while larger countries may have trouble letting go of old grudges and imperial baggage. They became experts in international mediation and peaceful diplomacy, which were becoming more and more important in a world that was getting more complicated. The Republic's way of growing the economy was also smart. Instead of trying to compete with Italy's industrial centres or relying on one industry, they branched out into areas where their small size was an advantage asset rather than a hindrance. San Marino's reputation for being private and stable helped its banking and financial services. Tourism took advantage of their unique history and beautiful natural setting. Visitors looking for real alternatives to mass-produced goods helped traditional crafts find new markets. But the most impressive thing about San Marino is that they were able to modernise their government systems without giving up their basic commitment to participatory democracy. The Orengo still meets, but now people who can't go in person can watch the meetings online. The dual-captain regency is still going on, but now the captains deal with both local and global issues, as well as working with international organisations and the media. The community-based way of solving problems is still around, but now the problems include things like adapting to climate change and protecting against cyber attacks. The growth of information technology gave a country whose whole government was based on personal relationships and face-to-face interaction both chances and problems. How do you keep your community together when social media connects your people to global networks that are much bigger than their own? How do you keep real civic participation alive when it's easier to engage with people online than to go to meetings in person? San Marino's answer was typical of how they think. They saw technology as a way to improve, not replace, traditional ways of doing things in their communities. Online platforms gave people new ways to get information and join discussions, but people still had to be there in person for important meetings. Digital communication added to, but didn't replace, the personal relationships that were still the basis of their political culture. The educational system of the Republic changed over time to get people ready to be active members of both their own community and the world as a whole. Students learned about the history and customs that linked them to 17 centuries of self-rule. They also learned how to do well in a modern economy and take part in international discussions about a wide range of topics, from protecting the environment to digital rights. This dual focus led to a generation of San Marinese citizens who were both deeply connected to their local customs and open-minded about the world. They knew that their republic's independence depended not on being cut off from global trends, but on being selective about which ones to engage with and which ones to change. It was hard to keep real culture alive in a time of global media and mass tourism, so people had to be on the lookout all the time and come up with new ideas. San Marino created what we might call cultural curation. They carefully chose which parts of their society were open to outsiders, while keeping the most important parts of their culture safe for the people who lived there. For instance, the yearly celebration of St. Marinus stayed a real community festival where people reconnected with each other and their shared history. At the same time, some parts of the celebration were open to visitors who wanted to see real tradition instead of a fake show. It was like keeping up a family dinner tradition that sometimes includes thoughtful guests, but still keeps the closeness that makes it special for family members. Because San Marino was a member of international organizations, they had to learn things that their medieval ancestors could never have imagined. They needed to take a stand on climate change, which is surprisingly complicated for a mountain republic, digital privacy rights, which are important for their banking sector, and international trade agreements, which are very important for their economy, which relies on tourism. But they dealt with these world problems using the same community-based decision-making processes that had worked for them for hundreds of years. The way the Republic dealt with the European Union was a great example of how they handle problems in the modern world. San Marino didn't want to join the EU, but they made cooperation agreements that let them benefit from European integration while still being independent. They used the euro as their money, took part in European programs that helped their people, and made sure that their rules were in line with European standards when it made sense to do so. They did all of this while still being able to make their own choices about their own future. This selective integration showed that they had a deep understanding of how small countries can do well in a globalized world. San Marino didn't see globalization as a threat to their independence. Instead, they saw it as a chance to use their unique traits for the good of everyone. Because they were smaller, they could be more flexible and responsive than bigger countries. Their stability and democratic traditions made them good partners for international cooperation. As you get ready for bed, think about what San Marino's strange story can teach us about the good and bad things that can happen when people live together in today's complicated world. This is a place that almost accidentally became a nation, survived by being able to change rather than being strong, and thrived by knowing that the best way to protect what matters most is to be open to change in all other areas. The Republic's journey from a hermit's refuge to a modern nation-state over the course of 17 centuries teaches us things that go far beyond its small borders. San Marino shows that real participatory democracy is not only possible but also sustainable when it is based on community responsibility rather than just individual rights. This is important in a time when many people feel disconnected from the political systems that govern them. Their way of running things shows that size and complexity aren't always necessary for effectiveness. San Marino, on the other hand, makes decisions as a group using processes that value consensus building over winner-take-all competition. This is in contrast to larger countries, which have problems with bureaucratic inefficiency and political polarization. It's a reminder that talking about problems is often better than fighting over them. The diplomatic history of the Republic is a great example of how to use soft power and position yourself strategically. San Marino showed that power doesn't come from having a strong military or a strong economy. It comes from having a good reputation, being reliable, and being able to offer something useful to others. Their neutrality wasn't just a way to stay out of world events. It was an active choice based on principles that people from all political backgrounds respected. San Marino's story shows how important it is for communities to stick together to protect their independence and identity. Larger societies often have problems with social fragmentation and a lack of civic engagement. The Republic, on the other hand, kept strong community ties by making sure that every citizen had both opportunities and responsibilities to help the common good. The economic lessons from San Marino are just as important. Instead of trying to compete in areas where their size was a disadvantage, they worked on building competitive advantages based on what made them unique. They became specialists instead of generalists, using their reputation and position instead of trying to match their neighbours' industrial capacity. Their way of preserving culture in the face of modernisation gives hope to communities all over the world that are trying to keep real traditions alive while also adapting to modern life. San Marino showed that it's possible to welcome outside influences while keeping your own identity, to join global networks while keeping your local community, and to embrace positive changes while protecting your core values. The way that generations of San Marinese have taken care of the environment is an early example of sustainable development. By carefully managing their limited resources, water, soil, forest and stone, they were able to live in a way that could last forever without damaging the natural systems that supported it. The terraced vineyards and olive groves that still dot the landscape are a type of partnership between human activity and natural processes that modern environmentalists are trying to bring back. But maybe the most important thing we can learn from San Marino's accidental nationhood is what political legitimacy really means. The Republic survived not because it was forced on people or kept alive by force, but because its citizens still saw value in their shared goal of self-governance. Their loyalty wasn't based on ethnic nationalism or ideological commitment. It was based on how well the system worked for the people who lived under it. This means that political systems that last must be earned all the time, not just passed down. The government of San Marino was still legitimate because it continued to serve its people well, adapted to new situations while keeping important values, and kept the trust needed for generations of people to work together. The story of the Republic also shows how personal freedom and group responsibility are connected. San Marinese citizens had a lot of freedom because they also took on responsibilities to their community. They were able to be free because they understood interdependence, which means that personal freedom grows when people help each other and are committed to each other. San Marino's model is becoming more and more important as we face global problems that need both local adaptation and international cooperation. They showed that it's possible to keep a strong sense of local identity while working well with bigger systems, to keep traditional values while accepting new ideas that are good for you, and to be responsible with your sovereignty in a world that is connected. The Republic's way of resolving conflicts, which focuses on mediation instead of punishment, restoration instead of revenge, and community healing instead of individual satisfaction, is different from the adversarial ways that most big political systems use. Their ability to keep social cohesion through centuries of change shows that communities can become more resilient by putting the needs of the group above those of the individual. The story of San Marino shows us that countries can choose their own character, just like people can. They could have turned into a tourist trap that traded authenticity for money, a tax haven that put profit ahead of principles, or a museum piece that kept traditions alive while losing touch with modern times. Instead, they decided to stay a living community that honours its past while looking forward to its future. They became an accidental nation that accidentally learned something important about how people can work together. As you fall asleep, picture yourself standing on the old walls of San Marino's Guaitar fortress and looking out over the lights of the Italian countryside below, which look like a constellation that has fallen to earth. The wind brings the smell of wild herbs and the sound of church bells ringing in the distance. The same stars that led St. Marinus to this mountain 17 centuries ago are still moving across the sky. From this point of view, you can see the whole history of humanity. You can see the Roman roads that still connect cities that are far apart, the medieval towns that grew up around market squares and cathedral spires, and the modern highways that take people between ancient places at speeds that would have seemed magical to people in the past. But this little republic on its unlikely mountain has somehow stayed the same through all these changes, like the limestone under your feet that has changed and stayed the same. The story of San Marino is ultimately about how people can still make a difference in a world where institutions often seem too big to understand or change. It's about the chance to have real community in a world full of fake connections, the strength of principled pragmatism in a time of ideological extremism, and the long-lasting nature of systems built on mutual respect and shared responsibility. But maybe the most important thing is the accidental wisdom that comes from paying attention to what works, instead of what theory says should work. San Marino became a successful country not by following a big plan, but by making good choices one at a time, not by trying to get power, but by being responsible, and not by trying to get attention, but by earning respect. Their unintentional success gives hope to all the other unintentional communities, neighbourhoods, groups, families and friendships that make up our daily lives. Like San Marino, these smaller human systems often work best when they focus on working together in a practical way, rather than on abstract ideals, when they value flexibility over rigidity, and when they remember that the goal isn't to become something impressive but to stay true to themselves. As sleep approaches, the lights below start to blur, but the lesson is still clear. Even though the world can seem too big and complicated to navigate, there is still room for small communities where everyone's voice matters, where neighbours know each other's names, and where the business of living together is done with the kind of practical wisdom that turns survival into thriving. San Marino became a country by mistake because it wouldn't stop being a community. We can make something lasting, real, and worth keeping for the generations that will have to deal with the results of our choices in the communities we accidentally create by choosing where to spend our time, energy, and care. Sleep well, knowing that the lights are still on in the world's smallest republic, which is on a mountain in Italy. Tomorrow's captain regents might be tonight's vineyard workers. Ancient stones protect modern dreams, and the accidental nation is still on its unlikely journey into a future that is uncertain, but hopeful. The Republic of San Marino is still around, not because it was meant to be great, but because for 17 centuries, ordinary people made extraordinary choices to protect something valuable, change something useful, and make something beautiful out of the simple things that people could work together on, like mountain stone. We all have the chance to build something worth keeping in our own small ways and in the communities we choose. This can happen by accident, but it can also happen with purpose, care, and the kind of practical wisdom that turns good neighbours into lasting nations. Born on March the 16th, 1751, at Belle Grove, his maternal grandparents' estate in the Virginia colony, his parents, James Madison Sr. and Nellie Conway Madison, soon settled the family on a plantation called Mount Pleasant, later renamed Montpelier in Orange County. From a young age, the boy showed an aptitude for quiet observation. While many in the region prized physical feats of hunting or riding, young Madison was introspective, devouring books whenever possible. The plantation environment shaped Madison's outlook. His family used enslaved labour, as did most large Virginia estates, embedding him early in the complexities of an agrarian system reliant on bondage. Madison's father was a leading figure in local affairs, passing on a sense that civic duty was integral to a landowner's life. But overshadowing these local routines was the broader tension between the colonies and Britain. By the time Madison reached adolescence, the fervour for rights and representation had begun simmering throughout the 13 colonies. His formal education commenced locally, though for advanced training, his father sent him to the boarding school of Donald Robertson, known for rigorous classical curricula. There, Madison honed his Latin and Greek. He later studied under a private tutor who introduced him to Enlightenment writings, fueling a deep fascination with political philosophy. This intellectual grounding set him apart from many peers who aimed for more practical pursuits. In 1769, he entered the College of New Jersey, later Princeton University, drawn by its reputation for scholarly seriousness. At Princeton, Madison crammed a 4-year course into 2, exhausting himself in the process. He delved into moral philosophy, logic, mathematics, and theology. Under the influence of the college's president, John Witherspoon, a staunch advocate of Republican ideals, Madison absorbed radical notions about citizen virtue and structured government. After graduating in 1771, Madison continued to study Hebrew and political theory independently, developing a habit of solitary reading. Physically, he was often frail, plagued by periodic seizures or severe headaches. This delicate health contributed to a bourgeois, introspective demeanour, contrasting with the more robust images of early American patriots like George Washington. Returning to Virginia in 1772, Madison found the colony edging toward confrontation with Britain. The Boston Tea Party had inflamed tensions, and Parliament's retaliatory measures sparked colonial outrage. Though shy in large gatherings, Madison aligned with those who believed the colonies deserved self-governance. At local committees in Orange County, he offered calm but pointed arguments on imperial overreach. This local activism grew into a seat in the Virginia Convention of 1776, where leading lights of revolution assembled. At the convention, delegates hammered out Virginia's first constitution and a Declaration of Rights. Madison found himself overshadowed by older luminaries like George Mason and Patrick Henry, but his pen soon proved influential. He successfully campaigned for a slight revision to Mason's draft, ensuring broader language about religious liberty. This incident was a telling moment. The young legislator, though reserved, was ready to push for expanded freedoms. His pursuit of robust conscience rights would become a defining thread through his political life. As war began, Madison did not serve directly as a soldier. His health was fragile, and he lacked the physical vigour for extended campaigns. Instead, he contributed behind the scenes, working on local committees that coordinated supply lines and militia organisation. He believed that a stable home front, bound by sinister sound governance, was essential to support the Continental Army's efforts. Throughout the Revolutionary War, he remained primarily in Virginia, developing legislative expertise. In 1777, Madison's political fortune stumbled briefly when he lost a bid for re-election to the Virginia House of Delegates. Why? Some say constituents wanted a representative who would supply them with free liquor at gatherings, a common practice then. Madison, on principle, refused. Yet he soon rebounded, securing an appointment to the Governor's Council of State, where he advised on wartime decisions. This role provided him with a broader view of the Confederation's precarious unity, fueling concerns that the states lacked cohesion. Thus, by the war's midpoint, James Madison was forging a reputation not as a battlefield hero, but as a methodical intellect, devoutly committed to Republican ideals. His quiet style and scholarship contrasted with the fiery oratory of more visible patriots. Yet among those who worked closely with him, he was recognized as a serious thinker. The tapestry of conflict and emergent governance gave him a laboratory to test his ideas. He already suspected that a mere alliance of states would be insufficient for post-war stability. The impetus for a stronger union simmered in his mind, setting the stage for his future role as father of the Constitution. By 1779, Madison's involvement in the revolutionary cause led him to Philadelphia, where the Continental Congress convened. Despite his youth, still under 30, he plunged into the Congress's labyrinth of debates. The delegates were grappling with financing a protracted war, forging alliances abroad, and keeping the shaky Confederation intact. Madison quickly grew disenchanted with how the Articles of Confederation withheld key powers from the central government, no authority to tax or regulate commerce. States squabbled, like Francis Dana or Robert Morris jostled for influence, and the fledgling nation struggled to maintain a cohesive front. In the corridors of Congress, Madison quietly excelled as a legislative craftsman. He compiled reams of notes, summarizing arguments and tracking which delegates aligned with each stance. He recognized that persuading allies demanded carefully framed logic, not bombast. This skill in bridging positions would become a hallmark of his approach to government making. Meanwhile, as the Revolutionary War inched toward an uncertain end, he advocated vigorously for stable funding for the Continental Army. The near mutiny of unpaid troops underscored the systemic weaknesses. He concluded that without a robust federal structure, the new states risked fracturing into petty fiefdoms. After the war ended in 1783, with the Treaty of Paris securing independence, the deeper test began: how to organize a functioning union. Madison returned to Virginia's politics, helping shape the state's statutes, but he never lost sight of the broader question about forging a stronger national framework. During this period, he grew close to Thomas Jefferson, then serving as minister to France. Their correspondence soared with intellectual synergy, exchanging ideas on liberty, religion, agrarian ideals, and architecture. Jefferson's radical theories about the tyranny of old Europe combined with Madison's more measured instincts. The pair formed a dynamic partnership, crucial to the next stage of constitutional debate. In 1786, a meeting in Annapolis aimed to address commerce disputes among states. Madison championed the notion that commercial harmony demanded unified regulations. Attendance was sparse, but the delegates present, including Alexander Hamilton, recommended a grander convention for a thorough revision of the Articles. The seeds for the 1787 Constitutional Convention were sown. Madison, with unwavering conviction, busied himself in a flurry of pre-convention research. He studied ancient confederacies, Greece, the Holy Roman Empire, Swiss cantons, composing a Notes on Ancient and Modern Confederations. This comparative study guided him to see how partial alliances often collapsed under disunity. When the Philadelphia Convention commenced in May 1787, Madison arrived armed with a plan. He had penned the Virginia Plan, advocating a strong central government with a bicameral legislature, an executive, and a judiciary. The plan, introduced by Edmund Randolph, formed the blueprint for the delegates' debates. Madison's systematic approach, he anticipated objections and had reasoned counters, made him an intellectual pivot. Yet compromises were inevitable. The smaller states objected, pushing for equal representation in at least one legislative chamber. The final solution, the Great Compromise, gave each state equal Senate representation and population-based House representation. Madison found that compromise unsatisfying but recognised it as essential for unity. Another point of contention was slavery. Madison personally disdained the moral contradiction, but recognised the deep rifts it created. He opposed a federal ban on the slave trade at that juncture, acknowledging that southern states might bolt if threatened. The convention's final text, in effect, postponed the question. This stance would later stir conflicting feelings in Madison. He wanted a rationally consistent republic, but saw the necessity of short-term concessions to secure overall support. Meanwhile, the 3/5 compromise about counting enslaved people for representation was hammered out, a deeply fraught measure that would sow seeds of future national crises. In September 1787, after months of debate, Madison signed the Constitution. Despite its imperfections, Madison saw the Constitution as a significant improvement over the weak articles. Yet forging the document was one step, persuading states to ratify it was another. Madison teamed with Hamilton and John Jay to write the Federalist Papers, published under the pseudonym Publius. In these essays, Madison's most well-known contributions, Federalist No. 10 and No. 51, focused on managing factions and instituting mechanisms of check and balance. He argued that an extensive republic would guard against tyranny by ensuring no single faction dominated. This line of reasoning swayed skeptics, demonstrating that a new national government could combine stability with personal liberties. Ratification success came in 1788. Madison's clarity of thought had played a major role in securing enough states' approval. Yet critics demanded enumerated safeguards for individual rights. Aware of anti-federalist fears, Madison publicly pledged to add a Bill of Rights once the new government convened. His reputation soared as a champion of reasoned persuasion. By 1789, the Constitution took effect, and Madison found himself elected to the new House of Representatives, primed to finalise the protective measures he had promised. Having largely established the Republic's structural blueprint, Madison's next task was to safeguard the liberties that the revolutionary generation had sacrificed so much for. In the first Congress under President George Washington, James Madison took centre stage, drafting amendments to the Constitution, fulfilling his Bill of Rights promise. Many anti-federalists had demanded explicit safeguards for speech, religion, assembly, and due process. Madison sifted through over 200 suggestions from state-ratifying conventions. His approach balanced enumerating fundamental liberties while ensuring the new government's integrity remained intact. By late 1791, the first 10 amendments were ratified, codifying freedoms crucial to the national ethos. This moment cemented Madison's reputation as a principal architect of American liberty, though debates continued about the precise scope of these rights. Even as he championed the Bill of Rights, Madison found himself in friction with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. Hamilton's financial program, the federal assumption of state debts, a national bank, and protective tariffs clashed with Madison's preference for decentralized fiscal power. At the onset, Madison and Hamilton had been allies in ratifying the Constitution, but once the new system functioned, ideological rifts arose over how strong the central government should be in shaping economic life. Madison believed Hamilton's approach skewed too far toward commerce elites, risking a quasi-aristocracy. Their congressional debates presented two emerging visions for America, laying the groundwork for the initial party split. This political cleavage deepened with foreign affairs. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, initially hailed by many Americans, including Madison, as a sister movement echoing the spirit of '76. But as France slipped into revolutionary bloodshed, Hamiltonians urged caution. They believed forging close ties with Britain, a stable trading partner, was paramount. Jefferson and Madison favoured supporting the French Republic diplomatically. This tension culminated in the formation of two factions, the Federalists, led by Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans, spearheaded by Jefferson and Madison. The press took sides, with scathing editorials labelling Federalists as pro-monarchy stooges or Republicans as French stooges. By the mid-1790s, Madison's oratory sharpened. He and Jefferson co-authored the Virginia and Kentucky Resolutions, 1798 to 1799, condemning the Federalist-controlled Congress's Alien and Sedition Acts. Those acts clamped down on immigrants and criminalised criticisms of government. The resolutions advanced a novel concept. States could nullify unconstitutional federal laws, although this stance rattled the notion of federal supremacy. It resonated with many who saw the Sedition Act as a gross overreach. The matter never reached a direct constitutional crisis, but it planted the seeds of the states' rights argument that would reappear in later controversy. During this period, Madison's personal life also evolved. In 1794, he married Dolly Payne Todd, a vivacious widow known for her social acumen. She brought a warmth and flair to Madison's somewhat reserved persona, soon becoming a key figure in Washington's political society. Hosting gatherings, she bridged partisan divides with charm, turning the Madison Circle into an informal centre for building alliances. The couple never had children of their own, but Dolly's son from her first marriage lived with them, weaving a family dynamic that anchored Madison amid the swirling political storms. As the turn of the century arrived, Federalist dominance waned. John Adams's presidency faced backlash over the Alien and Sedition Acts, an unpopular conflict with France. In the election of 1800, the Democratic Republicans triumphed, propelling Thomas Jefferson to the presidency. Madison became Jefferson's Secretary of State, a role in which he oversaw foreign policy during a delicate juncture. Tensions with Britain and France remained high as those powers waged war. The US strove to trade with both, though each tried to block the other's commerce, seizing American ships. Madison counseled Jefferson through embargoes and trade restrictions, culminating in the widely hated Embargo Act of 1807 that backfired economically at home. During these years, Madison handled numerous negotiations. The Louisiana Purchase in 1803, though spearheaded by Jefferson, also reflected Madison's behind-the-scenes diplomacy. He recognized the chance to secure the Mississippi River for American commerce, though some critics hammered them for pushing constitutional bounds. Meanwhile, the embargo fiasco underlined the difficulties of peaceful coercion. As Secretary of State, Madison tried to find subtler ways to defend neutral shipping rights, but British impressment of American sailors persisted. The seeds of war were sown. By the end of Jefferson's second term, the presidency awaited a new occupant. The Democratic-Republican caucus selected Madison as their candidate, a natural next step given his long-standing role as Jefferson's confidant. Despite some factional grumblings, Madison prevailed over Federalist rival Charles C. Pinckney in 1808. He assumed the presidency in 1809 at age 57. The once shy scholar of Montpellier now stood at the apex of national authority, though overshadowed by an approaching storm of British hostility and domestic divisions. In the next phase of his life, Madison would wrestle with the War of 1812, forging a path that tested his convictions on constitutional principles and national identity like never before. James Madison became president in March 1809, inheriting a precarious foreign policy environment. Britain's naval supremacy threatened American trade, impressing US sailors into the Royal Navy. Meanwhile, Napoleon's France, locked in a continental struggle, also disregarded American neutrality. Attempting to safeguard shipping and avoid all-out conflict, Madison supported laws like the Non-Intercourse Act, lifting the total embargo but still barring trade with warring powers unless they ceased harassment. Neither Britain nor France complied meaningfully, leaving the US battered economically and diplomatically. In domestic politics, Federalists predicted chaos under Madison. Yet his calm temperament appealed to many. He recognised the need for a more muscular approach to British provocations if diplomatic efforts failed. By 1811, a new generation of so-called war hawks in Congress, led by figures like Henry Clay and John C. Calhoun, clamoured for war against Britain, pointing to impressment and alleged British incitement of Native American attacks on the frontier. Madison, though not a natural warmonger, found himself swayed by the broad public outcry. The final catalyst was the rising confrontation in the Old Northwest. Native leader Tecumseh sought a confederation to resist American expansion, while British arms found their way into indigenous hands. When violence flared, pro-war sentiment soared. Madison requested a declaration of war in June 1812, marking the first time the young republic formally declared war on another nation. The War of 1812 began with illusions that a quick conquest of Canada might coerce Britain into concessions. However, the US military was ill-prepared. The army was small, leadership was inconsistent, and the navy, though spirited, was dwarfed by the Royal Navy's might. Early campaigns were embarrassing. Attempts to invade Canada floundered, territory was lost, culminating in the capture of Detroit. Federalists, especially in New England, lambasted the war, calling it Mr. Madison's War. Some states withheld militia from federal service. Meanwhile, on the high seas, a handful of US frigates scored moral victories against British ships, fueling national pride. But overall, the conflict ground on, draining treasury funds. The British blockade strangled American ports, decimating trade. By 1814, with Napoleon's defeat in Europe, Britain refocused on the American front, launching major offensives. That year saw the British burn Washington, D.C., in retaliation for American assaults in Canada. Madison famously fled the White House with Dolly, saving key documents and the iconic portrait of George Washington. The Capitol's sacking was humiliating, but the refusal of local militias to stand firm was equally sobering. Many deemed it a low point in the deal, yet subsequent events provided redemption. The British turned to capture Baltimore, but American defenders repulsed them, inspiring Francis Scott Key's Star-Spangled Banner lines. Meanwhile, in the West, US forces began pushing back. By late 1814, both sides were weary. Negotiations in Ghent, Belgium, led to a peace treaty signed on Christmas Eve 1814, restoring pre-war boundaries without addressing impressment. Still, news travelled slowly, so the Battle of New Orleans occurred in January 1815, where General Andrew Jackson's forces inflicted a stunning defeat on the British. The subsequent euphoria overshadowed the fact the battle took place after the treaty, making the final memory one of triumphant victory. This outcome salvaged national pride, effectively rebranding the war as a Second War of Independence. In practical terms, the War of 1812 ended with no major territorial gains, but it catalysed a wave of nationalism. The Federalist Party, which had opposed the war, never recovered from accusations of disloyalty spurred by the Hartford Convention, where some New England delegates discussed secession or radical constitutional changes. Thus, Madison left the presidency in 1817, presiding over a newly re-energised sense of national unity, though behind the scenes, sectional rivalries still brewed. He was also known as the last of the Virginia dynasty, after serving 2 terms, succeeded by James Monroe. Reflecting on the conflict, Madison admitted the war's impetus was as much about national honour as about maritime rights. He believed the fiascos early on revealed the necessity for better national defence, a well-organised financial system, and a sense that the states must unify behind federal decisions in crises. While the war was no triumphant conquest, the ephemeral surge in patriotism gave him a measure of vindication. With the crisis concluded, he and Dolly prepared to retire to Montpelier. The swirling fervour, from burning capitals to celebratory parades, receded as normal life resumed. By 1817, Madison was physically exhausted but proud that the Republic endured. He recognised new challenges loomed: territorial expansion, the spread of cotton-based slavery, and the rancour of sectional politics. Yet for the moment, the illusions of a robust union overshadowed deep divisions. The era of good feelings dawned under Monroe, and Madison could claim that, for better or worse, he had guided the Republic through the fiery test of war. His next years, spent in relative quiet, offered a vantage from which he would continue shaping American political thought through his letters and involvement in key national debates. When James Madison retired to Montpelier in 1817, he might have expected a peaceful retirement. He was 65, had steered the nation through war, and left office with the Democratic-Republican Party dominant. However, he continued to participate in public life, albeit in a more indirect manner. His Montpelier estate, sprawling over farmland, still operated with enslaved labour. Madison, grappling with moral qualms about slavery, never freed the majority of them in his lifetime, believing emancipation should occur gradually with legislative safeguards. This stance, halfway between condemnation and acceptance, revealed deep contradictions that overshadowed his otherwise lofty philosophy. Madison continued corresponding with Thomas Jefferson, exchanging ideas about education, agriculture, and the shaping of the University of Virginia. He served on the institution's board of visitors, helping refine curricula and administrative policies. The concept of higher education that nurtured civic virtues and scientific inquiry resonated with him. He envisioned an entire generation of statesmen shaped by classical knowledge, yet pragmatic in governance. The campus took shape near Monticello, linking the two men's legacies in the region. Political tensions continued to simmer. The Missouri Crisis of 1819 to 1820 erupted over slavery's expansion west. Many looked to Madison, the father of the Constitution, for guidance. Privately, he lamented the intensifying sectional lines, but believed that compromise was essential to preserve the Union. He supported the Missouri Compromise's approach, admitting Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state, drawing a latitudinal line for future territories. It was merely a temporary solution to an escalating problem. Madison recognized that ignoring the fundamental moral tension might be catastrophic, but he saw no immediate path to comprehensive resolution. As with many founders, he bet on incremental solutions. Another cause that animated his retirement was the notion of amending the Constitution to refine aspects of governance. He favoured clarifying congressional powers or adjusting the structure of representation, but these suggestions never gained broad traction, as the nation was forging a new identity under the surge of Jacksonian democracy. While Madison respected popular sovereignty, he also feared demagoguery if checks and balances weakened. He wrote lengthy letters, cautioning that unbridled majority rule could trample minority rights, one reason he had championed an extended republic initially. During these years, Dolly's popularity soared as a revered figure from Washington society. Even in retirement, the couple hosted statesmen, foreign visitors, and old comrades. Montpelier became a hub for travellers craving the perspective of an ageing statesman who had shaped the Constitution. Some found him subdued, more an academic presence than a flamboyant figure. Others noted his courtesy, especially toward young people with intellectual curiosity. He remained open to debate, seldom raising his voice yet always weaving references to classical sources or past legislative battles. Financial strains, however, plagued him. Like many plantation owners reliant on slave-based agriculture, he faced fluctuating crop prices, mounting debts, and the economic churn of a rapidly industrializing nation. He sold or mortgaged land to stay solvent. The contradiction between championing a stable republic and personally grappling with economic uncertainties mirrored the era's transformation. Moreover, the daily operations of the plantation bound him to the moral weight of enslaving over 100 individuals, forging a tension unspoken yet inescapable. Madison's health waned gradually. He endured rheumatism and digestive ailments. Still, he maintained a disciplined reading schedule, scanning newspapers for signs of national friction. He weighed in on the debates about nullification in the 1830s, when South Carolina threatened to ignore federal tariffs. Alarmed, he wrote clarifications, insisting that states lacked unilateral authority to void federal laws. This stance was ironic, given that decades earlier he had co-authored the Virginia Resolutions. Now, he tried to differentiate between legitimate protest and outright defiance. The escalation toward potential disunion troubled him deeply. By the early 1830s, Jefferson was long dead. Madison, the last major architect of the Constitution among the founding generation, watched Andrew Jackson's presidency roil the political realm. Democracy's complexion had altered, property qualifications fell, new Western states joined, and party machines mobilized popular support. He'd occasionally worried that raw majoritarian impulses overshadowed the balanced, reasoned approach he had championed. However, it was impossible to reverse the trend. He acknowledged that every generation would interpret the Constitution differently. As the end loomed in 1836, Madison's mind remained sharp, though physically he was frail. He passed away on June 28, 1836, at Montpelier, aged 85, the last living signer of the Constitution. The event marked the end of an era. He left behind reams of letters and essays and an indelible role as the methodical framer. The republic he helped birth had changed drastically, propelled by populist energies he only partly embraced. Still, for all the turmoil, it had survived half a century, guided by the structure he had so carefully shaped. His final rest concluded a life-bridging revolutionary fervour and the complexities of a young but expanding nation. After James Madison's death, public memory swiftly lionized him as the father of the Constitution. Yet the immediate 19th century saw only sporadic references to his intellectual achievements. The spotlight often went to Washington's military leadership or Jefferson's flair. In Virginia, admirers recognized him as a thoughtful statesman overshadowed by flamboyant peers. Outside the region, his image was comparatively muted. The Civil War overshadowed the mid-19th century, forcing issues of union versus states' rights to the forefront. Madison's nuanced approach to balancing federal and state powers gained fresh scrutiny during that conflict, with both sides citing elements of his writings to bolster their arguments. It wasn't until the late 19th and early 20th centuries that scholarly circles re-evaluated Madison in detail. His diaries, once overshadowed, revealed the behind-the-scenes deliberations at the Constitutional Convention. Historians recognized the scope of his systematic planning. His notes of debates became a primary resource for understanding the founders' intentions. Legal scholars discovered how integral his Federalist essays were to forming the framework of American jurisprudence. He emerged from the shadows of Jefferson and Hamilton, recognized as an indispensable pivot in forging a stable constitution. This re-evaluation also reanimated critiques of his moral contradictions, especially regarding slavery. Some mid-20th century scholars tried to paint him as personally opposed to enslavement, yet stymied by political circumstances. More recent historians, however, note that while he found slavery distasteful, he actively benefited from it throughout his life, never fully championing emancipation. That gap in moral conviction darkens the legacy of a man who otherwise championed individual liberty. The question arises, how could the principal author of the Bill of Rights remain complicit in human bondage? This tension forms a pivotal aspect of modern interpretations, reminding us that brilliance in political design doesn't negate ethical blind spots. Another dimension of renewed interest focuses on Madison's partnership with Dolly. Historians highlighted how her sociable presence helped unify fractious politicians, forging the White House or other receptions into spaces for bridging partisan divides. While overshadowed by the flamboyance of, say, a John Adams or the grandeur of Washington, the Madisons offered a sense of Republican elegance, with Dolly's hospitality matching James's intellect. In the early 19th century, visitors often left with a sense that the President and First Lady were forging a new style of leadership, less monarchical pomp, more approachable refinement. In legal circles, the Supreme Court under Chief Justice John Marshall gradually shaped constitutional interpretation in ways that arguably extended beyond Madison's original blueprint. Cases like Marbury v. Madison ironically enshrined the concept of judicial review, which was not explicitly detailed in the Constitution. Madison's name was attached to the case, though in that instance, he was the official who refused to deliver a judicial appointment, sparking the lawsuit. The ruling gave the judiciary the final say on constitutional matters, which might have surprised Madison, as he championed legislative dominance in some writings. Yet the evolution continued, and the living constitution adapted in directions possibly beyond even Madison's foresight. Into the 20th century, major anniversaries, the bicentennial of the Constitution, for instance, amplified Madison's place in public consciousness. Speeches recast him as the quiet genius, ensuring no single branch of government overshadowed the others. In an era dominated by large-scale political parties and global power structures, some admired his conviction that extended republics control factionalism. Others found his view naive, pointing to the intense polarizations of modern politics. Even so, the blueprint of checks and balances persists, credited to Madison's systematic approach. In popular culture, references to Madison remain less flamboyant than to certain other founders, but occasionally a biography or documentary underscores his role in shaping the Bill of Rights or guiding the War of 1812. Montpellier, after extensive restoration, now stands as a museum site. Exhibits highlight not just Madison's role, but also the lives of enslaved families who toiled there. Visitors witness a more complete portrait of the plantation's layered reality, bridging triumphs of constitutional genius with the heartbreak of forced labour. This dual narrative corrects earlier hagiographies, pressing visitors to reconcile the complexities. Thus, James Madison's posthumous journey swings between reverential acknowledgement of his institutional craft and sober acknowledgement of moral paradoxes. That deeper portrait suits a modern audience seeking authenticity over myth. We find in him a humbly sized man overshadowed by bigger personalities, yet in many ways the intellectual core of the revolutionary generation's nation-building. While not flamboyant, his persistent focus on structure and compromise proved essential to forging a republic resilient enough to survive civil war, expansions, global conflicts, and leaps in technology. His legacy remains a testament to the power and limits of thoughtful governance, reminding us that the best structures still rely on the flawed humans who inhabit them. James Madison's life offers insights into how careful thinking and incremental influence can reshape an entire society. He never commanded armies or soared with fiery oratory. Instead, he methodically used reason and communication to guide from the background. Observing his trajectory underscores that leadership can emerge from quiet conviction rather than flamboyant displays. One lesser-known aspect is his continued devotion to scholarly processes even while in office. He read widely, devouring classical references on governance and moral philosophy. He believed that political institutions should reflect rational design, an unusual stance in an era still shaped by the monarchy and tradition. This penchant for structured problem-solving remains relevant in modern contexts, where data-driven policies and careful legislative drafting often outlast bombastic speeches. Madison's approach, bridging principles with compromise, might serve as a template for bridging polarised divides, yet any reflection on him also demands confronting the slavery question. Madison's private letters to Quaker friends or philanthropic acquaintances reveal the moral wrestling he endured, admitting that slavery was incompatible with Republican ideals, but time after time he balked at championing immediate emancipation. He accepted half-done measures, perhaps out of economic dependency or fear of disunion if the matter was pressed. This tension resonates with many professionals who see moral imperatives but feel constrained by practical or institutional obstacles. Madison's example warns that deferring a moral crisis can cause deeper agony down the line. Another dimension is how Madison navigated personal adversity. Like his fragile health, throughout his life he experienced episodes described as seizures or severe migraines. Despite these constraints, he pressed forward academically and politically, forging a robust intellectual brand. This quiet resilience challenges the notion that a leader must display robust physicality. Indeed, in a modern context of chronic health concerns, his perseverance demonstrates that mental acuity and steadiness can offset physical limitations in achieving profound influence. Additionally, Madison's partnership with Dolly illuminates how a supportive spouse or partner can facilitate better leadership. Dolly's social grace and convivial approach bridged political adversaries, turning White House receptions under the Madisons into events that softened partisan rancour. This synergy highlights that effective governance can rely on intangible personal connections, not just legislative prowess. In workplaces or community organisations, a relational dimension often complements the policy dimension, making success more sustainable. Madison's legacy also reveals the complexity of championing novelty within a group setting. The Constitutional Convention was a grand collaborative environment with brilliant minds, each wielding distinct agendas. Madison's drafting of the Virginia Plan emerged from years of studying historical confederacies and forming personal alliances. Earning buy-in required tailoring the plan to quell the smaller states' fears, eventually morphing into the Great Compromise. Modern organisational leaders may glean that pushing reform is rarely about imposing a blueprint unaltered. It's about shaping a flexible framework that key stakeholders can accept, even grudgingly. His post-presidential phase, where he faced personal financial stress, also resonates. Despite monumental achievements, he found himself short on liquidity, dependent on borrowed funds. This incident underscores that professional success or historical greatness doesn't guarantee financial ease. Individuals in midlife contending with changing economic fortunes can see a parallel. One can shape national destinies yet struggle with personal accounts. Finally, the War of 1812 underlines that not all policies, even if well-intentioned, yield neat victories. The conflict ended with a surge of patriotism, but it was by no means a tidy triumph. The story is a cautionary note for modern endeavours. Strategic aims can be overshadowed by chance, shifting alliances, or resource shortfalls, yet how one manages adversity, adapting and forging unifying narratives, can still yield long-term constructive outcomes. Today, as we revisit the Founding Fathers, James Madison stands out not for flamboyant gestures, but for the quiet thoroughness of his intellectual and political craft. He orchestrated from the background, hammered out the Bill of Rights, navigated the Republic through a vexing war, and left behind an architecture of governance that still frames American life. The paradoxes remain: a champion of liberty complicit in slavery, a mild-mannered man orchestrating fierce debates. But these contradictions highlight the real complexity of shaping a new nation under uncertain conditions. For a midlife audience balancing ideals with real-world constraints, Madison's example underscores that dogged, reasoned dedication can indeed steer monumental transformations, even if the resulting legacy is tinged with the tensions of an imperfect world. You wake up to the sound of waves slapping against the hull like a worn hand patting a dog. The sun is still undecided about the day, filtering through the porthole in a lazy manner that evokes a desire to cover your head with a blanket and revert to the comforts of your own bed at home, except your bed back home didn't rock like a cradle being pushed by an enthusiastic toddler. The hammock beneath you has moulded itself to your body over the months, creating a cocoon that's surprisingly comfortable once you've trained your spine to bend in ways it was never meant to. You've become a contortionist in your sleep, which is either impressive or concerning. The ship creaks and groans around you, a symphony of wood and rope that you've learned to interpret like a musician interpreting music. That particular squeak means the mast is adjusting to the morning breeze. The gentle thump, thump, thump is just the ship's way of saying hello to the waves. And that ominous crack? Well, that's probably nothing. Probably. Your fellow pirates are stirring in their hammocks, creating a chorus of grunts and snores that would make any barnyard proud. Jenkins, for example, talks passionately in his sleep about his mother's apple pie, as if he were describing a hidden treasure. And there's Weatherby, whose snoring could wake the dead, which is actually quite useful when you need to scare off any ghostly visitors. You stretch, which is an art form when you're suspended between two hooks and trying not to dump yourself onto the deck like a sack of flour. The key is to do it slowly, like you're unfolding a map to treasure, except the treasure is just being able to feel your toes again. The morning routine aboard a pirate ship is remarkably similar to any other morning routine, just with more splinters and a significantly higher chance of someone singing sea shanties while brushing their teeth. You've learned to appreciate these quiet moments before the day truly begins, when the world feels manageable and your biggest concern is whether the ship's cat has decided to use your boots as a scratching post again. Speaking of the cat, Duchess, and yes, she insists on the title, has positioned herself in the one spot where the morning sun creates a perfect rectangle of warmth on the deck. She's mastered the art of looking both regal and utterly relaxed, which is frankly something you aspire to achieve yourself. Duchess doesn't worry about treasure maps or rival ships, or whether the biscuits have gone stale. She simply locates her own area of sunlight and fully embraces it. The smell of coffee drifts up from the galley, mixing with the salt air and the faint scent of tar that never quite leaves the ship. This combination should be unpleasant, yet it has somehow become as comforting as your grandmother's kitchen. Coffee on a pirate ship is serious business. It's the difference between a crew that can function and a crew that might accidentally sail into a reef because they thought it was a cloud. You finally manage to extract yourself from the hammock without performing an impromptu acrobatic routine, which is a small victory worth celebrating. Your feet find the deck with the practiced ease of someone who's learned to walk on a surface that's constantly trying to tip you over. It's like learning to dance with a partner who keeps changing the steps, but eventually you find the rhythm. The deck is already alive with the gentle bustle of morning preparations. It's not the frantic energy of battle or the intense focus of navigating a storm, but the steady, comfortable rhythm of people who know their place in the world, even if that place happens to be on a wooden box floating in the middle of nowhere. You make your way to the rail and look out at the endless expanse of ocean, painted in the soft colours of dawn. It's a view that never gets old, even when you're having one of those days where you wonder what possessed you to think that a life of adventure was better than a steady job with a predictable schedule and a roof that didn't leak when it rained. After coffee that could strip paint but somehow taste like liquid motivation, you find yourself face to face with the daily reality that every pirate learns, but no one ever mentions in the stories. Ships require an enormous amount of upkeep. It's like owning a house, except your house is constantly trying to sink and takes you with it when it fails. Today's task is rope work, which sounds simple, until you realise that a ship has more rope than a circus, and most of it serves a purpose you're still trying to understand. There's rope for the sails, rope for the rigging, rope for tying things down, and rope for tying them up. There's probably rope for tying rope to other rope, though you haven't figured out the logic behind that particular system yet. You settle into the rhythm of splicing, your hands moving with the muscle memory that comes from months of practice. It feels meditative in a way, similar to knitting, but with the added benefit of preventing you from drowning. The rough hemp slides through your fingers, and you find yourself appreciating the simple satisfaction of creating something useful from something that was falling apart. Weatherby works beside you, humming a tune that might be a sea shanty or something he made up. His fingers move with the confidence of someone who's been doing this work since before you knew the difference between port and starboard. He is the type of individual who can effortlessly tie a bowline knot with his eyes closed, often doing so to demonstrate his skill. The sun climbs higher, turning the deck into a broad expanse of warmth that makes you drowsy despite the work. You've learned to value these instances of uncomplicated productivity, where your hands are occupied, but your thoughts are free to roam. There's something deeply satisfying about maintenance work, about keeping the ship running smoothly through small, careful actions. The ship's carpenter, Morrison, appears with his toolbox, which is less a box and more a portable workshop that he's somehow managed to fit into a space the size of a bread basket. He's examining a section of the rail with the intensity of a doctor listening to a heartbeat, running his fingers along the wood grain like he's reading Braille. Carpentry on a ship is an art form that requires equal parts skill and creativity. You can't just run to the hardware store when something breaks. You must adapt and sometimes make wood do what it wasn't meant to do. Morrison has elevated his craft to a form of maritime magic, coaxing repairs from scraps and making the impossible seem routine. You watch him work, noting how he tests each piece of wood before committing to a cut, how he adjusts his approach based on the grain and the weather, and probably half a dozen other factors you haven't learned to notice yet. This work embodies the essence of craftsmanship, transforming raw materials and accumulated knowledge into something both functional and aesthetically pleasing. The afternoon brings sail maintenance, which is like doing laundry if your laundry was the size of a house and made of canvas thick enough to stop arrows. You spread the sail across the deck, searching for tears and weak spots with the methodical patience of someone who understands that a small problem ignored becomes a big problem at the worst possible moment. Needle and thread become your tools of choice, and you settle into the rhythm of mending. Each stitch is a small act of faith in the future, a belief that this sail will carry you safely to whatever destination awaits. The work is repetitive but not monotonous, requiring just enough attention to keep your mind engaged while leaving room for the kind of quiet contemplation that comes naturally when your hands are busy with familiar tasks. The other crew members work around you, each focused on their tasks but moving in a coordinated dance that comes from months of shared experience. There's Jenkins checking the water barrels, testing each one with the seriousness of a wine connoisseur. There's Hutchins examining the cannons with the tender care of someone grooming a beloved horse. By evening, the ship feels renewed, not just repaired, but somehow refreshed. It's a feeling that comes from putting in honest work, from taking care of something that takes care of you in return. The deck gleams in the setting sun, and every rope is properly secured, every sail properly mended, and every tool properly stowed. The galley is a marvel of efficiency crammed into a space that would make a closet feel spacious. The cook, a man called Biscuit Pete for reasons that become apparent the moment you taste his signature creation, has somehow managed to turn this tiny wooden box into a functioning kitchen. It's like watching someone perform surgery in a phone booth, except instead of saving lives, he's trying to make salt pork taste like something you'd voluntarily put in your mouth. You have come to appreciate Pete's artistry, although it took some time to realise that cooking on a ship is less about creating culinary masterpieces and more about preventing scurvy while using ingredients that have the shelf life of ancient cheese. The man can do things with hardtack that border on miraculous, transforming what is essentially edible cardboard into something that resembles actual food. The morning meal serves as an exercise in innovative problem solving. Pete takes yesterday's leftover stew, adds today's portion of salt pork, throws in some mysterious spices that he guards more carefully than treasure, and somehow produces something that not only fills your belly, but actually tastes like he meant for it to taste that way. It's a masterful blend of simplicity and alchemy. You eat with the focused attention of someone who's learned that mealtimes are precious things not to be wasted on conversation or contemplation. The food is hot, it's substantial, and it's infinitely better than anything you could produce yourself, which makes Pete something of a wizard in your estimation. The fact that he can do all this while the ship rocks and rolls like a carnival ride just adds to his mystique. After breakfast, the day stretches ahead with the comfortable predictability of routine. There's always something that needs doing on a ship, but it's rarely urgent enough to create panic. Instead, you settle into the steady rhythm of maintenance and preparation that keeps everything running smoothly. Today's project is organising the supply room, which is like playing a three-dimensional puzzle where all the pieces are different sizes and shapes and some of them smell questionable. Space is precious, necessitating every item to fit perfectly, and accessibility is crucial when you need something urgently. You work methodically, creating order from chaos one barrel and crate at a time. There's something deeply satisfying about this kind of work, about creating systems that make sense, and will still make sense when you need them most. It's the kind of task that lets your mind wander while your hands stay busy, creating the perfect conditions for the kind of daydreaming that makes long days pass quickly. The afternoon brings inventory duties, which sounds tedious but is actually quite fascinating once you get into the rhythm of it. Every item tells a story about where the ship has been and where it's going. The exotic spices speak of tropical ports and bustling markets. The rolls of silk hint at wealthy merchants and profitable trades. Even mundane items like rope and nails have their own stories to share about the practical realities of life at sea. You meticulously catalogue each item, aware that precise documentation can make the difference between being well prepared and unprepared during critical moments. It's detailed work that requires focus, but it's also oddly meditative, like counting beads on a rosary or stones on a beach. The ship's rhythm becomes your rhythm as you work. The gentle roll and pitch that once made you seasick now feels natural, like breathing. You've learned to use the ship's motion to your advantage, letting it help you move heavy items and find your balance in tight spaces. It's a dance you've mastered without realising you were learning the steps. Dinner is another of Pete's creative triumphs, this time involving fish that was caught this morning, and vegetables that have somehow remained fresh despite being stored in conditions that would challenge a root cellar. The meal is simple but satisfying, proof that good cooking is more about understanding your ingredients than having access to fancy equipment. You eat as the sun sets, painting the sky in colours that would make any artist weep with envy. The day feels complete in a way that has nothing to do with excitement or adventure, and everything to do with the deep satisfaction of useful work well done. The feeling of contentment with the simple rhythms of daily life at sea creeps up on you. The morning brings one of those days when the wind decides to take a vacation, leaving you floating on water so still it looks like polished glass. The sails hang limp and dejected, like laundry that's given up hope of ever getting dry. It's the kind of weather that makes you appreciate just how much your progress depends on forces completely beyond your control. In stories, pirates are always charging across the waves at breakneck speed, but the reality is that sometimes you just sit there bobbing like a cork in a bathtub, waiting for nature to remember that it has a job to do. These becalmed days test your patience in ways that storms never do, because at least in a storm you're busy trying not to die. You learn to adapt to the rhythm of waiting, which requires a unique kind of skill. Some of the crew break out dice and cards, creating small circles of concentration and friendly competition. Others take up projects that require time and attention, whittling, mending clothes, or writing letters they may never send. Finding a task to occupy your hands while accepting the fundamental truth that you will reach your destination is crucial. The ship takes on a different personality during these still periods. In the absence of the constant sound of wind and waves, you become aware of details often overlooked in the overall chaos. The subtle changes in temperature cause the wood to expand and contract. You hear the gentle sound of fish leaping in the distance. The rigging, adjusting to the ship's gentle movements, has an almost musical quality. You find yourself working on a project that's been waiting for just this kind of day, repairing a fishing net that's seen better decades. It's detailed work that requires patience and attention, perfect for when time moves like honey in winter. Each knot is a small meditation, each repair a minor victory against the forces that want to pull everything apart. Weatherby has stationed himself at the bow with his fishing line, approaching the task with the serious concentration of someone who understands that fresh fish can transform an ordinary day into something special. He's got the patience of a monk and the optimism of someone who believes that the perfect fish is always just one cast away. The afternoon sun turns the deck into a warm, comfortable workspace where you can spread out your projects and take your time with them. There's no rush, no urgency, just the steady progression of small tasks that make the ship a little more comfortable, a little more efficient, a little more like home. The ship's cat, Duchess, has claimed a spot in the shade where she can supervise the general activity while staying cool. She's mastered the art of looking both alert and completely relaxed, which is frankly an inspiration. Duchess doesn't worry about making progress or reaching destinations. She just finds the most comfortable spot available and makes it her own. You work on the net with the kind of focused attention that comes naturally when you have nowhere else to be and nothing else to do. Each section reveals new damage that needs attention, but also shows you how well the original craftsman knew his business. The repairs become a conversation between you and the unknown person who made this net, your modern knots joining his ancient ones in a pattern that's both functional and beautiful. The evening brings a slight breeze, just enough to give the sails something to work with. It's not much, but it's enough to create the illusion of progress, and sometimes the illusion is sufficient. The ship moves again, slowly but surely, as if it knows where it's going. Dinner is enhanced by Weatherby's successful fishing expedition, fresh fish that taste like the ocean but in the best possible way. Pete performs his usual magic, transforming simple ingredients into a feast fit for a celebration. The meal is consumed with the satisfaction of people who've earned their food through patience and persistence. As night falls, you realise that this day of apparent inactivity has actually been quite productive. Projects completed, skills practiced, and patience exercised like a muscle that gets stronger with use. The ship is in better condition than it was this morning, and so are you. Sometimes the best progress happens when you're not even trying to make it. Evening on a pirate ship has a different quality than evening anywhere else. As the sun settles into the horizon like a coin dropped into a slot, the crew begins to gather on deck in the natural way that people do when the day's work is done, and the night's rest is still hours away. This is a time for stories, although they are not the kind you might expect. The tales that get told aren't about buried treasure or sword fights or dramatic rescues. Instead, they're about the small human moments that make up a life at sea. Jenkins tells about the time he tried to cook dinner for the crew and nearly set the ship on fire, demonstrating that good intentions and basic competence are not always the same thing. Hutchins shares his ongoing battle with a particular piece of rigging that seems determined to untie itself, no matter how many different knots he tries. You've learned that every person on the ship has at least 3 different versions of themselves. There are 3 people: who they were before the sea, who they want to be, and who they are now. The stories that get shared in these evening gatherings are usually about the gaps between these versions, told with the kind of humour that comes from having survived your mistakes. Morrison, the ship's carpenter, has a gift for telling stories that sound completely unbelievable, but are delivered with such deadpan seriousness that you can't help but think they might actually be true. Tonight he's recounting his attempt to build a chicken coop on deck, only to discover that chickens and ships have fundamentally different ideas about what constitutes a stable foundation. The mental image of Morrison chasing escaped chickens around the rigging while trying to maintain his dignity is worth the price of admission. The social dynamics of a pirate ship are more complex than outsiders might imagine. You're not just a crew, you're a floating community, a small society that has to solve all the problems that any society faces, except you're doing it on a wooden platform surrounded by water with no option to leave if things get uncomfortable. The task requires a particular kind of diplomacy, a way of handling disagreements that acknowledges everyone's humanity while keeping the peace. You've learned to appreciate the unspoken rules that govern these evening gatherings. No one talks about the obvious things, the dangers, the uncertainties, the fact that you're all essentially homeless and have chosen this life partly because the alternatives seemed worse. Instead, the conversation flows around safer topics, techniques for splicing rope, theories about weather patterns, and philosophical discussions about the best way to cook fish. The ship's musical instruments make their appearance as the evening progresses. There's a fiddle that's seen better decades, a drum made from a barrel and some stretched leather, and a wooden flute that produces a surprisingly sweet sound despite its rough appearance. The music that emerges isn't polished or professional, but it has a quality that connects everyone in a way that words sometimes can't. Weatherby has a surprisingly powerful singing voice, which he uses to lead the crew through songs that everyone knows but no one can remember learning. These aren't the dramatic sea shanties of legend, but the working songs that help pass time and coordinate effort. These songs are about simple, repetitive tasks such as hauling rope and raising sails, which keep the ship moving forward. You find yourself joining in, your voice blending with the others in a harmony that's more enthusiastic than accurate. This communal music making brings a profound sense of satisfaction, as it allows us to create something that transcends our individual contributions. It's a reminder that humans are social creatures, that we need these connections to feel complete. The evening winds down gradually, with no formal ending but a natural dispersal, as people drift off to their own private spaces. Some head below to write in journals or letters, others stay on deck to enjoy the night air and the spectacular display of stars that you can only see when you're far from any city lights. The ship settles into its nighttime rhythm, the gentle creaking and swaying that will lull you to sleep. As you make your way to your hammock, you reflect on the evening's conversations and realise that you've learned more about your crewmates in a few hours of casual talk than you might have in weeks of formal interaction. These evening gatherings are where the real business of building trust and understanding happens, where a group of individuals slowly transforms into something more like a family. This morning's different because it brings an unexpected lesson in navigation, courtesy of the ship's navigator, Old Sam, who isn't actually that old but got the nickname because he's been reading the stars longer than anyone else on board. Sam has decided it's time to share some of his knowledge, either because he's feeling generous or because he's realised that having backup navigators might be a good idea. You gather around the chart table, which is really just a flat surface that's been pressed into service as a classroom. Sam spreads out his charts with the reverence of someone handling sacred texts, which, in a way, they are. The hand-drawn maps symbolise the accumulated knowledge and wisdom of numerous sailors who have traversed these waters and survived to share their experiences. Sam's approach to teaching is practical and straightforward. He doesn't waste time with theoretical explanations when he can show you how to do something useful. You learn to read the wind patterns by watching the way the waves form and break. You discover that clouds can tell you about weather that's still hours away, and that the colour of the water often reveals what's happening beneath the surface. The afternoon is dedicated to knot tying, which sounds simple until you realise that there are dozens of different knots, each designed for a specific purpose. The bowline, for instance, creates a loop that is not only non-slip but also easily untied. The clove hitch is perfect for securing a rope to a post. The sheet bend connects two ropes of varying thicknesses. Each knot has its personality, its own particular combination of strength and flexibility. You practice with the focused attention of someone who understands that these skills might someday be the difference between life and death. Your fingers learn the movements through repetition, developing the muscle memory that will let you tie these knots in the dark, in a storm under pressure. It's meditative work, the kind of practice that quiets the mind while training the hands. Weatherby has appointed himself as your informal instructor in the art of splicing, which is like knot tying's more sophisticated cousin. Splicing involves unravelling the individual strands of rope and weaving them back together in patterns that create permanent joints stronger than the original rope. It's intricate work that requires patience and precision, but the results are both functional and beautiful. The ship itself becomes your classroom as you learn to read its moods and needs. Every sound means something. Every movement tells a story. The way the mast flexes in the wind, the angle of the deck when the ship heels over, the rhythm of the waves against the hull, all of these become part of your vocabulary, a language that speaks of wind and weather and the endless conversation between wood and water. You discover that maintenance is actually a form of education, each repair teaching you something about the ship's construction and the thinking that went into its design. When you replace a worn piece of rigging, you learn about the forces that cause the wear. When you patch a leak, you understand better how water finds its way into the smallest weakness. The evening brings a different kind of lesson, as Morrison demonstrates the finer points of woodworking, with tools that are both simple and sophisticated. He shows you how to read the grain of wood, how to work with its natural strengths instead of fighting against them. His hands move with the confidence of someone who's spent years learning to see what others miss, to find the hidden potential in raw materials. As your confidence grows, you begin carving, beginning with simple shapes that gradually become more complex. The wood responds to your touch, revealing its character through the resistance it offers and the way it accepts the blade. It's a conversation between craftsmen and materials, each cutting a word in an ongoing dialogue. You realise that you've learned more in these few hours than in weeks of formal instruction. The ship's experienced crew members have a gift for teaching through demonstration and gentle correction, sharing their skills in a way that makes learning feel natural and inevitable. New skills boost your confidence and value to the crew, but more importantly they connect you to the ship and its community. The final light of day paints the ocean in shades of gold and crimson, and you find yourself at the ship's rail, looking out at the endless expanse of water that has become your world. There's a moment of quiet contemplation that comes naturally at this time of day, when the work is done and the evening's activities haven't yet begun, when you can step back and consider the strange turns your life has taken. You think about the person you were before you came to sea, and how that person might react to seeing you now. The skills you've learned, the calluses on your hands, the way you automatically adjust your balance to match the ship's movement. These are all markers of transformation, evidence of how people change when they are placed in new circumstances and given time to adapt. The pirate's life, you've discovered, is less about adventure and more about adaptation. It's about learning to find satisfaction in simple accomplishments, to appreciate the small victories that keep life moving forward. The successful repair of a sail, the perfect splice in a rope, the moment when a difficult knot finally comes together. These are the real treasures, the daily rewards that make the larger challenges worthwhile. You've learned that community forms naturally among people who depend on each other for survival, but that it takes conscious effort to maintain that community over time. The evening gatherings, the shared meals, the informal teaching sessions, these are all ways of weaving individual lives into a larger tapestry, creating connections that go beyond mere cooperation. The ship creaks and sighs around you, settling into its nighttime rhythm with the familiar sounds that have become as comforting as a lullaby. You've learned to read these sounds, to distinguish between the normal settling of wood and rope and the unusual noises that might signal problems. This awareness has become instinctive, part of the background consciousness that keeps you alert to your environment. You think about the myths and stories that surround pirate life, and how different the reality has turned out to be. The romance of adventure is real, but it's found in unexpected places, in the satisfaction of honest work, in the beauty of sunset over open water, in the deep contentment that comes from being part of something larger than yourself. The treasure isn't gold or jewels, but the accumulation of skills and relationships and experiences that make you more than you were before. The stars begin to appear, first a few scattered points of light, then a magnificent display that stretches from horizon to horizon. You've learned to use these stars for navigation, but you've also learned to appreciate them for their beauty, for the way they connect you to something vast and eternal. The same stars that guided ancient sailors still shine down on you, making you part of a tradition that spans centuries. As you prepare to head below for the night, you realise that you've found something unexpected in this life at sea. Not the excitement and danger that the stories promised, but something more valuable, a sense of purpose, a feeling of belonging, a deep satisfaction that comes from honest work and genuine community. The ship has become more than a vehicle, it's become home. The hammock that once seemed foreign and uncomfortable now welcomes you with familiar embrace. The gentle rocking motion that once made you seasick now soothes you to sleep. The sounds of the ship and the sea that once kept you awake now form a peaceful symphony that carries you into dreams. You close your eyes and let the ship carry you forward into whatever tomorrow might bring, secure in the knowledge that you've learned to find contentment in the simple rhythms of daily life at sea. The pirate's life, when you're not looting, turns out to be remarkably similar to any other life, filled with routine tasks, small pleasures, and the ongoing challenge of building something meaningful from the raw materials of time and circumstance. The ocean continues its eternal conversation with the ship, and you drift off to sleep, cradled in the arms of the sea that has become your teacher, your home, and your pathway to understanding what it means to live deliberately in a world that's constantly in motion. Amelia Earhart's legacy often flashes by as a brisk summary. Bold pilot, lost at sea, yet behind that outline sits a life shaped by tumult, restless curiosity, and unorthodox choices. Long before she took the pilot's seat, she navigated a zigzag childhood moulded by her father's struggles, her own fierce independence, and an unrelenting search for something that matched her hunger for exploration. Born in 1897, Amelia Mary Earhart arrived during an age of rapid technological shifts, horses giving way to automobiles, electric lights replacing oil lamps. While society clung to rigid ideas about women's roles, she already sensed that convention would never satisfy her. Her father, Edwin, faced recurring employment issues and a battle with alcoholism, pushing the family from one Midwestern town to another. Her mother, Amy, tried to soften these disruptions, but instability became a constant companion. Even as a child, Amelia bristled at traditional expectations for girls. She climbed trees, collected insects, and roamed outside with an irrepressible sense of adventure. Some saw the behaviour as a lack of etiquette. Amelia viewed it as following her instincts. In 1908, her father took her to an air show in Des Moines. At first, she wasn't enthralled by the airborne spectacle. She gravitated more toward mechanical toys on display. Yet the memory of rickety planes overhead planted a subtle seed, machines capable of transcending everyday boundaries. Financial and personal troubles deepened, and Amelia and her sister Muriel moved to Chicago to live with friends. There, Amelia saw the gap between her restless mind and the rigid structures of typical schooling. She was competent in her classes, but captivated by SEN's science labs and sports fields, places where she could experiment physically and mentally. Upon finishing high school, she worked as a nurse's aide in Toronto during World War I, tending to wounded soldiers. This glimpse of wartime grit and sacrifice gave her a new perspective on courage. She encountered airmen who spoke of the sky as a place of both danger and liberation, an idea that lingered in the back of her mind. After the war, Amelia briefly studied at Columbia University, flirting with a path in medicine. But she felt caged by the academic routine. She yearned for movement, for experiences that unsettled her comfort zone. All of this set the stage for 1920, when she took a short ride in an open cockpit plane over Long Beach, California. The frigid wind slapped her face. The engine's roar rattled her bones. It wasn't glamorous, but it was real. She stepped off, convinced she had to learn to fly. Her family, unsettled by her father's ongoing issues, wasn't in a position to finance her ambitions. Unfazed, Amelia took odd jobs: photographer, truck driver, stenographer, scraping together the money for flight lessons. In 1921, she found a female instructor, Netta Snook, which was itself a rarity. Amelia's desire to fly was not some fleeting thrill. It became the single driving force of her daily life. She would bicycle to the airfield at dawn, face grimy hangars, and endure the skepticism of onlookers who saw flying as the realm of men, or at best, a passing novelty for daring women. By 1922, Amelia had saved enough to buy a used Kinner Airster biplane. Painted bright yellow, she called it the Canary. She practiced takeoffs and landings until her hands ached. Pushing the limits of that rickety craft, she felt more alive aloft than anywhere else. The year 1923 brought her pilot's license from the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale. That piece of paper symbolised not merely achievement but independence from the confining norms she had chafed against since childhood. During these early chapters, Earhart was still something of an unknown in public life. Yet her determination was unwavering. People around her noted a quiet resolve rather than a trumpeted sense of ambition. She was also a tireless self-promoter when necessary, skillfully networking to support her dream. Even then, adversity followed her: money woes, mechanical breakdowns, and persistent gender barriers. But that persistent spark refused to dim. In these formative years, Amelia Earhart discovered the two threads that would define her life: the power of flight to break social boundaries, and the will to confront whatever hurdles appeared. She was no stranger to precarious landings, literal or metaphorical. Each forced landing taught her a new lesson about survival, and each time she took off again, as she inched closer to rewriting what the world expected from a woman who refused to stay grounded. She refused to accept limits. Amelia's aviation career pivoted in 1928. Though she'd set a women's altitude record, she was not widely known. That changed when publisher George Putnam invited her on a transatlantic flight, not as a pilot, but as a passenger to record flight data. Many doubted a woman could duplicate Charles Lindbergh's feat. She saw the publicity potential, despite the limited role. The Fokker friendship left Trepassey Harbour, Newfoundland, in June 1928, Pilots Wilma Stultz and Louis Gordon flew the plane. Amelia sat in the cabin, both thrilled and frustrated. After 20 hours, they landed in Wales. Lady Lindy, the press crowed, a nickname she disliked. She was proud but uneasy. She hadn't actually piloted the plane. Still, she harnessed the attention. Working with Putnam, who became her husband, Amelia realised fame could spotlight women's capabilities. She gave talks, wrote articles, and pushed against the belief that women belonged in narrow roles. She argued that anyone willing to face aviation's hazards was qualified for other fields as well. Flying then was perilous. Planes were primitive, navigation uncertain, crashes frequent. Men monopolised the field due to entrenched power, not superior skill. Amelia, often overlooked, gleaned tips from male aviators, proving adept at turning knowledge into action. By 1930, she was setting speed records. Knowing such achievements drew sponsors. Financial backing kept her in the air. In 1932, 5 years after Lindbergh's solo crossing, Amelia tackled it at the Atlantic alone. She left Harbour Grace, Newfoundland, aiming for Paris. Storms and mechanical troubles forced her to land near Londonderry, Northern Ireland. She still became the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic. Her 14-hour ordeal included icy winds and failing instruments. Exhausted upon landing, she casually mentioned wanting hot chocolate, an offhand remark that endeared her to millions. Suddenly, Queen of the Air was everywhere. She tolerated the hype, preferring to focus on her cause. Through speaking tours, books, and founding the 99s, she fought for female pilots' rights and pushed airlines to hire women. She was firm yet courteous, insisting that if she could manage transatlantic flight, other barriers should fall. Her efforts targeted institutions and attitudes. She recognised the power of formal networks like the 99s, giving women pilots a unified voice. Her personal fame provided opportunities, which she utilised to exert pressure on flight schools and manufacturers. Beneath the public persona, she was already planning bigger horizons, a round-the-world flight which could further shatter doubts about women's roles in aviation. Although cameras captured her calm confidence, Amelia dealt with real danger in the skies and relentless scrutiny on the ground. She paid no mind to skeptics, focusing instead on fuel capacity, route planning, and advancing aircraft design. Celebrity wasn't her endgame. It was a tool to prove that women had the skill, grit, and imagination to lead in any domain. By the early 1930s, she had evolved from an obscure pilot to a global symbol, showing that records weren't mere stunts, but gateways to progress. Every new achievement underscored her core belief that barriers were illusions, begging to be dismantled. And the more she accomplished, the more the world saw her courage as a call for transformation. Each success hinted that she, and all women, were only beginning to test the limits of possibility. Her schedule became relentless. She juggled flying demonstrations, interviews, and writing commitments that funded her daring pursuits. She understood the power of mass media, yet was careful to remain authentic. When reporters pressed for sensational stories, she gently steered conversations toward practical issues, like improving airplane technology and securing better training opportunities for women. At the same time, she refused to be pigeonholed as merely a women's champion. She emphasized that aviation itself was a realm of innovation for everyone. With Charles Lindbergh, Wiley Post, and other leading aviators, she discussed breakthroughs in navigation systems, weather tracking, and safety procedures. Her goal was to be taken seriously not just as a symbolic figure, but as a knowledgeable pilot shaping the future of flight. Behind the scenes, she dealt with exhaustion and the weight of expectations. Friends recalled her bouts of insomnia and anxiety, masked by her poised exterior. Despite these strains, she pressed on, convinced that flying offered a blueprint for a more open-minded society. Each record set was more than a personal triumph, it was a collective push forward. She often remarked that real change demanded more than a single feat. It required sustained resolve. Aviation, in her view, was the symbol of what humanity could accomplish after abandoning outdated prejudices. By the mid-1930s, Amelia Earhart balanced record-setting flights, a role as aviation's public face, advocacy for women, and, amusingly, fashion consulting. Her relationship with George Putnam continued to evolve. Though he came from a publishing background, he believed Amelia could be aviation's brightest star and negotiated deals to fund her ambitions. They respected each other's autonomy, even after marrying, a stance that defied social norms. She refused to adopt his surname or confine herself to traditional wifely roles, a choice that drew gossip but matched her insistence on individuality. Putnam's PR skill brought endorsement offers, from luggage to sportswear, but Amelia stayed selective, wanting authenticity over empty promotion. She used her public profile to push improvements in flight infrastructure, better runways, weather stations, and aircraft maintenance. Far from glory hunting, she believed proper resources would make aviation safer and more accessible. She also mentored younger pilots, sharing the lesson that technique, not bravado, saved lives in the sky. In that vein, she helped design practical clothing for female aviators, garments with functional pockets and flexible cuts to accommodate cockpit constraints. Critics called it frivolous, but Amelia saw it as another step toward normalizing women in the pilot's seat. If society expected women to excel anywhere, why not equip them accordingly? By 1935, she had flown solo from Honolulu to Oakland and from Los Angeles to Mexico City. These feats showcased her mastery of long-distance navigation when tools were rudimentary. She studied weather charts and honed radio direction finding. Knowing that minor miscalculations could be fatal, each success fueled a bigger dream, to circle the globe. This round-the-world quest wasn't mere personal ambition. Amelia envisioned it as a demonstration of evolving aviation technology and a chance to gather data for future commercial routes. With the world growing more interconnected, she believed such a flight could blaze trails for global air travel. Yet the endeavour demanded a formidable airplane and a solid team. The Lockheed Model 10E Electra, a twin-engine craft with the necessary range, came into play in this situation. Backed partly by Purdue University, where she advised female students on career paths, Amelia acquired and modified the plane, adding fuel tanks and shedding unnecessary weight. She invited Fred Noonan, an expert navigator familiar with Pacific routes, to join her. The plan covered nearly 29,000 miles across multiple continents. Each stop required intricate coordination, arranging fuel caches in remote airstrips, securing radio frequencies, and ensuring local permissions. The press buzzed incessantly about her route and her gear. Public fascination soared, but Amelia kept her poise, recognizing that no amount of planning could guarantee success against the capriciousness of weather and machinery. Though calm in interviews, she privately weighed the risks. Storms, mechanical failures, human errors, any could derail the flight. Yet she was no stranger to danger, having built her career on the thin line between ambition and peril. She saw risk as part of forging new paths, echoing her lifelong stance. Progress often demanded boldness. Her entire adult life had been a testament to stepping into uncharted territory, whether challenging social norms or expanding the very frontiers of flight. In early 1937, her first attempt at the round-the-world flight suffered a crash in Hawaii, damaging the Electra. Undaunted, she regrouped, repaired the plane, and adjusted her route. Determination was her hallmark, a blend of practicality and daring. As she finalized her second attempt, she noted in public statements that records and accolades weren't her primary aim. She wanted real data on routes, fueling strategies, and navigational tactics. The flight would offer invaluable insights for the commercial airlines that would soon cross oceans routinely. That stance embodied Amelia's broader philosophy. Each high-profile flight was less about personal conquest than about broadening horizons for everyone. She had devoted years to proving that women were fully capable, but she also believed that aviation itself was the wave of the future. In bridging these perspectives, she became an avatar of possibility, a living emblem of how one individual's determination could shift cultural assumptions. And now, poised for her greatest adventure yet, Amelia was ready to test the limits again. A risk-laden gamble that might cement her reputation, or cast it into haunting uncertainty. Her calm outlook belied the sheer complexity of her plans. She understood that failure would breed critics who believed women had no place in extreme aviation. Yet she moved forward, convinced that taking flight for knowledge and progress was worth every risk. In Amelia's view, flying wasn't just her destiny, it was a collective awakening and societal evolution. Amelia Earhart's second round-the-world attempt launched on May 21, 1937, from Oakland, California. This time, she and Fred Noonan flew eastward, hopping between continents with the Lockheed Electra. The trip started smoothly. moving from Miami through Central and South America, then across the Atlantic into Africa. Each stop brought fresh refueling challenges, mechanical checks, and updated weather data, but Amelia maintained her signature resolve. By June, they had traversed Africa and the Middle East, arriving in India amid monsoon rains. They pressed on to Southeast Asia, landing in locales like Rangoon and Singapore, places few Americans had seen. Amelia's dispatches noted extreme heat, erratic wind currents, and the rigorous demands of accurate navigation. Fred Noonan's precise star fixes ensured they stayed on course, despite unpredictable skies. Eventually, they reached New Guinea with about 7,000 miles to go. The next leg aimed for Howland Island, a tiny speck in the Pacific. The US Coast Guard cutter Itasca would guide them via radio. Finding such a minuscule island required near-perfect navigation and clear weather. On July 2nd, 1937, they departed Lae in the pre-dawn darkness. Loaded with fuel for roughly 20 hours aloft, they transmitted periodic position reports. At first, signals were clear. Then Amelia's messages hinted at difficulty pinpointing Howland. Overcast conditions likely obstructed Noonan's celestial fixes. Radio contact with the Itasca became sporadic. Some messages were garbled, others incomplete. She mentioned low fuel and an inability to spot the island. Their final known transmission: "We are on line 157, 337, running north and south." Then silence. The Itasca initiated a massive search, scouring open ocean for any sign of the Electra. Naval ships joined, searching nearby waters and atolls. No wreckage surfaced. Weeks passed, and official efforts wound down. Public disbelief was immediate. George Putnam financed private searches, clinging to hope that Amelia and Noonan might be stranded or rescued. Rumours swirled: capture by foreign forces, survival under new identities, or mechanical failure leading to a fatal crash. Eventually, prevailing theories pointed to fuel exhaustion and a crash at sea. Howland Island had proved elusive, even to skilled aviators. For admirers worldwide, her disappearance felt unreal. She'd seemed unstoppable, a figure who pushed boundaries without fear. Now the iconic pilot vanished into the Pacific's expanse. Her loss struck a nerve, amplifying the emotional investment many had in her journey. Yet as shock turned to grief, her achievements took on a different hue, no longer just records, but testaments to a bold spirit. Films, newsreels, and reprints of her articles kept her story alive. School children learned of her feats, and future women pilots cited her as inspiration. Her final flight overshadowed the rest of her life, but it also cast her as a perennial question mark, fueling endless conjecture. Some insisted she was alive somewhere. Others believed the crash was certain, but uncovered no physical proof. Still others proposed exotic scenarios, each more elaborate than the last. None provided definitive evidence. Ultimately, most accepted that she and Noonan perished at sea, undone by the navigational complications, changing winds, or plain bad luck. Yet Amelia's legacy was strangely enhanced by the mystery. She had championed possibility, and the idea that she might be out there, unfound, kept that possibility alive in people's minds. The line between myth and history blurred. She had become more than a pilot. She was an avatar of human daring. Her story infused with both triumph and tragedy. If anything, the unsolved nature of her final voyage cemented her place in public consciousness. Institutions named in her honour sprang up. Researchers kept pursuing leads on remote islands, pointing to castaway remains or scattered debris, each new fragment reigniting debates. The fascination endured, crossing generations and continents. In the wake of her loss, the aviation community pushed for better safety measures, improved radio technology, and refined navigation techniques. Governments funded more comprehensive maps and placed greater emphasis on weather forecasting. Ironically, Amelia's demise accelerated the very reforms she'd long advocated. If she could have witnessed the progress, she might have nodded quietly, pleased that even in absence. She was moving aviation forward, and so the world mourned, searched, and eventually accepted its heartbreak. Amelia Earhart, whose smiling face had adorned magazines and whose gritty determination broke barriers, was gone, but rather than diminishing her impact, her disappearance etched her into the global consciousness. Hers became a story of possibility cut short, yet also eternal, a reflection of how high humanity can climb and how unforgiving the frontier can be, undeniably. In the immediate aftermath of Amelia Earhart's disappearance, the public learned the scope of the desperate search underway. The Coast Guard cutter Itasca had already been combing the waters around Howland Island, but the US Navy soon mobilised, launching one of the most extensive rescue efforts in peacetime history. Over several weeks, ships and airplanes fanned out across the Central Pacific, scanning for any sign of wreckage or survivors. Military personnel interviewed islanders, contacted passing vessels, and monitored all radio frequencies for stray signals that might lead them to the missing plane. George Putnam, distraught but resolute, organised private expeditions of his own. He poured personal funds into hiring search craft, offering rewards for credible information. Messages from psychics, adventurers, and self-appointed investigators flooded his office. Though many leads were far-fetched, Putnam refused to dismiss them outright, afraid of missing any clue that might point to Amelia's location. A handful of newspapers criticised the urgency, questioning the expense at a time when global tensions were on the rise. Still, for countless admirers worldwide, the operation was a moral duty. Someone as groundbreaking as Amelia should not simply vanish without every effort to locate her. Rumours bloomed. Early on, some claimed she had been spotted in distant ports, fueling speculation of a forced landing followed by rescue under mysterious circumstances. Others pointed to unconfirmed transmissions that briefly crackled over shortwave radios in the days following her disappearance. Could it be Amelia, calling for help? Enthusiasts hung on each scrap of reported signal, though none were convincingly traced to the missing Electra. The mass of conflicting stories stoked a media frenzy, with headlines proclaiming everything from miraculous survival to sinister conspiracies. In official circles, however, evidence began to narrow. Reports from the Itasca indicated that Amelia's last radio messages had grown increasingly urgent. Low on fuel, uncertain of her coordinates, she was racing against time in a vast expanse of ocean. Naval commanders, though moved by her bravery, understood the grim odds. Even if Earhart and Noonan had survived a water landing, floating in the Pacific's punishing heat without an adequate raft or supplies would be a daunting ordeal. Within a month, the military scaled back the large-scale search. Having spent millions of dollars and covered an enormous swath of the Pacific, they found no trace of the Electra. While certain remote atolls and reefs remained unexamined, the probability of finding survivors dwindled by the day. Public statements struck a balance between honouring Amelia's accomplishments and reconciling with the increasingly likely outcome. George Putnam refused to give up. For many months, he funded private efforts to investigate scattered leads. Small vessels sailed to the Forgotten Islands, examining debris that never matched Amelia's plane. Tyre tracks in the sand, bits of metal, and rumours of castaways all turned out to be dead ends or unrelated artefacts. As the search continued, public opinion split between mournful acceptance and stubborn hope. The iconic pilot had carried the aspirations of countless fans who believed she symbolised limitless possibility. Now, they wrestled with her apparent demise. At the same time, her disappearance captured the imagination of those who preferred a more dramatic explanation. Could foreign powers have seized her, suspecting espionage? Could she have orchestrated a disappearance to evade recognition? Each guess, no matter how wild, found at least a small chorus of believers. Meanwhile, tributes poured in from every corner. Schools held ceremonies, newspapers published retrospectives, and radio stations aired stories of her earlier triumphs. Letters expressing admiration flooded the offices of aviation clubs. Numerous individuals highlighted Amelia's contribution to paving the way for women. If she could challenge the skies, they reasoned, then others could challenge entrenched social barriers. Politicians, too, invoked her legacy in calls for expanded roles for women in the workforce, hoping to harness the public's admiration for her accomplishments. By early 1938, the official verdict leaned heavily toward a crash at sea. Within another year, Amelia Earhart would be declared legally dead. George Putnam, exhausted and grieving, continued to write about her life, ensuring her name stayed in the public consciousness. Having travelled alongside her in countless ways, he refused to let a silent ocean claim the last word on her story. Photographs of Amelia, smiling in front of her plane, goggles perched on her forehead, remained pinned to his walls, reminders that her spirit, daring and unbreakable, transcended whatever fate had befallen her. In the public eye, she had already entered a realm where myth and memory intertwined. In the years after Amelia Earhart's disappearance, her story wove itself deeply into the culture, shaping discussions of exploration, gender roles, and national identity. While the global press initially focused on the sudden void left by her vanishing, attention soon shifted toward analysing what she had embodied. She had shown that an American woman could stand shoulder to shoulder with prominent male aviators, forging a path in a field still dominated by men. Her example lingered in the minds of young women contemplating fields traditionally closed to them, not just in aviation but in science, technology, and beyond. Institutions bearing her name sprang up. Elementary schools in the United States adopted the moniker Earhart to honour her daring spirit. Scholarships were established to support aspiring women pilots, sometimes endowed by contributors who had followed her final flight with bated breath. Though these gestures varied in size and scope, each underscored a collective drive to keep her influence alive. The 99s, the organisation for female pilots that Amelia had helped found, continued to recruit members, nurturing a new generation unafraid to push boundaries. Beyond formal commemorations, Earhart's disappearance fueled research aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Early radio equipment had proven unreliable. Post-1937 advances focused on refining both hardware and communication protocols. Governments funded studies of weather patterns, leading to better forecasting. Aviation experts developed more rigorous standards for navigation, ensuring that future pilots received advanced training in celestial fixes and radio direction finding. Some historians argue that the spotlight on Amelia's disappearance hastened these improvements, whether intentionally or not. She prompted an acceleration of aeronautical progress. Meanwhile, the theories about her fate refused to fade. Self-styled detectives scoured archival records, analysing ship logs and rumoured sightings. In the late 1940s, a handful of American servicemen stationed in the Pacific heard local tales of a foreign pilot washing ashore years earlier, spurring renewed hunts for evidence. Occasionally, fragments of aluminum or skeletons found on remote atolls were touted as proof of Earhart's final resting place. Yet attempts to link such discoveries conclusively to Amelia or Fred Noonan always fell short. With each new claim came another wave of media coverage, keeping the question of her end alive in the public mind. Pop culture seized on the mystery, weaving it into novels, films, and radio dramas. Some portrayed her as a spy captured by hostile forces, others imagined her deliberately disappearing to live in peace. These fictional takes occasionally drew the ire of those who believed they trivialized her legacy, yet they also brought her name before audiences that might not otherwise have pondered the achievements of a woman pilot in the 1930s. Her image graced magazine covers well into the 1950s, often paired with captions urging readers to remember her pioneering flights rather than fixating solely on the unknown. For women determined to forge their own paths, Amelia's tale carried a particular resonance. During World War II, thousands of women trained as pilots in programs like the Women Air Force Service Pilots, WASP. Although she was no longer around to witness it, her example had laid crucial groundwork. Veterans of those programs cited her as a reason they believed aviation could be for them too. They viewed her last flight as the ultimate expression of her courage, continuing until the sky itself refused her any further. Critics sometimes questioned whether her fame overshadowed the contributions of less heralded female aviators. Indeed, Earhart's photogenic presence and collaboration with George Putnam's media machine set her apart. But many recognised that she had used her visibility to champion broader goals. She consistently advocated for other women flyers and used press opportunities to highlight the achievements of colleagues who lacked her public platform. If she stood alone in the spotlight, she also attempted to shine it on everyone else struggling for legitimacy in aviation's ranks. By the mid-20th century, Earhart's name had become shorthand for unbounded aspiration. Newspapers likened daring explorers to modern Amelia Earharts. Corporations cited her spirit in ad campaigns about pushing past limitations, yet behind the commercial rebranding lay an abiding truth. She had effectively proven that gender need not be an impediment to ambition. Even decades later, that message held profound significance. For every sceptical remark about knowing your place, Earhart's memory offered a counter-argument, that risks were there to be taken, frontiers to be tested, and that sometimes only the bold see how far they can really go. Today, the name Amelia Earhart conjures images of resilience and intrigue. Countless books, documentaries, and academic analyses have attempted to decipher her character and significance. Perhaps that is the ultimate measure of her impact. She remains relevant long after her plane's final, tragic flight. In a world that has seen astronauts circling the Earth and rovers traversing Mars, her achievements might look modest on paper, yet context is everything. In her era, crossing an ocean by air was a feat teetering on the verge of impossibility, especially for a woman barred from many of the support systems offered to male peers. Her influence extends well beyond aviation. Modern discussions of women's leadership, work-life balance, and personal autonomy still reference Earhart's refusal to bow to convention. The forthright way she lived, maintaining her separate finances after marriage, declining to adopt her husband's surname, and refusing to drop her career, resonates with individuals who chafe under traditional expectations. She showed that it was possible to be both admired and outspoken, both widely loved and unabashedly independent. This combination of traits keeps her relevant in each new wave of feminism, even as cultural norms continue to shift. Then there is the simple matter of mystery. Human beings are drawn to stories with open endings, and Amelia's disappearance leaves a void that speculation rushes to fill. Expeditions still venture to distant Pacific islands, sifting through detritus in search of conclusive answers. High-tech scanners, DNA testing, and underwater drones have all been employed in attempts to find the Electra or discover her remains. Each new rumour or photograph sparks interest, however fleeting, in the notion that a solution to the riddle is just around the corner. That quest has persisted for nearly a century, a testament to her lasting hold on people's imaginations. In many ways, the romance of Amelia Earhart's story lies in its human dimension. She was fallible, prone to anxiety and physical exhaustion, yet outwardly composed. She made daring choices while maintaining a certain down-to-earth practicality. Her writings reveal a person keenly aware of mortality, yet unwilling to let fear dictate her trajectory. That balance, of measured caution and determined optimism, gives her legend a credible warmth. She did not seek to become a myth. She sought to become a better pilot and, in doing so, helped recast the boundaries for what women could do. Time has a way of distilling a person's accomplishments until only the major highlights remain. In Earhart's case, those highlights are luminous enough: the first woman to cross the Atlantic by air, a fearless record breaker, a voice championing women's legitimacy in aviation, and the architect of a near-world circling journey that ended all too soon. Yet her true gift to posterity is the blueprint she left for challenging expectations. Every time someone questions the status quo, every time a woman pursues a field that once excluded her, a sliver of Amelia's spirit resonates. Though formal statues and memorials exist, perhaps the most fitting tribute lies in the intangible. Her legacy thrives in the collective consciousness. Crossing borders and cultures, schoolchildren undertake projects on her life, discovering that bravery and curiosity can upend established norms. Non-profit groups continue awarding scholarships in her name, ensuring that girls from modest backgrounds can earn their wings. Engineers, astronauts, and even entrepreneurs cite her as an influence, exemplifying self-reliance and bold vision. Critics might argue that the aura surrounding Amelia Earhart romanticizes risk-taking. Indeed, she faced criticisms in her lifetime for the dangers she accepted, but her approach, grounded in rigorous practice and serious study, suggests she treated risk as a necessary ingredient in progress, not a reckless thrill. The spirit that drove her planes into the sky was the same spirit that drives any pioneer, an abiding desire to see what lies beyond the horizon. As we consider her today, we find that her story is less about flight than about transcending limitations. She didn't merely fly, she challenged the gravitational pull of society's assumptions. That she vanished while pursuing her grandest ambition adds a paradoxical layer of both sorrow and admiration. Yet her final lesson endures. Uncharted territory remains, waiting for those who dare to step off the map. In that sense, she is still aloft, guiding those who look skyward with their dreams of possibility, and a steadfast refusal to accept the confines others have drawn. You are now seeing the birth of an industry that now makes hundreds of billions of dollars every year as you picture these old scenes. But more than that, you're seeing a behaviour that is uniquely human and goes beyond culture geography, and time. The desire to change how we look, to show who we are through colour and pattern, and to take part in the ancient ritual of enhancement. These urges connect you directly to the cave dwellers who mixed ochre by firelight. When you next open a lipstick or eyeshadow palette, you're doing something that people have been doing since the beginning of time. The tools are better, the colours are more varied, and the techniques are more advanced, but the basic drive is still the same. You're changing yourself for a short time, just like people have done since we first looked at our reflection in still water and thought about how we might look different. As you get more comfortable in your blanket, let your mind drift down the Nile River to ancient Egypt, where the art of cosmetics reached heights that would not be reached for thousands of years. Imagine yourself walking through the busy streets of Thebes on a warm morning in 1350 BCE, when the famous boy king Tutankhamun was in charge. The sun is already rising toward its harsh noon position, but the city is still busy. The first thing you notice about the Egyptians you meet is their eyes. Everyone, from men to women to children to nobles to servants, wears dramatic eye makeup that makes their eyes look bigger, more intense, and almost supernatural in some way. The effect is amazing, as if you're in a room full of people who have borrowed the eyes of gods. This wasn't an accident. The Egyptians thought that the eyes were not only the windows to the soul but butt lips, also to the divine world. The intricate eye makeup had practical, spiritual and aesthetic uses that were so closely linked that an ancient Egyptian would have thought it was strange to try to separate them. Kohl was the most famous part of Egyptian eye makeup. It was a dark substance that was put around the eyes in dramatic lines that went beyond the natural shape of the eyes. But kohl wasn't just one thing. It was made from a mix of things, each with its own uses and properties. Galena, a lead sulfide mineral that made a deep, shiny black, was the most common. Egyptians ground this mineral into a fine powder and then mixed it with animal fat, vegetable oil, or even honey to make a smooth paste. Making kohl was almost like a religious ceremony. Families would have special grinding palettes that were often made of slate and shaped like fish, birds, or other important symbols. People took good care of the grinding stones and passed them down through the years like valuable heirlooms. The sound of stone scraping against stone to make kohl would have been as common in Egyptian homes as the sound of coffee brewing is in ours. But Egyptians didn't only use black. They made a whole range of eye makeup colours, each with its own meaning and way of getting ready. Malachite, a green copper carbonate mineral, was ground into a fine powder to make bright green eyeshadow. Green wasn't just pretty, it was also a symbol of rebirth and fertility, which made it very popular with women who wanted to have children, or who were grieving the death of a loved one. Putting on Egyptian eye makeup was an art that needed skill, patience, and steady hands. Most wealthy families had special makeup applicators made of wood, ivory, or metal. These tools were often beautifully carved and decorated, making putting on makeup every day feel like a special event. The richest Egyptians might have their own makeup artists, who were skilled servants who could make the complicated designs that showed someone was from the upper class. Imagine a rich Egyptian woman starting her daily makeup routine. She sits on a low stool in front of a polished metal mirror. Around her are a lot of cosmetic containers made of alabaster, wood, and precious metals. Her makeup artist starts by washing her face with a mixture of animal fats and natron, a naturally occurring salt that acted as soap. The cleaning process is gentle but thorough, getting the skin ready for the day's makeup. The eye makeup is the most complicated and important part, so it goes first. The artist uses a thin reed or bronze applicator to draw precise lines of kohl around the woman's eyes. The lines go past the outer corners to make an almond shape that makes her features look even more beautiful. If the lines aren't perfectly straight, it will be clear right away that the work is bad. Next, the eyeshadow. The artist carefully puts green malachite powder on the woman's eyelids with a different applicator, blending it smoothly from the lash line to the brow bone. The green colour catches the light when she blinks, giving her eyes a soft glow that makes them look like they're on fire. But Egyptian makeup wasn't just for the eyes. Both men and women used a lot of other beauty products that anyone who is into beauty today would know about. They put red ochre and fat together to make rouge, which they put on their lips and cheeks. They used henna to colour their hair, nails, and sometimes even their palms and feet. The patterns they made showed their social status and personal taste. People all over the ancient world knew about Egyptian perfumes. They made complicated scents by soaking flowers, herbs, and spices in oils and fats. Some of the most valuable ingredients were rose, jasmine, frankincense, and myrrh. People who were rich would put these expensive oils on their bodies every day, and the smells would stay with them like invisible auras of luxury. The boxes that Egyptian cosmetics came in were often works of art on their own. Rich Egyptians kept their makeup in fancy boxes and jars made of valuable materials and decorated with religious symbols. These containers weren't just useful, they were also a sign of the owner's wealth and taste. Some cosmetic containers that were found in tombs are so beautiful that they are now on display in museums as examples of ancient craftsmanship. Egyptian cosmetics have a lot of religious meaning. Different gods and goddesses were linked to certain colours and patterns. The green eyeshadow was a tribute to Hathor, the goddess of beauty and love. People thought that black coal could protect them from the evil eye and call on Ra, the sun god. Putting on makeup was even seen as a way to worship the gods every day by making oneself beautiful. Modern science has shown that Egyptian cosmetics also had useful effects. Coal contains lead, which is poisonous in large amounts but actually killed bacteria and stopped eye infections. The oils and fats in cosmetics protected skin from the harsh sun and wind in the desert. Many of the ingredients had antimicrobial properties that helped keep both the cosmetics and the skin of the people who used them safe. Back then, it was amazing how beauty became available to everyone in ancient Egypt. Rich people could buy more expensive makeup and hire professionals to put it on, but even servants and workers wore basic eye makeup. People didn't think of this as vanity. They thought it was necessary for health, spiritual protection, and being accepted by others. Some of the makeup techniques used in ancient Egypt weren't found again until modern times. They knew how to make makeup that wouldn't wash off, pigments that would last a long time, and even early versions of what we might call foundation and concealer. Their knowledge of colour theory, preservation and application techniques formed the basis for cosmetic practices that are still used today. As you think about these old beauty rituals, you're seeing a civilization that knew a lot about how looks and identity are connected. Makeup was more than just decoration for Egyptians. It was a way to change their appearance, protect themselves, and show their devotion all at once. We can see the beginning of cosmetics as both art and business in their painted eyes and coloured lips. These products set standards for beauty that would last for thousands of years. As you travel through the ancient world, let your mind take you from the Nile River to the sun-drenched hills of Greece, around 450 BCE, when Athens was at its best. The Aegean Sea's salty breeze and olive blossoms make the air smell good. In this land that gave us democracy and philosophy, you'll find a very different idea of beauty, one that values natural perfection over dramatic change. On a nice morning, if you walk through the Agora of Athens, you'll notice something about the people around you that stands out. The Greeks look almost plain next to the Egyptians, who painted their bodies in very dramatic ways. But if you look closer, you'll see that this simple look hides a complex and carefully crafted style that still affects standards of beauty today. The Greek ideas of beauty were very philosophical. They believed in the idea of kalos, which meant both physical beauty and moral goodness. A person had to find a balance between their looks and their inner goodness to be truly beautiful. This meant that cosmetics weren't just about looking good. They were also about becoming good, making the outside look perfect to show how valuable you are on the inside. The Greeks liked what they called marble skin, which was pale, smooth, and perfect, like the stone their sculptors used to make their works of art. It took a lot of work and some not-so-good methods to get this look. Rich Greek women would use mixtures of white lead and chalk on their skin to make it lighter. They knew that having pale skin meant you could relax and not have to work, since the sun's rays darkened the skin of workers and slaves. But making marble skin was more complicated than just putting on white makeup. Greek women had long, complicated beauty routines that started long before they touched their faces. They would bathe in milk, honey, and olive oil, which were all good for the skin and made it look slightly glowing. The milk's natural acids gently exfoliated the skin, the honey moisturized it and killed bacteria, and the olive oil formed a protective barrier that made the skin feel soft and smooth. Imagine a rich Athenian woman named Aspasia starting her beauty routine in the morning. She begins by taking a bath that smells like rose petals and scented oils. Her slaves have set the water to the right temperature and added herbs that are known to make skin softer. She takes her time soaking, letting the oils soak into her skin while the warm water opens her pores. After her bath, Aspasia goes to her private room to get her makeup. Greek makeup tools were simple but elegant. They included bronze mirrors that were polished to a mirror-like shine, small spoons for measuring powder, and fine brushes made from animal hair. The cosmetics were kept in beautiful pottery jars that were often painted with scenes from mythology or everyday life. The base of Greek makeup was literally foundation. It was a white base made from lead carbonate that gave the skin the pale look they wanted. A Aspayia's slave uses a damp cloth to carefully apply this to the skin until it looks smooth and porcelain-like. It takes skill to do this right. If you use too much makeup, it looks obvious and fake, and if you use too little, it doesn't work. Greek women didn't just want pale skin, they wanted their skin to look healthy and glowing under the white base. They did this by putting a light red colour on their cheeks with red ochre or crushed mulberries. The goal wasn't the bright colour that would become popular later. Instead, it was a soft flush that made people look healthy and full of life. The eyes were given careful but not too much attention. Greek women learned how to use kohl from their Egyptian neighbours, but they did it in a much more subtle way. Greek eye makeup didn't use the dramatic extensions that were popular in Egypt. Instead, it followed the natural shape of the eyes, darkening the lashes and defining the eyes without making the face look too busy. They might put a little colour on the eyelids, usually a soft grey or brown, but the goal is always to make them look better, not different. Greek lip makeup was very interesting. They liked what they called wine-dark lips, which was inspired by a famous phrase from Homer about the sea. This dark purple-red colour came from mixing red ochre, crushed berries, and sometimes even ground insects that made red dye. The application was very careful. Greek women used small brushes to paint their lips into perfect shapes, usually smaller than their natural lip line, to get the look they wanted of delicate, refined features. But there was a strange contradiction in Greek beauty culture. Women were supposed to look naturally beautiful, but getting this natural look took a lot of work with fake makeup. The pale skin that made them look naturally refined was actually from toxic lead makeup. The rosy glow that showed good health was painted on. The lips were carefully shaped with brushes and pigments to make them look perfect. Interestingly, Greek men were not completely free from using cosmetics. Athletes would oil their bodies before a competition for both practical and aesthetic reasons. Some men used cosmetics that weren't too obvious to cover up scars or blemishes. It was also thought that any man who moved in high-class social circles needed to wear perfume. There were big changes in the way people used cosmetics when they moved from Greece to Rome. As you keep going on your mental journey, picture yourself in Rome around the year 50 CE, when Emperor Claudius was in charge. People from all over the empire come to the city to do business. Egyptian merchants sell exotic pigments, Germanic slaves with pale skin that Roman women like, and Spanish traders sell precious metals for cosmetic containers. In a lot of ways, Roman beauty culture was Greek beauty culture on steroids. The Greeks liked things to be subtle and not too much, while the Romans liked things to be over the top and dramatic. The Greeks wanted to look naturally perfect, but the Romans openly praised fake improvements. The Romans were very open about how fake their cosmetics were, and they weren't afraid to try new things. Roman women took the Greek love of pale skin to the next level. To get skin that was almost see-through, they used even more dangerous mixtures with white lead, mercury and arsenic. The health effects were terrible. Many wealthy Roman women suffered from what we now know as heavy metal poisoning, which caused hair loss, skin damage and neurological problems. But the style was so strong that they kept using these harmful products, even though they knew they were bad for their health. The Roman version was very different from the Greek version, which was much more subtle. Roman women didn't just put bright red on their cheeks, they sometimes put it all over their faces. They made bright red pigments that caught the light and let people know they were there from across the room by using cinnabar, mercury sulfide. The goal wasn't to look healthy, it was to look rich, powerful and stylish. The Romans also had very dramatic eye makeup. They used kohl even more than the Egyptians did, which made their eyes look dark and smoky, as if they were smouldering with intensity. Roman women also started using coloured eyeshadows, in colours that would have shocked their Greek predecessors. They used bright blues made from ground lapis lazuli, vivid greens made from malachite, and even gold leaf for special occasions. The colour of Roman lips was just as bright. They liked bright reds made from crushed insects, red ochre and cinnabar. Some Roman women even used a red dye made from a certain kind of seaweed that made a colour that looked almost fluorescent and glowed in the light of a lamp. The application was very precise and dramatic. The lips were painted into exaggerated shapes that made them look fake. Roman perfumes became famous all over the ancient world. They brought in strange things from all over their empire, like frankincense from Arabia, spices from India, and flowers from Egypt. Roman perfumers came up with complicated ways to mix scents that made perfumes with many layers of scent that changed over the course of the day. Rich Romans might change their perfumes several times a day, using different scents for different activities and social situations. The tools and containers that Romans used for cosmetics became more and more fancy and expensive. Rich Roman women had makeup collections that included dozens of specialised tools made of precious metals and decorated with jewels. Their makeup boxes were often works of art, with detailed carvings, inlaid gems and mechanical parts that would have impressed engineers today. Ornatrices were Roman beauty salons where skilled slaves worked to put on makeup. These experts came up with methods that wouldn't be used again for hundreds of years. They knew how to make cosmetics that wouldn't smudge in the heat, how to mix colours for different skin tones, and how to use makeup to make different facial features look different. As you picture these Roman beauty rituals, you're seeing the beginning of cosmetics as a way to show off your wealth. For Romans, wearing a lot of makeup wasn't just about looking good, it was also about showing off their wealth, status and sophistication. You looked more successful the more fake and expensive you looked. This way of thinking about makeup as a status symbol would change the way people think about beauty for hundreds of years. As you relax and learn about the history of beauty, let your mind travel along the Silk Road, the famous network of trade routes that connected the East and the West. Picture yourself as a merchant's friend in the Tang dynasty, around 700 CE, as you make your way to the beautiful city of Chang'an, which is now Xi'an. You've been travelling through deserts and mountains for months. The first thing that stands out about Chinese beauty culture is how refined and subtle it is. The Romans liked bold drama, and the Egyptians liked spiritual symbols. The Chinese, on the other hand, developed an aesthetic philosophy based on harmony, balance, and making natural beauty even more beautiful. Their ideas about makeup were heavily influenced by traditional Chinese medicine, philosophy, and the idea of qi, which is the life force that flows through all things. Imagine yourself in the morning fog of a Tang dynasty palace garden, where the ladies of the court are starting to get ready for their beauty. The ritual begins before dawn, not with putting on makeup, but with paying close attention to health and inner balance. According to Chinese cosmetic philosophy, true beauty came from within. Healthy organs, balanced energy, and spiritual harmony naturally made people look beautiful on the outside, and cosmetics could only make that beauty better. The Chinese were great chemists who came up with cosmetic ingredients and methods that were hundreds of years ahead of those used in the West. They learned how to make pigments that last a long time from minerals, came up with ways to keep cosmetics fresh for months, and figured out how nutrition affects skin health in ways that wouldn't be scientifically proven until modern times. Fen, a type of Chinese face powder, was made from rice flour, ground pearls, and sometimes lead carbonate, depending on the time and social class. The rice flour gave the skin a soft cover while letting it breathe, and the ground pearls added a subtle shine that made the skin look like porcelain. People thought that putting on fen was an art that took years of practice to get good at. A court lady puts on her makeup every day with the same care as a master calligrapher. She starts by washing her face with rice water, which is a method that modern beauty fans have recently rediscovered for its anti-aging effects. The rice water cleanses the skin and gently exfoliates and moisturizes it. Next is the base. She uses a silk cloth that has been dampened with rose water to apply the rice powder foundation in thin, even layers. She builds up coverage slowly until her skin is as smooth as a pearl. It takes time and careful attention to detail to do the process. The goal isn't to hide her natural beauty, it's to make it perfect so that the art can come to life on it. Chinese eyebrow fashion was very advanced. Eyebrow shapes changed a lot over the years. They went from thin crescents to bold straight lines, to delicate curves that followed complicated geometric rules. Women would completely pluck their natural eyebrows and then use special brushes and pigments made from charcoal, plant dyes, or even crushed butterfly wings to draw them back on. The red lips were probably the most famous part of Chinese makeup, but putting them on was much more complicated than just painting them red. Chinese women used a method called Dian Chun, which meant putting red pigment only in the middle of their lips and leaving the edges their natural colour. This made a small, bow-shaped mouth that was thought to be the most feminine and elegant. People used safflower petals, cinnabar, or a red paste made from crushed rose petals and honey to colour their lips. But the most sought-after lip colour came from a very clever source. Women would press special paper that had been treated with red pigment against their lips to transfer the colour. This early type of lipstick paper was easy to carry, lasted a long time, and made the colour just right. They also came up with nail art techniques that wouldn't be seen in Western culture for hundreds of years. They made complicated designs on their nails with henna, ground flowers, and mineral pigments. Colours and patterns showed things like social status, marital status, and even political beliefs. The length and decoration of fingernails turned into a complicated visual language that people who knew how to read it could understand. In Chinese culture, perfume served more purposes than just smelling good. People thought that different scents could heal, change their mood, and even bring them good luck. Chinese perfumers made scents from incense that were worn in special pendants or sachets instead of being put directly on the skin. These portable perfumes let the wearer change their scent during the day based on what they were doing and who they were with. As you continue your mental journey east, you find yourself in Japan during the Heian period, 794 to 1185 CE, where you see one of the most unique and complex beauty cultures in history. During this time, Japanese court life came up with aesthetic practices that were so intricate and advanced that they changed Japanese beauty standards for more than 1,000 years. The makeup of Heian Japan was known for its sharp, dramatic contrasts and precise geometric patterns. The most noticeable thing was the pure white face powder made from rice flour, which made the skin look almost like a mask and made the makeup look even more fake. This wasn't meant to look natural, it was meant to look otherworldly, turning the person wearing it into something that looked like a work of art. Imagine a Heian court lady getting ready for a night at the imperial palace. She starts putting on her makeup in the middle of the afternoon, and she needs help from skilled servants who have been trained for years in the exact methods needed. The first step is to put on oshiroi, which is the white face powder that will be the base for everything else. To make a smooth paste, mix the white powder with water, and then use special brushes to apply it in thin layers. The coverage has to be completely even, and go beyond the natural hairline to make a smooth, white oval that hides the natural shape of the face. The effect is striking and a little strange. The woman's face becomes a blank canvas for art. Next are the eyebrows. In the Heian style, they were completely removed and redrawn as small oval shapes high on the forehead. People used charcoal or ink to paint these fake eyebrows, called hikimayu, in places that had nothing to do with where eyebrows naturally grow. These painted eyebrows had to be placed and shaped according to strict fashion rules that changed slightly over time. By today's standards, the eyes themselves don't get much attention. Heian women didn't use dramatic makeup to draw attention to their eyes. Instead, they often painted thin red lines along the inner corners of their eyes to make a subtle but noticeable accent. The goal was to make a soft, slightly sad face that was thought to be the most beautiful thing about women. But the most unique thing about Heian makeup was ohaguro, which is the practice of blackening the teeth. They did this by mixing iron filings and vinegar, which made the teeth a deep black colour. Far from being considered unattractive, blackened teeth were a mark of beauty, maturity, and high social status. Blackened teeth were a sign of refined femininity, and only married women and court ladies of a certain age would do it. The lips in Heian makeup were painted with red pigment made from safflower petals in the shape of a small bow, but these weren't painted over the natural lip line. Instead, white powder was put on the natural sole lips, butt, and a small red shape was painted in the middle of the mouth. The end result was a tiny, perfect red accent that looked more like a flower petal than a mouth. During this time, Japanese incense culture was very advanced. Court ladies would use special boxes to burn different types of incense to make their clothes smell good. The scents would stay on silk robes for days. Different combinations of incense were linked to different seasons, feelings, and even themes in literature. A woman's scent became a part of who she was and how she expressed herself artistically. The tools that Japanese women used to do their makeup were works of art in their own right. The best animal hairs were used to make brushes, and the handles were made of bamboo and had beautiful designs on them. People made mirrors out of polished bronze, and the backs of many of them had beautiful art scenes on them. The containers for cosmetics were made from expensive materials and were meant to be as pretty as the cosmetics inside. When you move south to India, you come across another unique cosmetic tradition, tsul, but at combined lips. Spiritual meaning with beautiful looks. Indian beauty practices have been around for more than 5,000 years and are closely linked to Ayurvedic medicine, religion, and social customs. Indian cosmetics were known for their bright colours and natural ingredients that could be used for more than one thing. Turmeric, for instance, was used as a golden face powder that made the skin look beautiful and had antiseptic and anti-inflammatory properties. Sandalwood paste made a cool, fragrant base for makeup and kept the skin safe from the harsh Indian sun. Coal was the most famous part of Indian makeup, but Indian coal was different from Egyptian coal. Good Kombins kajal, jute or surma, also known as Indian coal, was made from soot from lamps, ghee, clarified butter, and a mix of medicinal herbs. Families often made the dish at home, using recipes that had been passed down through the years. Interestingly, Greek men were not completely free from using cosmetics. Athletes would oil their bodies before a competition for both practical and aesthetic reasons. Some men used cosmetics that weren't too obvious to cover up scars or blemishes. Henna was a big part of Indian beauty culture. It was used to make beautiful designs on hands and feet for special occasions. Putting on henna was a social event where women got together to help each other make intricate designs while telling stories and getting to know each other better. Henna art was a great way to celebrate certain events and times of year because it only lasts for a short time. Betel leaves made Indian lip colour by making a natural red stain when chewed. This practice had many benefits. It freshened breath, helped with digestion, and made lips the right shade of red. The colour's brightness showed how recently the betel had been chewed, making a natural timeline of beauty that changed throughout the day. As you think about these different Asian beauty traditions, you're seeing cultures that understood something deep about how inner and outer beauty are connected, as well as how personal expression and cultural identity are connected. Each tradition came up with advanced methods and ideas about beauty that affected not only looks, but also health, spirituality, and social relationships. These old Asian beauty rituals were the start of modern beauty traditions that still shape the way people around the world use cosmetics. Their focus on natural ingredients, exact application methods, and the connection between beauty, health, and spirituality gives us timeless advice that is still useful today. As you get more comfortable under your blanket, think about the interesting social divisions that have always been a part of the world of beauty and cosmetics. Makeup has been both a bridge and a wall between social classes throughout history. It has made invisible lines that separate the rich from the poor, the noble from the common, and the sophisticated from the simple. Imagine being an observer who can magically move between social classes and see how the same basic human desire for beauty shows itself in very different ways depending on where you are in the social hierarchy. This story about two worlds, one of luxury and one of everyday needs, tells us as much about people and how society works as it does about cosmetics. Imagine what a normal morning was like in Florence in the 15th century, when the Renaissance was at its height. The daughter of a wealthy merchant family starts her long beauty routine in a beautiful palazzo that looks out over the Arno River. Her room is full of strange and beautiful things, like mirrors framed in silver, cosmetic containers made from carved ivory, and pigments that come from all over the world. She starts her morning routine before dawn, not because she has to get up early for work, but because it takes hours of careful planning to look perfect. She begins with a bath in water that smells like roses, and is heated to the perfect temperature by servants who have been awake since midnight getting ready for this moment. The bath itself is a luxury, a big wooden tub lined with linen and placed so that the morning light comes through the silk curtains. After she bathes, she starts the long process of getting her trendy pale skin. The white makeup she uses has Cirrus in it, which is a lead-based cosmetic that costs more than most families make in a month. You need skill and expensive tools to do the application. These tools include brushes made from rare animal hairs, mixing palettes made from precious materials, and a lot of other specialised tools that cost a lot of money to buy. A modern beauty lover would have been amazed by the number of cosmetics she had. She has a lot of different pigments, and each one is kept in its own special container. She got them through trade networks that go all over the world. Her makeup collection is like a museum of the world's wealth, with ultramarine blue from Afghanistan, cinnabar red from Spain, and gold leaf from Africa. But the most expensive part of her beauty routine isn't the makeup, it's the time it takes. She can spend 3 hours every morning getting ready because she doesn't have to work, take care of kids, cook or clean the house. Her beauty routine is a luxury that shows off her social status just as well as any title or crown. Now let's look at a different neighbourhood in the same city, where the wife of a wool worker starts her own morning routine. She gets up before the sun rises, not to look good, but to stay alive. She has to feed the kids, finish her work, and take care of the house with resources that have to last a long time. If you can call it a beauty routine, it happens in the minutes between more important things. She might splash cold water on her face from a shared well, run her fingers through her hair to make it look nice, and maybe put on some homemade rouge made from crushed berries or red clay that she found near the city walls. There is a big difference between the cosmetic materials. The merchant's daughter uses lead powder from another country, while the worker's wife might use chalk dust or flour mixed with animal fat to make her face look whiter. The rich woman puts valuable cinnabar on her lips, while the working woman uses the juice from red berries or the colour that comes from biting her lips over and over again. But this is where the story gets interesting. Both women are doing the same basic thing that all people do. Both are using the resources they have to look better, show who they are, and fit in with the beauty standards of their community. The difference is not in the desire itself, but in the ways to make it happen. The cosmetics that working women use may not be as fancy, but they are often more useful and sometimes healthier than the more expensive ones. Her berry-based blush won't hurt her skin like cosmetics that contain lead. Her face powder made of flour and fat is less refined, but it lets her skin breathe. Her simple preparations are made fresh and used right away, so they don't have the problems that expensive cosmetics do when they are stored for a long time. The social dynamics of cosmetic use have created some really interesting contradictions over the years. In many cultures, only rich people were allowed to wear the most dramatic and fake makeup. Working people were expected to look more natural. But getting that natural look often took just as much skill and work as making fake beauty look good. Think about ancient Rome, where a senator's wife might spend the whole morning putting on layers of white lead makeup, red cinnabar rouge and fancy eye paints. At the same time, she would criticise working women for using simple rouge or darkening their lashes with soot. People thought that the wealthy woman's fake look was elegant and proper, but looks then a lower-class woman tried to make herself look better. It was often seen as vain or pretentious. This double standard existed in part because makeup was a way for people to show off their social status. The expensive makeup and complicated application methods showed that the person wearing it had the money to buy luxury items and the time to use them right. A woman who showed up at dawn with perfectly applied makeup was saying that she had servants to wake her up, get her makeup ready, and help her with the complicated process of putting it on. Beauty tools also showed how wealthy someone was. Rich women had mirrors made of polished silver or bronze that were often decorated with detailed engravings and put in expensive frames. They made their makeup brushes out of animal hairs from faraway places and gave them handles made of ivory, gold, or rare woods. Their makeup containers were works of art in their own right, meant to show off their wealth and taste. Women who worked used much simpler tools. Their mirrors could be pieces of polished metal, or even a bowl of clear water. They often made their brushes out of things they had on hand, like frayed twigs, scraps of cloth, or even their own fingers. Their makeup containers were useful because they could hold both makeup and food or other things when they weren't needed. Archaeological evidence indicates that, notwithstanding these material disparities, working women frequently exhibited greater innovation in their cosmetic techniques compared to their affluent counterparts. Because they had to try out different materials, which led to discoveries about natural cosmetics that rich people, who could afford expensive imported ingredients, might never have made. In medieval Europe, the cosmetic divide became even bigger when religious leaders linked makeup to moral decay. The church taught that God made people perfectly, and trying to make God's creation better could be a sin. This religious view made things complicated for society because rich women kept using fancy makeup in private, while pretending in public that their beauty was completely natural. This religious restriction had an interesting effect on how cosmetics were made. Women learned how to make makeup that looked natural but made them look much better. They learned how to subtly lighten their skin, make their lips look naturally red, and darken their lashes in ways that looked like natural gifts rather than fake improvements. The growth of trade guilds in medieval cities gave working-class women more chances to get involved in the world of cosmetics. As part of their professional training, women who worked as perfumers, ointment makers, or cosmetic preparers could get better ingredients and learn more advanced methods. These women often acted as links between high-end and low-end beauty practices by finding ways to use expensive methods with cheap materials. Royal courts have always been places where new cosmetics were tested out. With unlimited resources and a lot of competition, people were always trying new things. Court ladies would compete to look the best and most fashionable, which caused makeup techniques and beauty standards to change quickly. The beauty routines that started in royal courts would eventually spread throughout society, but they would often be simpler and more useful. The French court of Versailles during the reign of Louis XIV is a great example of how elite cosmetic culture could get very complicated. Court ladies would spend hours each day putting on layers of white paint, rouge, and fancy decorations. For example, they would cut small patches from silk or velvet and put them on their faces in patterns that showed how they felt, what political party they belonged to, or whether they were available for romance. These court fashions were so fancy and costly that they kept anyone who wasn't very rich from fully participating. One pot of the best white face paint could cost as much as a servant's yearly pay. Because it took so long to do it right, only women with a lot of servants could get the full effect. But even the servants at Versailles made their own beauty products, making simpler versions of the latest fashions using things they could afford or get through their jobs. Kitchen maids used lard and flour to make their faces look like the white paint used by the rich. Laundresses made colourful makeup out of the leftover dyes from washing clothes. Seamstresses made their own beauty patches out of scraps of fabric. During times of social unrest, the difference between high-end and everyday cosmetics became even more clear. For instance, during the French Revolution, the elaborate makeup styles that were popular with the upper class became not only unfashionable, but also dangerous. Women who went out in public with the white face paint and rouge of the old regime could have been seen as enemies of the revolution. This made beauty practices more democratic because former aristocrats had to learn how to make simple, natural-looking makeup. At the same time, working women had more freedom to try out makeup techniques that were only available to the upper classes. The revolution literally changed the way French women looked, setting new standards that valued natural beauty and simplicity. The imperial court in ancient China came up with very complicated beauty practices that took years of training to learn how to do right. Court ladies would try to make their skin look perfect, their eyebrows look perfect, and their lips look beautiful. The imperial palace came up with these methods, which were kept secret by palace servants for generations and never shared with anyone outside the palace. But Chinese beauty culture also had a long history of everyday beauty practices that were open to everyone. Women in the village came up with their own ways to use local materials, like rice water for cleaning, flower petals for colour, and different plant extracts for skin care. These folk practices were often more useful and sometimes worked better than the fancy ones used in court. It wasn't just about money that elite and everyday cosmetics were different. It was also about risk. Wealthy women could try dangerous things like mercury, lead and arsenic, because they could get medical help when these things made them sick. Working women, who couldn't afford such medical care, had to find safer ways to use cosmetics that used natural ingredients and had fewer harmful side effects. This safety gap had long-term effects on the development of cosmetics. Working women who couldn't afford dangerous alternatives were the first to find and improve many of the best and safest cosmetic ingredients. Their useful new ideas eventually changed the way rich women used cosmetics, as they began to see the benefits of safer, more natural ways to look good. The tools and methods used to put on makeup also showed social divisions in interesting ways. Rich women could buy special tools for every part of putting on makeup. For example, they had different brushes for different types of paint, precise tools for making perfect shapes, and complicated storage systems for keeping their makeup collections in order. Women who worked came up with tools and methods that worked best for many different tasks. You could use one brush to put on both lip colour and blush. You could use a small mirror for both personal grooming and work that requires a lot of detail, like needlework. These useful new tools were often better than more specialised elite tools, so people from all walks of life started using them. As you think about these historical differences between elite and everyday beauty practices, you see more than just differences in how people use cosmetics. You see how human creativity adapts to new situations, how necessity leads to new ideas, and how the basic desire for beauty crosses social boundaries even when the ways to get it are very different. As you continue your peaceful journey through the night, let your mind wander to one of the most interesting parts of cosmetic history. The secret meanings, spiritual significance, and hidden messages that makeup has carried throughout human history. Cosmetics have been more than just decoration. They have been a complex language that could say anything from religious devotion to political allegiance, from being married to being protected by magic. Picture yourself as a skilled anthropologist who can read these pictures as you walk through a busy market in ancient Babylon around 600 BCE. The faces around you tell stories that go far beyond just making you look better. People who know what they're looking at can read the meaning of each painted eye, rouged cheek and carefully applied lip colour like pages from an illuminated manuscript. The woman with the blue-green eyeshadow isn't just following fashion. She's showing her love for Ishtar, the goddess of love and fertility. The exact shade of blue, which is made by mixing ground lapis lazuli with the right amount of malachite, shows not only her religion but also her hope for a successful pregnancy. The way she applied the colour, like wings that go a little past the outer corners of her eyes, shows that she recently made a big offering at Ishtar's temple. The old man has kohl-rimmed eyes and a well-groomed beard that has been dyed with henna. He's advertising his job as a scribe and his status as a learned man. The way he does his eye makeup with thin lines that go up to his temples shows that he knows how to read and write in sacred writing systems. He specialises in religious texts rather than business letters, as shown by the reddish tint in his beard, which he got by carefully applying henna mixed with certain scented oils. Even the kids in the market have messages about beauty. The little girl with red ochre spots on her cheeks isn't wearing makeup to look pretty. Those spots show that she comes from a family of metal workers, which is a hereditary profession shown by this specific facial marking. His mother put a line of coal around his eyes to protect him from the evil eye, as part of her daily prayers for his safety. This complicated system of cosmetic communication was used by almost all ancient cultures, but the meanings of the cosmetics were very different from one culture to another. The one thing that stayed the same was that people could use their faces as a canvas to share complicated information about who they are, what they believe, their status and their plans. In ancient Egypt, cosmetics had a lot to do with religious ideas about the afterlife and the journey of the soul. The unique eye makeup that both men and women wore wasn't just for looks, it was also a way to protect their spirits. The black coal stood for the rich soil of the Nile Delta, which stood for new life and rebirth. The green eyeshadow made from malachite linked the person who wore it to the god Horus, and the promise of being reborn. Imagine an Egyptian priestess getting ready for a religious ceremony at the Temple of Hathor. Her makeup routine is as planned out as the ritual itself. She starts by putting down a base of white chalk mixed with natron. This makes a clean canvas that stands for spiritual cleansing. She then carefully paints the religious symbols that represent her role, such as golden highlights that stand for the sun god Ra, blue accents that connect her to the night sky and the goddess Nut, and red elements that stand for life force and divine power. Every stroke of the brush has meaning. The way she draws her eye makeup in wing-like shapes is like the protective wings of the goddess Isis. The exact geometric shapes she makes on her forehead and cheeks are not just for decoration, they are sacred symbols that show her rank in the temple hierarchy and her specific ritual duties. The perfumes she wears are just as important. The frankincense oil she puts on her wrists connects her to divine communication, because its smoke carries prayers to the gods. The myrrh she puts on her throat is a sign of protection against evil and the preservation of holy speech. The jasmine oil she uses in her hair stands for feminine divine power and the drawing in of good spiritual forces. In ancient India, the language of cosmetics was just as complicated and important. The tilaka, which are coloured marks on the forehead, were a complex way to identify someone. A knowledgeable person could tell their religious sect, where they came from, their social caste and even their current spiritual state. Picture meeting a merchant from southern India in a market in the north. The red and white vertical lines on his forehead show that he is a follower of Vishnu, and the specific pattern shows that he is from a certain area and is a merchant. The small dot of sandalwood paste on his forehead means that he's going through a period of ritual purification, probably to get ready for an important business deal or religious festival. The women in his family would send even more complicated beauty messages. When a married woman puts red sindoor powder in her hair, it tells everyone she meets that she is married. The colour and width of the application may also show if she is newly married, has kids, or is pregnant. The henna on her hands could tell the story of her wedding, her family history, and her hopes for the future. In ancient China, the use of cosmetics had a lot to do with Taoist philosophy and the idea of balance between opposing forces. The pale white face powder stood for yin, which is the feminine, accepting, and peaceful principle. The red lip and cheek colour stood for yang, which is the masculine, active, and dynamic principle. People thought that achieving perfect cosmetic balance meant bringing these forces into harmony, which would improve not only beauty but also spiritual and physical health. Some of the makeup used in Chinese courts during the Tang dynasty was meant to make political statements. The way someone paints their eyebrows could show which court factions they are loyal to. The placement and colour of decorative elements on the face may indicate support for particular policies or political ideologies. The choice of perfume could even be political, since different scents were linked to different parts of the empire and their cultural values. European medieval cosmetics had their own complicated symbolic meanings, but these were often hidden by religious rules about how to use them. When the church told women not to wear makeup because it was vain, they came up with subtle cosmetic codes that let them share important information while still looking like they were naturally beautiful. A pale complexion, which could be achieved by using white powders carefully and staying out of the sun, showed that someone was of noble birth and had a lot of free time. Slightly rosy cheeks, which could be made by pinching or lightly applying rouge, made people look young and healthy. People who were rich could afford to eat well and keep their teeth clean, which showed good nutrition and careful hygiene. But medieval cosmetics also sent more specific messages. Some perfumes could mean that a person is ready to get married or is already in a relationship. The way the hair is styled, often with oils and subtle colouring, could show where the person is from or who their family is. The cleanliness and care of fingernails even had social meaning, showing whether someone worked with their hands or lived a life of leisure. As court culture created complex systems of visual communication during the Renaissance, the meaning of cosmetics became more complex. The famous white lead makeup that rich women wore didn't just show that they were fashionable, it also showed that they could afford expensive and dangerous cosmetics, that they had the time to spend hours putting it on, and that they were willing to put their health at risk for beauty. The use of beauty patches, which are small pieces of silk or velvet put on the face, turned into a complicated way to talk to each other. A patch on the cheek could mean that the person is political, while a patch on the corner of the mouth could mean that the person is flirting. A patch on the forehead might mean that someone is smart or has learned something, while a patch near the eye might mean that something is mysterious or interesting. Beauty patches in different colours had different meanings. Black patches were common and not very strong, but coloured patches could send a clear message. Red patches could mean anger or passion, blue could mean sadness or deep feelings, and white could mean innocence or mourning. The scents used during this time also had deep symbolic meanings. Different smells were linked to different good qualities, feelings, and social messages. A woman might wear floral scents to show that she's feminine and gentle, spicy scents to show that she is passionate and sophisticated, or herbal scents to show that she knows how to heal and do household chores. In many African cultures, using cosmetics had deep spiritual and social meaning that linked people to their ancestors, their community, and the world around them. Certain patterns of face painting could show what clan someone belongs to, how old they are, whether they are married, and what their spiritual role is in the community. Putting on traditional African makeup was often a group activity that brought people closer together and passed down cultural knowledge. Older women would teach younger women not only how to apply makeup, but also what different colours and patterns meant. There were stories, songs, and traditional wisdom that linked beauty practices to bigger cultural values and beliefs in this education. Different colours of pigments had different spiritual meanings. White clay could stand for spirits of ancestors and a link to the divine. Red ochre might stand for life force, fertility, and a link to the earth. Black charcoal could stand for mystery, power, and protection from bad things. The geometric patterns made with these pigments weren't just random designs. They were meaningful symbols that told stories about who the wearer was, what they had been through, and where they fit into the community. A young woman's coming-of-age ceremony might include putting on certain patterns that showed she was no longer a child. A new mother, on the other hand, might wear different patterns to show that she were makeup Buddhist, now a mother. In ancient Persia, cosmetics were closely linked to Zoroastrian religious beliefs about the fight between light and dark in the universe. People thought that putting on makeup was a way to join the fight against darkness and ugliness by joining the forces of light and beauty. Persian men and women both wore heavy eye makeup that was thought to help them see truth and beauty in the world better. The specific patterns and colours used in this eye makeup could show how spiritually advanced the person is, what role they play in religious ceremonies, and how committed they are to Zoroastrian principles. People in Persian culture thought that the perfumes they used could bring in good spiritual forces and keep out bad ones. People were told to use different scents for different spiritual purposes, like meditation, and prayer, protection while travelling, and bringing love and harmony into relationships. As you think about these deep traditions of cosmetic symbolism and meaning, you can see how amazing it is that people can turn the simple act of putting colour on their face into a complex way to communicate, identify themselves, and express their spirituality. These old traditions show us that makeup has always been about more than just how you look. It's also been a way to be a part of the most important parts of human culture and community. As you relax more deeply into your comfortable position, let your mind gently explore how these old beauty practices still affect and shape our modern world in ways that are both obvious and surprising. Makeup's story doesn't end with the fall of empires or the rise of new ones. Instead, it flows like an underground river, sometimes visible and sometimes hidden, but always there, bringing the knowledge and new ideas of our ancestors into our lives today. Think about your own morning routine for a moment. When you wash your face with a gentle cleanser, you're taking part in a ritual that goes back to ancient Egyptian priests who used natron and oils to clean themselves before going to see their gods. When you put on foundation to make your skin tone even, you're following a method that Chinese court ladies used to get porcelain-perfect skin by mixing rice powder with precious oils. When you look in the mirror while putting on makeup, you are doing something that people have been doing for hundreds of years. Even though your mirror is made of silvered glass instead of polished bronze or obsidian, and your makeup comes from labs instead of being ground by hand from minerals and plants, the basic experience is still the same. You're changing who you are and getting ready to face the world. You're taking part in the ancient dance between identity and appearance. Even though modern cosmetic science is very advanced, it keeps finding the wisdom that was already there in ancient beauty practices. People first noticed that retinoids could help with aging in oils from fish liver that were high in vitamin A. Egyptian women used sour milk and fruit acids to smooth their skin, so they knew that alpha-hydroxy acids could do the same. Ancient cultures used honey and plant mucilages to keep their skin soft and supple, which is similar to how hyaluronic acid works. Think about how the colours people liked in the past still affect the styles of makeup today. The red lips that were popular in ancient Rome and China are still a classic look that never really goes out of style. The dramatic eye makeup that ancient Egyptians invented comes back into style all the time, from the mod looks of the 1960s to the bold graphic styles of modern makeup artists. The idea that makeup can change a person's appearance has been around for a long time and is still driving new cosmetic products today. Like shamans in the past used face paint to talk to spirits, makeup artists today help people explore different parts of who they are. The traditions of face painting that started as religious rituals have had an impact on everything from Halloween makeup to special effects in movies and TV shows. Ancient colour symbolism is still present in small ways in modern culture. Red has been linked to power and passion since prehistoric times, when it was used in ochre paintings. This still affects how we see red lipstick and clothing. The link between white and purity, which was developed by ancient cultures from Egypt to China, is still important in bridal makeup and formal aesthetics. The social dynamics of ancient cosmetic culture are very similar to those of modern beauty practices. The difference between high-end and everyday cosmetics that existed in ancient civilizations is the same as the difference between high-end and drugstore beauty brands today. The same psychological drives that made ancient court ladies compete with each other by wearing elaborate makeup still drive modern beauty influencers and their fans. Modern cosmetic scientists are figuring out how to use old makeup techniques that took hundreds of years to develop and perfect. Using modern chemistry and manufacturing methods, we are recreating the long-lasting formulas that ancient cultures came up with through trial and error. Water-resistant eye makeup, which was first used by ancient cultures for both practical and spiritual reasons, is now a common part of modern cosmetics. The idea that cosmetics were medicine in ancient times still affects how beauty products are made today. The practice of using makeup to protect and heal skin, which goes back to ancient Egypt and traditional Asia, is what drives modern research into cosmeceuticals, which are products that mix cosmetics and medicine. This old wisdom is still true today. Sunscreen in foundation, anti-aging ingredients in concealer, and lip products that heal. Many modern sustainable beauty movements look to the past for ideas, bringing back old ingredients and methods that were lost when cosmetics became industrialized. Brands that focus on natural ingredients, traditional methods of making things, and having as little of an impact on the environment as possible are basically going back to the ideas that guided the development of cosmetics for thousands of years before the modern chemical industry. The ritualistic elements of ancient makeup applications still have psychological benefits that modern users instinctively grasp. The meditative quality of carefully putting on makeup, the feeling of changing and getting ready, and the connection to cultural traditions are all still important parts of the cosmetic experience today, just like they were for ancient practitioners. Old packaging and tools for applying makeup still have an effect on how cosmetics are made today. The beautiful containers that ancient cultures made to hold valuable cosmetics inspire modern packaging that focuses on luxury and craftsmanship. Brushes, sponges, and precise applicators are still used in the same way they were thousands of years ago. This shows that some new ideas are so good that they last through time. The age-old practice of passing down cosmetic recipes from one generation to the next is still going strong today. Even though people today don't grind their own pigments or mix their own formulas, they still share beauty knowledge through social media, beauty communities, and family traditions. This is how knowledge has always been passed down. There are strong echoes of ancient perfume traditions in modern times. Modern perfume makers are still influenced by the layering techniques that ancient Persian and Arab perfumers came up with. Using incense and aromatherapy to improve mood and spiritual practice is a direct link to ancient customs. Even modern perfume ads often use old ideas about how smell affects feelings, memories, and identity. The gender-fluid approach to cosmetics that was common in many ancient cultures is making a comeback in modern beauty culture. The old idea that makeup could make anyone look better, no matter what gender they were, fits with modern movements toward beauty standards that include everyone and non-binary ways to express yourself with cosmetics. The use of makeup for ceremonies and special events has not changed much since ancient times. Many of the makeup traditions for weddings come from old beauty practices for brides. Makeup for theatre and performance is still very much like the face painting that was done in ancient rituals. Even the makeup we wear every day for special occasions follows patterns set by ancient cultures for marking important events and changes. Using makeup to show social and professional roles is an old practice that has changed but is still used today. Professional makeup standards in many fields, from business to entertainment, carry on the old practice of using looks to show competence and status. The power look in today's business world comes directly from the old practice of using makeup to show that you are in charge and capable. Beauty standards from the past still affect modern makeup goals, but in different ways. The desire for perfect skin that people have had for a long time is what drives the development of modern foundations and concealers. The ancient focus on a bright, healthy-looking skin tone inspires today's highlighter and skincare makeup hybrid products. Ancient ways of making lips look better have an effect on everything from lip-plumping, isis-plumping products to cosmetic surgery. People still think of makeup as a way to express their culture, just like they did in ancient times. Traditional cosmetic practices from different cultures still work well with modern ones, making beautiful landscapes that honour both the past and the future. Henna art, traditional face painting, and cultural ceremonial makeup are still important and have an impact on mainstream beauty trends. Old ways of thinking about beauty that were based on seasons and cycles still have an effect on how people use cosmetics today. The old custom of changing your makeup and skincare routines based on the seasons, the moon, and different stages of life is similar to modern trends that emphasize more natural and responsive beauty practices. Seasonal color palettes, which are often based on old ideas about how light and the environment affect how people look, are still very important in modern makeup marketing and choice. The old idea that beauty is something that people do together is still around today. Beauty parties, friends putting on makeup together, and groups getting ready for special events are all ways that the social side of beauty culture has stayed alive for thousands of years. Beauty communities on social media take this old practice into the digital world, making new versions of the old ways of sharing knowledge and helping each other that were common in ancient beauty culture. As you fall asleep, think about how your makeup routine in the morning will connect you to the vast river of human experience. When you put that first colour on your face, you'll be doing something that connects you to cave painters, Egyptian priests, Chinese court ladies, Roman matrons, and many more who knew that the face is the first canvas for art, identity, and change. Even though your makeup may be made in modern factories instead of being ground by hand from sacred minerals, the impulse is still the same: to show the world your best self, to take part in your culture's beauty traditions, and to enjoy the little daily magic of transformation that makeup brings. In this way, You take part in one of the oldest and most enduring art forms every morning. You become part of a story that started in caves long before people lived in them, and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the never-ending interesting link between who we are and how we choose to look to plumping at the world. The ancient history of cosmetics isn't really history at all. It's the present, lived out every day in millions of mirrors around the world, as timeless and real as the human face itself. While you relax even more in the evening, let your mind drift to the workshops and labs where ancient cosmetic makers worked their magic. These long-forgotten alchemists worked hundreds of years before modern chemistry. They came up with formulation methods that are so advanced that modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how they got such amazing results. Imagine yourself in the workshop of a cosmetic maker from ancient Egypt, maybe in the busy city of Memphis around 1200 BCE. The room smells like frankincense, and the earthy smell of minerals being ground. Clay pots sit on wooden shelves, each one holding carefully chosen ingredients that took months or even years to prepare. The master cosmetic maker starts her day before dawn, not because she's in a hurry, but because the cool morning air is best for some of the preparations before the desert heat affects the delicate chemical processes she's in charge of. She treats her work with the respect of a priest and the accuracy of a mathematician. She knows that the difference between a cosmetic that makes you look better and one that hurts your skin can be as small as a grain of sand. Watch as she makes coal using a method that has been passed down through her family for generations. She starts with galena, a lead sulfide mineral that gives coal its unique deep black colour. But she doesn't just grind the mineral and mix it with oil. Instead, she follows a complicated process that scientists today are just starting to figure out. First, she heats the galena in a special furnace, and she knows how to control the temperature with a level of knowledge about metallurgy that wouldn't be out of place in a modern lab. The heat changes the mineral's crystal structure, which makes it safer to use around the eyes and improves its colour. She adds small amounts of other minerals while heating the metal, like a pinch of antimony here and a trace of silver there. This makes an alloy that is stronger than the sum of its parts. After that, the grinding process takes hours of careful work. She makes a powder from the treated mineral that is so fine it feels like silk between her fingers by using a palette made of carefully chosen stone. The consistency has to be just right. If it's too coarse, the coal will scratch the delicate skin around the eyes, and if it's too fine, it won't stay on or cover well. The mixing of the final formula is where science and art really come together. She mixes the powdered mineral with a carefully balanced blend of animal fats, plant oils, and fragrant resins. The fats help the pigment stick to the skin and make it easier to apply. The oils keep the mixture from drying out too quickly, and the resins act as natural preservatives and add a light scent. But the right amounts are very important, and they change with the season, the use, and even the moon phase. Summer versions have more oils to keep the coal from drying out in the heat, and winter versions have more fats to protect it from cold winds. Coal made for everyday use is different from coal made for religious ceremonies or special events. The ancient Egyptians knew something that modern cosmetic science has rediscovered. How ingredients are put together is often more important than the ingredients themselves. They came up with ways to make stable emulsions, control particle size, and get consistent colour that are just as good as what modern manufacturing methods can do. They knew a lot more than just coal. Egyptian makeup artists made lip colours that brought out the natural tones of different skin types instead of hiding them, as well as eyeshadows that wouldn't smudge even when you sweat and rouge that stayed bright for hours in the desert heat. They were able to get these results without using any of today's preservatives, stabilisers, or colourfast atlafast technologies. Ancient Chinese cosmetics were just as advanced, but they were based on different ideas from traditional Chinese medicine and Taoist philosophy. Chinese cosmetic makers thought of their work as a way to heal people. They made products that not only made people look better, but also made them healthier and happier. Think about going to a Chinese cosmetic workshop in the Tang dynasty, around 750 CE. The master craftsman starts his work by meditating and doing purification rituals. He knows that how he feels will affect the quality of what he makes. He thinks that cosmetics made with good intentions and care will pass those qualities on to the people who use them. Modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how to make Chinese face powder. The craftsman starts with rice that has been carefully chosen for its type, how it grows, and when it is harvested. Different kinds of rice make powders with different qualities. Some give better coverage, others make the surface smoother, and still others give the most natural-looking finish. First, the rice is washed in spring water that temple priests have blessed. Then, it is dried in a certain way that keeps the humidity and temperature just right. Stone mills that have been used for generations are used to grind the grains. Their surfaces are smooth from all the batches of powder and are flavoured with the oils and essences of past preparations. But the real sophistication is in the additives that change plain rice flour into makeup powder. The craftsman carefully adds the right amount of ground pearls, which give the powder the shine that made Chinese complexion powder famous all over Asia. To make the pearls into the finest powder possible, they must be prepared using secret methods that keep their light-reflecting properties. Other ingredients are powdered jade, which is thought to have healing properties, ground seashells, which are thought to have minerals in them, and small amounts of precious metals, which give the colour a subtle effect. Each addition is made using complicated formulas that take into account how the ingredients will work together. The user's desired skin tone, and even astrological factors that determine the best times to mix cosmetics. Ancient Indian cosmetic preparation combined Ayurvedic medicine with advanced chemistry to make products that were good for both health and beauty. Indian cosmetic companies were some of the first to realise that healthy skin is the key to true beauty. They made products that improved the look of the skin while also treating underlying skin problems. Modern eye doctors agree that the methods used to make kajal, the unique Indian eye makeup, were very advanced for their time. Indian cosmetic companies knew that things used around the eyes had to be both pretty and good for your health. They had to be able to make your eyes healthier instead of just looking good. To make kajal the old-fashioned way, you first have to choose the right oils and wicks very carefully. People choose castor oil, sesame oil and ghee not only because they burn well but flow well, but also because they are good for you. The wicks are made from cotton that was grown without chemical fertilizers and processed in a way that keeps the fiber's natural properties. The burning happens in special lamps that control the temperature and heavy and airflow to make the cleanest soot possible. The craftsman watches over the flames all night, making sure the wicks are in the right place and that the soot is of good quality. Different stages of the burning process make soot with different properties. Early soot is finer and better for everyday use, while later soot has more dramatic colour and lasts longer. At the same time, she would criticise working women for using simple rouge or darkening their lashes with soot. Cosmetic makers in ancient Persia made complex perfumes that stayed stable for years and could be layered to make new, more complex scents. Their knowledge of how to extract, preserve and mix essential oils had an impact on perfume making all over the Islamic world, and it eventually made its way to Europe through trade and conquest. The Persians made perfume by finding a balance between sweet and bitter, light and heavy, and warming and cooling. Persian perfumers thought that a fragrance that was perfectly balanced could change the wearer's mood, health, and spiritual state, so making perfume was a form of therapeutic art. Ancient Roman cosmetics were made on a scale that wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. Roman workshops made cosmetics for use all over the empire. They came up with standard recipes and ways of making them that made sure the quality was the same no matter where you were. Roman cosmetic makers were some of the first to realise how important it was to check the quality of their products and make sure that each batch was the same. They came up with ways to test that rouge would keep its colour, that face powder would cover evenly, and that perfumes would smell the same no matter where they were made, whether in Rome or far-off provinces. The Romans had a very advanced way of keeping cosmetics fresh. They knew that cosmetics had to stay stable during long sea trips to faraway markets, even when the temperature and humidity changed, and the physical stresses of travel occurred. They learned how to use natural antimicrobials and airtight packaging to keep their products fresh for months or even years. As you picture these old cosmetic workshops, you can see the beginning of an industry that combined art, science and business in ways that are still used by modern cosmetic companies. These ancient formulators set the stage for figuring out how ingredients work together, how to get the same results every time, and how to make products that make people look better while also keeping them safe and healthy. Their methods, which have been improved over hundreds of years of trial and error and passed down through generations of skilled craftsmen, are a treasure trove of information that modern cosmetic science is still discovering and rediscovering. In a lot of cases, these old formulators got results that modern companies have a hard time getting with modern technology and synthetic ingredients. Their makeup containers were useful because they could hold both makeup and food or other things when they weren't needed. Imagine yourself in the private rooms of a rich Roman woman named Livia, where the first light of dawn comes through silk curtains. As her personal slaves get ready for the day's transformation ritual, the room is already buzzing with quiet activity. This isn't just putting on makeup, it's a carefully planned ceremony that will take several hours and involve a lot of people, each of whom is an expert in a different part of the process of making someone look better. Sophia, a Greek woman who was chosen for her artistic skills, is Livia's main cosmetic slave. She starts by looking at her mistress's skin in the morning light. People in ancient Rome knew that makeup had to be put on in a way that worked with each person's unique features, skin tone, and the needs of the day. Sophia runs her experienced fingers gently over Livia's face, looking for changes in the texture of her skin, new blemishes that need to be covered, or areas that need extra care. The first step in getting ready is to wash, but not with a quick splash of water like people do now. A warm mixture of milk, honey and ground almonds is used to gently clean Livia's face. The milk has mild acids that get rid of dead skin cells. The honey is a natural antiseptic and moisturiser, and the almonds gently rub the skin to make it smoother. Sophia uses her hands to apply this mixture in circles, which she has learned how to do perfectly over the years. The massage part of the cleansing is almost as important as the cleansing itself. The gentle pressure gets blood flowing to the skin, giving it a natural glow that will be the base for the day's makeup. After cleaning, it's time to put on the base, and this is where ancient Roman techniques show how advanced they were. The white lead mixture that will give Livia a trendy pale complexion isn't just painted on her skin, it's built up in thin, almost clear layers that give her skin depth and shine while still looking natural. Sophia starts with the lightest possible application, using a wet sea sponge to apply the mixture in soft, overlapping strokes. She starts in the middle of the face and works her way out, making sure to blend each part before moving on to the next. The process needs perfect timing. Each layer needs to set for a little while before the next one goes on, but not so long that it becomes hard to blend. It takes a lot of skill to do this. Sophia has to decide how opaque each layer is, how the mixture will look on Livia's skin tone, and how the final result will look in different types of light during the day. If you put on too much makeup, it will look like a mask and not real. If you don't use enough, it won't look like the porcelain that Roman fashion calls for. While the base is being built, another slave gets the rouge ready to put colour back into Livia's cheeks, which have become pale. It's not as easy as just opening a container and putting on colour. The rouge needs to be mixed fresh every day to get the best colour and consistency. The slave uses oils and waxes to grind cinnabar on a small palette, adding tiny amounts of other colours to make the exact colour that Livia's skin needs for the day's activities. Putting on rouge requires a different set of skills. Sophia uses a brush made of fine animal hair to apply the colour in exact patterns that make Livia's natural bone structure look better. Ancient Roman makeup artists knew how to use colour and shading to make it look like you had higher cheekbones, a more refined nose, and a more perfect oval face shape. These are techniques that modern makeup artists would recognise. Putting on eye makeup is probably the hardest part of the whole ritual. Roman women liked dramatic eye effects that needed a lot of different products and very careful application. Sophia starts by darkening Livia's lashes with a mix of oils and soot, using a small brush to cover each lash. The method is similar to how people put on mascara today, but it takes a lot more skill because the product doesn't have the synthetic polymers that make modern mascara easier to put on. Next, the eyeshadow is put on in layers to give it depth and dimension. Sophia uses different colours on different parts of the eyelid. For example, she uses a lighter shade near the inner corner to make the eyes look bigger and brighter, a medium shade across the main lid area, and a darker shade in the crease to make the eyes look deeper set. The last step in putting on eye makeup is to put kohl around the eye itself. You need the steadiest hand and the most accurate technique for this because any mistakes will be obvious right away and hard to fix. Sophia uses a thin bronze rod to apply the kohl in smooth, even lines that follow the natural shape of Livia's eyes and go a little past the outer corners to make the dramatic look that Roman fashion likes. Livia stays almost still the whole time, which is something that rich Roman women learned as kids. People thought that being able to sit still for hours while makeup was put on was a sign of refinement and self-control. But this isn't just free time. Livia uses these hours to think, plan her day, and sometimes even dictate letters to scribes while she changes. The last part of putting on makeup is painting the lips with a red pigment made from crushed insects and plant dyes. Sophia uses a small brush to make the perfect shape for her lips. She often paints outside or inside the natural lip line to get the proportions that Roman beauty standards call for. But the ritual doesn't end when the makeup is done. People put the finishing touches on Livia's hair with scented oils while they painted her face. She has carefully arranged her clothes to go with her finished look. She even picks out her jewellery to go with the colours and style of her makeup. Now imagine yourself in ancient Japan, where the ritual for putting on makeup is even more complicated and full of meaning. Before midnight and until dawn, a Heian court lady's private quarters are transformed in one of history's most elaborate beauty rituals. The Japanese way of putting on makeup was based on the idea of layers, not just layers of makeup, but also layers of meaning, symbolism and artistic expression. Each part of the look was carefully chosen to go with the clothes, accessories, perfume, and even the weather and season of the day. The attendants of the court lady start the process by cleaning and conditioning her skin with a series of treatments that take several hours to finish. They gently scrub her skin with rice bran mixed with different flower waters, and then they put camellia oil on her skin to keep it moist and safe. It takes years of practice to master the art of putting on the white face powder that is a big part of Heian makeup. You should be able to see no brush marks or uneven areas when you apply the powder. The coverage must be full and opaque, changing the woman's natural colour into a surface that looks like porcelain and serves as a canvas for the artistic elements that will follow. To paint the fake eyebrows, which are small ovals on the forehead, you need the skill of a master calligrapher. The paint must be applied with smooth, confident strokes that show no hesitation or correction. Each eyebrow must be the same size, shape and position. The tiny red lips painted in the middle of the mouth are the most unique part of Heian makeup, and may be the hardest to do. The shape must be perfectly symmetrical and fit perfectly in the middle of the mouth. The colour has to be even and bright, and it has to be made with precious red pigments that are mixed fresh for each use. Applying makeup in ancient Chinese courts was just as complicated, but it was based on Confucian ideas of harmony and balance. The process started with meditation and purification rituals that got both the person applying and the person receiving ready for the change that was about to happen. Chinese makeup application focused on enhancing natural beauty rather than changing it. The goal was to make the look seem almost natural, but it actually took hours of skilled work to get there. This paradox, making something look natural with artificial means, took a lot of skill and knowledge of how different colours and techniques would work with each person's features. In ancient India, putting on makeup was often a group activity that made people feel closer to each other and made things look better. Women would get together to help each other get ready for festivals, weddings and other special events. They would share tips, stories and knowledge while making elaborate henna and makeup designs. When people used traditional Indian makeup, they put it on their whole body, not just their face. Henna designs on hands and feet could take a long time to finish, and needed the steady hand of a skilled artist. The complicated geometric and floral patterns weren't just for show. They told stories about the person's family, hopes, and important events in their life. Aromatherapy was often a part of ancient Middle Eastern makeup rituals. For example, certain perfumes and incenses were burned while putting on makeup to improve mood and create the desired mental state. People thought that the smells could change not only how the person looked, but also their personality and aura. As you picture these complicated application rituals, you see that people know that real beauty is more than just putting colour on the face. These old ways of doing things knew that the process of change was just as important as the end result. The time spent getting ready, the skill of the artisans who worked on it, and the purpose behind the change all played a role in the final effect. These rituals made places for meditation, socializing, art and personal growth that our fast-paced modern world often misses when it comes to beauty. These old ways of doing things remind us that beauty isn't just about how we look. It's also about taking the time to honour ourselves and our place in the larger human community. Picture one last scene before you go to sleep. You're looking into a mirror that can show you not only your own reflection, but also the voices of everyone who has ever looked into a mirror to get ready for the day. You can see the cave painter looking at their ochre-painted cheeks in a pool of still water on that silvered surface. You can see the Egyptian priestess looking at her coal-lined eyes in shiny bronze. The Chinese court lady is perfecting her porcelain skin. The Roman matron is fixing her rouge, and the Indian bride is admiring her henna-decorated hands. All of these people, who lived thousands of years apart and in very different places, share the same basic human desire, to show the world their best self, to take part in their culture's idea of beauty, and to enjoy the small daily miracle of change that makeup brings. Your own reflection is part of this never-ending parade, which connects you to everyone who has ever mixed pigment with oil, ground minerals into powder, or carefully applied colour to make their natural features look better. You carry on their wisdom, their new ideas, and their belief that beauty is one of the most lasting and important ways that people express themselves. Modern eyeliner is made from ancient Egyptian kohl that you can still find in your bathroom cabinet. Roman rouge is still used in modern blush. Modern foundation is based on Chinese face powder. Today's temporary tattoo art is based on Indian henna. The tools and ingredients may be different, but the basic art stays the same. When you look in the mirror tomorrow morning and start your own beauty routine, you'll be taking part in one of the oldest traditions in human history. You will be adding your own chapter to a story that began in caves long ago and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the magical change that happens when colour meets skin. You are part of this old, beautiful, never-ending story, so sleep well. Think about Egyptian palettes and Chinese brushes, Roman rouge and Indian henna, and all the people who have used makeup tools and all the faces that have been changed by the soft magic of light and pigment. The history of makeup goes back thousands of years, and every time you put it on, choose a colour or change your look, you are continuing that history. You are the newest artist in the longest-running art form in history. Tomorrow, you'll paint your masterpiece again. Have a good night's sleep, lovely dreamer. May your rest be as peaceful as the satisfaction of ancient cosmetic makers who, after hours of careful work, finally set down their brushes and admired their finished work in the soft glow of oil lamps and candles, knowing they had helped someone become the best version of themselves. As you think about these historical differences between elite and everyday beauty practices, you see more than just differences in how people use cosmetics. You see how human creativity adapts to new situations, how necessity leads to new ideas, and how the basic desire for beauty crosses social boundaries, even when the ways to get it are very different. As you continue your peaceful journey through the night, let your mind wander to one of the most interesting parts of cosmetic history, the secret meanings, spiritual significance, and hidden messages that makeup has carried throughout human history. Cosmetics have been more than just decoration. They have been a complex language that could say anything from religious devotion to political allegiance, from being married to being protected by magic. Picture yourself as a skilled anthropologist who can read these pictures as you walk through a busy market in ancient Babylon, around 600 BCE. The faces around you tell stories that go far beyond just making you look better. People who know what they are looking at can read the meaning of each painted eye, rouged cheek, and carefully applied lip colour like pages from an illuminated manuscript. The woman with the blue-green eyeshadow isn't just following fashion, she's showing her love for Ishtar, the goddess of love and fertility. The exact shade of blue, which is made by mixing ground lapis lazuli with the right amount of malachite, shows not only her religion, but also her hope for a successful pregnancy. The way she applied the colour, like wings that go a little past the outer corners of her eyes, shows that she recently made a big offering at Ishtar's temple. The old man has kohl-rimmed eyes and a well-groomed beard that has been dyed with henna. He is advertising his job as a scribe and his status as a learned man. The way he does his eye makeup with thin lines that go up to his temples shows that he knows how to read and write in sacred writing systems. He specialises in religious texts rather than business letters, as shown by the reddish tint in his beard, which he got by carefully applying henna mixed with certain scented oils. Even the kids in the market have messages about beauty. The little girl with red ochre spots on her cheeks isn't wearing makeup to look pretty. Those spots show that she comes from a family of metal workers, which is a hereditary profession shown by this specific facial marking. His mother put a line of kohl around his eyes to protect him from the evil eye as part of her daily prayers for his safety. This complicated system of cosmetic communication was used by almost all ancient cultures, but the meanings of the cosmetics were very different from one culture to another. The one thing that stayed the same was that people could use their faces as a canvas to share complicated information about who they are, what they believe, their status, and their plans. In ancient Egypt, cosmetics had a lot to do with religious ideas about the afterlife and the journey of the soul. The unique eye makeup that both men and women wore wasn't just for looks, it was also a way to protect their spirits. The black kohl stood for the rich soil of the Nile Delta, which stood for new life and rebirth. The green eyeshadow made from malachite linked the person who wore it to the god Horus and the promise of being reborn. Imagine an Egyptian priestess getting ready for a religious ceremony at the Temple of Hathor. Her makeup routine is as planned out as the ritual itself. She starts by putting down a base of white chalk mixed with natron. This makes a clean canvas that stands for spiritual cleansing. She then carefully paints the religious symbols that represent her role, such as golden highlights that stand for the sun god Ra, blue accents that connect her to the night sky and the goddess Nut, and red elements that stand for life force and divine power. Every stroke of the brush has meaning. The way she draws her eye makeup in wing-like shapes is like the protective wings of the goddess Isis. The exact geometric shapes she makes on her forehead and cheeks are not just for decoration. They are sacred symbols that show her rank in the temple hierarchy and her specific ritual duties. The perfumes she wears are just as important. The frankincense oil she puts on her wrists connects her to divine communication because its smoke carries prayers to the gods. The myrrh she puts on her throat is a sign of protection against evil and the preservation of holy speech. The jasmine oil she uses in her hair stands for feminine divine power and the drawing in of good spiritual forces. In ancient India, the language of cosmetics was just as complicated and important. The tilaka, which are coloured marks on the forehead, were a complex way to identify someone. A knowledgeable person could tell their religious sect, where they came from, their social caste, and even their current spiritual state. Picture meeting a merchant from southern India in a market in the north. The red and white vertical lines on his forehead show that he is a follower of Vishnu, and the specific pattern shows that he is from a certain area and is a merchant. The small dot of sandalwood paste on his forehead means that he is going through a period of ritual purification, probably to get ready for an important business deal or religious festival. The women in his family would send even more complicated beauty messages. When a married woman puts red sindoor powder in her hair, it tells everyone she meets that she is married. The colour and width of the application may also show if she's newly married, has kids, or is pregnant. The henna on her hands could tell the story of her wedding, her family history, and her hopes for the future. In ancient China, the use of cosmetics had a lot to do with Taoist philosophy and the idea of balance between opposing forces. The pale white face powder stood for yin, which is the feminine, accepting and peaceful principle. The red lip and cheek colour stood for yang, which is the masculine, active and dynamic principle. People thought that achieving perfect cosmetic balance meant bringing these forces into harmony, which would improve not only beauty but also spiritual and physical health. Some of the makeup used in Chinese courts during the Tang dynasty was meant to make political statements. The way someone paints their eyebrows could show which court factions they are loyal to. The placement and colour of decorative elements on the face may indicate support for particular policies or political ideologies. The choice of perfume could even be political, since different scents were linked to different parts of the empire and their cultural values. European medieval cosmetics had their own complicated symbolic meanings, but these were often hidden by religious rules about how to use them. When the church told women not to wear makeup because it was vain, they came up with subtle cosmetic codes that let them share important information while still looking like they were naturally beautiful. A pale complexion, which could be achieved by using white powders carefully and staying out of the sun, showed that someone was of noble birth and had a lot of free time. Slightly rosy cheeks, which could be made by pinching or lightly applying rouge, made people look young and healthy. People who were rich could afford to eat well and keep their teeth clean, which showed good nutrition and careful hygiene. But medieval cosmetics also sent more specific messages. Some perfumes could mean that a person is ready to get married or is already in a relationship. The way the hair is styled, often with oils and subtle colouring, could show where the person is from or who their family is. The cleanliness and care of fingernails even had social meaning, showing whether someone worked with their hands or lived a life of leisure. As court culture created complex systems of visual communication during the Renaissance, the meaning of cosmetics became more complex. The famous white lead makeup that rich women wore didn't just show that they were fashionable, it also showed that they could afford expensive and dangerous cosmetics, that they had the time to spend hours putting it on, and that they were willing to put their health at risk for beauty. The use of beauty patches, which are small pieces of silk or velvet put on the face, turned into a complicated way to talk to each other. A patch on the cheek could mean that the person is political, while a patch on the corner of the mouth could mean that the person is flirting. A patch on the forehead might mean that someone is smart or has learned something, while a patch near the eye might mean that something is mysterious or interesting. Beauty patches in different colours had different meanings. Black patches were common and not very strong, but coloured patches could send a clear message. Red patches could mean anger or passion, blue could mean sadness or deep feelings, and white could mean innocence or mourning. The The scents used during this time also had deep symbolic meanings. Different smells were linked to different good qualities, feelings, and social messages. A woman might wear floral scents to show that she's feminine and gentle, spicy scents to show that she's passionate and sophisticated, or herbal scents to show that she knows how to heal and do household chores. In many African cultures, using cosmetics had deep spiritual and social meaning that linked people to their ancestors, their community, and the world around them. Certain patterns of face painting could show what clan someone belongs to, how old they are, whether they are married, and what their spiritual role is in the community. Putting on traditional African makeup was often a group activity that brought people closer together and passed down cultural knowledge. Older women would teach younger women not only how to apply makeup, but also what different colours and patterns meant. There were stories, songs, and traditional wisdom that linked beauty practices to bigger cultural values and beliefs in this education. Different colours of pigments had different spiritual meanings. White clay could stand for spirits of ancestors and a link to the divine. Red ochre might stand for life force, fertility, and a link to the earth. Black charcoal could stand for mystery, power, and protection from bad things. The geometric patterns made with these pigments weren't just random designs. They were meaningful symbols that told stories about who the wearer was, what they had been through, and where they fit into the community. A young woman's coming-of-age ceremony might include putting on certain patterns that showed she was no longer a child. A new mother, on the other hand, might wear different patterns to show that she will make up but is now a mother. In ancient Persia, cosmetics were closely linked to Zoroastrian religious beliefs about the fight between light and dark in the universe. People thought that putting on makeup was a way to join the fight against darkness and ugliness by joining the forces of light and beauty. Persian men and women both wore heavy eye makeup that was thought to help them see truth and beauty in the world better. The specific patterns and colours used in this eye makeup could show how spiritually advanced the person is, what role they play in religious ceremonies, and how committed they are to Zoroastrian principles. People in Persian culture thought that the perfumes they used could bring in good spiritual forces and keep out bad ones. People were told to use different scents for different spiritual purposes, like meditation and prayer, protection while travelling, and bringing love and harmony into relationships. As you think about these deep traditions of cosmetic symbolism and meaning, you can see how amazing it is that people can turn the simple act of putting colour on their face into a complex way to communicate, identify themselves, and express their spirituality. These old traditions show us that makeup has always been about more than just how you look. It's also been a way to be a part of the most important parts of human culture and community. As you relax more deeply into your comfortable position, let your mind gently explore how these old beauty practices still affect and shape our modern world in ways that are both obvious and surprising. Makeup's story doesn't end with the fall of empires or the rise of new ones. Instead, it flows like an underground river, sometimes visible and sometimes hidden, but always there, bringing the knowledge and new ideas of our ancestors into our lives today. Think about your own morning routine for a moment. When you wash your face with a gentle cleanser, you're taking part in a ritual that goes back to ancient Egyptian priests who used natron and oils to clean themselves before going to see their gods. When you put on foundation to make your skin tone even, you're following a method that Chinese court ladies used to get porcelain perfect skin by mixing rice powder with precious oils. When you look in the mirror while putting on makeup, you're doing something that people have been doing for hundreds of years. Even though your mirror is made of silvered glass instead of polished bronze or obsidian, and your makeup comes from labs instead of being ground by hand from minerals and plants, the basic experience is still the same. You are changing who you are and getting ready to face the world. You're taking part in the ancient dance between identity and appearance. Even though modern cosmetic science is very advanced, it keeps finding the wisdom that was already there in ancient beauty practices. People first noticed that retinoids could help with aging in oils from fish liver that were high in vitamin A. Egyptian women used sour milk and fruit acids to smooth their skin, so they knew that alpha-hydroxy acids could do the same. Ancient cultures used honey and plant mucilages to keep their skin soft and supple, which is similar to how hyaluronic acid works. Think about how the colours people liked in the past still affect the styles of makeup today. The red lips that were popular in ancient Rome and China are still a classic look that never really goes out of style. The dramatic eye makeup that ancient Egyptians invented comes back into style all the time, from the mod looks of the 1960s to the bold graphic styles of modern makeup artists. The idea that makeup can change a person's appearance has been around for a long time, and is still driving new cosmetic products today. Like shamans in the past used face paint to talk to spirits, makeup artists today help people explore different parts of who they are. The traditions of face painting that started as religious rituals have had an impact on everything from Halloween makeup to special effects in movies and TV shows. Ancient colour symbolism is still present in small ways in modern culture. Red has been linked to power and passion since prehistoric times, when it was used in ochre paintings. This still affects how we see red lipstick and clothing. The link between white and purity, which was developed by ancient cultures from Egypt to China, is still important in bridal makeup and formal aesthetics. The social dynamics of ancient cosmetic culture are very similar to those of modern beauty practices. The difference between high-end and everyday cosmetics that existed in ancient civilizations is the same as the difference between high-end and drugstore beauty brands today. The same psychological drives that made ancient court ladies compete with each other by wearing elaborate makeup still drive modern beauty influencers and their fans. Modern cosmetic scientists are figuring out how to use old makeup techniques that took hundreds of years to develop and perfect. Using modern chemistry and manufacturing methods, we're recreating the long-lasting formulas that ancient cultures came up with through trial and error. Water-resistant eye makeup, which was first used by ancient cultures for both practical and spiritual reasons, is now a common part of modern cosmetics. The idea that cosmetics were medicine in ancient times still affects how beauty products are made today. The practice of using makeup to protect and heal skin, which goes back to ancient Egypt and traditional Asia, is what drives modern research into cosmeceuticals, which are products that mix cosmetics and medicine. This old wisdom is still true today. Sunscreen and foundation, anti-aging ingredients and concealer, and lip products that heal. Many modern sustainable beauty movements look to the past for ideas, bringing back old ingredients and methods that were lost when cosmetics became industrialized. Brands that focus on natural ingredients, traditional methods of making things, and having as little of an impact on the environment as possible are basically going back to the ideas that guided the development of cosmetics for thousands of years, before the modern chemical industry. The ritualistic elements of ancient makeup applications still have psychological benefits that modern users instinctively grasp. The meditative quality of carefully putting on makeup, the feeling of changing and getting ready, and the connection to cultural traditions are all still important parts of the cosmetic experience today, just like they were for ancient practitioners. Old packaging and tools for applying makeup still have an effect on how cosmetics are made today. The beautiful containers that ancient cultures made to hold valuable cosmetics inspire modern packaging that focuses on luxury and craftsmanship. Brushes, sponges, and precise applicators are still used in the same way they were thousands of years ago. This shows that some new ideas are so good that they last through time. The age-old practice of passing down cosmetic recipes from one generation to the next is still going strong today. Even though people today don't grind their own pigments or mix their own formulas, they still share beauty knowledge through social media, beauty communities, and family traditions. This is how knowledge has always been passed down. There are strong echoes of ancient perfume traditions in modern times. Modern perfume makers are still influenced by the layering techniques that ancient Persian and Arab perfumers came up with. Using incense and aromatherapy to improve mood and spiritual practice is a direct link to ancient customs. Even modern perfume ads often use old ideas about how smell affects feelings, memories, and identity. The gender-fluid approach to cosmetics that was common in many ancient cultures is making a comeback in modern beauty culture. The old idea that makeup could make anyone look better, no matter what gender they were, fits with modern movements toward beauty standards that include everyone and non-binary ways to express yourself with cosmetics. The use of makeup for ceremonies and special events has not changed much since ancient times. Many of the makeup traditions for weddings come from old beauty practices for brides. Makeup for theatre and performance is still very much like the face painting that was done in ancient rituals. Even the makeup we wear every day for special occasions follows patterns set by ancient cultures for marking important events and changes. Using makeup to show social and professional roles is an old practice that has changed but is still used today. Professional makeup standards in many fields, from business to entertainment, carry on the old practice of using looks to show competence and status. The power look in today's business world comes directly from the old practice of using makeup to show that you are in charge and capable. Beauty standards from the past still affect modern makeup goals, but in different ways. The desire for perfect skin that people have had for a long time is what drives the development of modern foundations and concealers. The ancient focus on a bright, healthy-looking skin tone inspires today's highlighter and skincare makeup hybrid products. Ancient ways of making lips look better have an effect on everything from lip plumping, ISIS plumping products, to cosmetic surgery. People still think of makeup as a way to express their culture, just like they did in ancient times. Traditional cosmetic practices from different cultures still work well with modern ones, making beautiful landscapes that honour both the past and the future. Henna art, traditional face painting and cultural ceremonial makeup are still important, and have an impact on mainstream beauty trends. Old ways of thinking about beauty that were based on seasons and cycles still have an effect on how people use cosmetics today. The old custom of changing your makeup and skincare routines based on the seasons, the moon, and different stages of life is similar to modern trends that emphasize more natural and responsive beauty practices. Seasonal color palettes, which are often based on old ideas about how light and the environment affect how people look, are still very important in modern makeup marketing and choice. The old idea that beauty is something that people do together is still around today. Beauty parties, friends putting on makeup together, and groups getting ready for special events are all ways that the social side of beauty culture has stayed alive for thousands of years. Beauty communities on social media take this old practice into the digital world, making new versions of the old ways of sharing knowledge and helping each other that were common in ancient beauty culture. As you fall asleep, think about how your makeup routine in the morning will connect you to the vast river of human experience. When you put that first colour on your face, you'll be doing something that connects you to cave painters, Egyptian priests, Chinese court ladies, Roman matrons, and many more who knew that the face is the first canvas for art, identity, and change. Even though your makeup may be made in modern factories instead of being ground by hand from sacred minerals, the impulse is still the same: to show the world your best self, to take part in your culture's beauty traditions, and to enjoy the little, daily magic of transformation that makeup brings. In this way, you take part in one of the oldest and most enduring art forms every morning. You become part of a story that started in caves long before people lived in them, and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the never-ending interesting link between who we are and how we choose to look to plumping at the world. The ancient history of cosmetics isn't really history at all. It's the present, lived out every day in millions of mirrors around the world, as timeless and real as the human face itself. While you relax even more in the evening, let your mind drift to the workshops and labs where ancient cosmetic makers worked their magic. These long-forgotten alchemists worked hundreds of years before modern chemistry. They came up with formulation methods that are so advanced that modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how they got such amazing results. Imagine yourself in the workshop of a cosmetic maker from ancient Egypt, maybe in the busy city of Memphis around 1200 BCE. The room smells like frankincense and the earthy smell of minerals being ground. Clay pots sit on wooden shelves, each one holding carefully chosen ingredients that took months or even years to prepare. The master cosmetic maker starts her day before dawn, not because she's in a hurry, but because the cool morning air is best for some of the preparations before the desert heat affects the delicate chemical processes she's in charge of. She treats her work with the respect of a priest and the accuracy of a mathematician. She knows that the difference between a cosmetic that makes you look better and one that hurts your skin can be as small as a grain of sand. Watch as she makes coal using a method that has been passed down through her family for generations. She starts with galena, a lead sulfide mineral that gives coal its unique, deep black colour. But she doesn't just grind the mineral and mix it with oil. Instead, she follows a complicated process that scientists today are just starting to figure out. First, she heats the galena in a special furnace, and she knows how to control the temperature with a level of knowledge about metallurgy that wouldn't be out of place in a modern lab. The heat changes the mineral's crystal structure, which makes it safer to use around the eyes and improves its colour. She adds small amounts of other minerals while heating the metal, like a pinch of antimony here and a trace of silver there. This makes an alloy that is stronger than the sum of its parts. After that, the grinding process takes hours of careful work. She makes a powder from the treated mineral that's so fine it feels like silk between her fingers by using a palette made of carefully chosen stone. The consistency has to be just right. If it's too coarse, the coal will scratch the delicate skin around the eyes, and if it's too fine, it won't stay on or cover well. The mixing of the final formula is where science and art really come together. She mixes the powdered mineral with a carefully balanced blend of animal fats, plant oils and fragrant resins. The fats help the pigment stick to the skin and make it easier to apply. The oils keep the mixture from drying out too quickly, and the resins act as natural preservatives and add a light scent. But the right amounts are very important, and they change with the season, the use, and even the moon phase. Summer versions have more oils to keep the coal from drying out in the heat, and winter versions have more fats to protect it from cold winds. Coal made for everyday use is different from coal made for religious ceremonies or special events. The ancient Egyptians knew something that modern cosmetic science has rediscovered. How ingredients are put together is often more important than the ingredients themselves. They came up with ways to make stable emulsions, control particle size, and get consistent colour that are just as good as what modern manufacturing methods can do. They knew a lot more than just coal. Egyptian makeup artists made lip colours that brought out the natural tones of different skin types instead of hiding them, as well as eyeshadows that wouldn't smudge even when you sweat and rouge that stayed bright for hours in the desert heat. They were able to get these results without using any of today's preservatives, stabilisers, or colourfast technologies. Ancient Chinese cosmetics were just as advanced, but they were based on different ideas from traditional Chinese medicine and Taoist philosophy. Chinese cosmetic makers thought of their work as a way to heal people. They made products that not only made people look better, but also made them healthier and happier. Think about going to a Chinese cosmetic workshop in the Tang dynasty, around 750 CE. The master craftsman starts his work by meditating and doing purification rituals. He knows that how he feels will affect the quality of what he makes. He thinks that cosmetics made with good intentions and care will pass those qualities on to the people who use them. Modern cosmetic scientists are still trying to figure out how to make Chinese face powder. The craftsman starts with rice that has been carefully chosen for its type, how it grows, and when it's harvested. Different kinds of rice make powders with different qualities. Some give better coverage, others make the surface smoother, and still others give the most natural-looking finish. First, the rice is washed in spring water that temple priests have blessed. Then, it is dried in a certain way that keeps the humidity and temperature just right. Stone mills that have been used for generations are used to grind the grains. Their surfaces are smooth from all the batches of powder and are flavoured with the oils and essences of past preparations. But the real sophistication is in the additives that change plain rice flour into makeup powder. The craftsman carefully adds the right amount of ground pearls, which give the powder the shine that made Chinese complexion powder famous all over Asia. To make the pearls into the finest powder possible, they must be prepared using secret methods that keep their light reflecting properties. Other ingredients are powdered jade, which is thought to have healing properties, ground seashells, which are thought to have minerals in them, and small amounts of precious metals, which give the colour a subtle effect. Each addition is made using complicated formulas that take into account how the ingredients will work together, the user's desired skin tone, and even astrological factors that determine the best times to mix cosmetics. Ancient Indian cosmetic preparation combined Ayurvedic medicine with advanced chemistry to make products that were good for both health and beauty. Indian cosmetic companies were some of the first to realise that healthy skin is the key to true beauty. They made products that improved the look of the skin while also treating underlying skin problems. Modern eye doctors agree that the methods used to make kajal, the unique Indian eye makeup, were very advanced for their time. Indian cosmetic companies knew that things used around the eyes had to be both pretty and good for your health. They had to be able to make your eyes healthier instead of just looking good. To make kajal the old-fashioned way, you first have to choose the right oils and wicks very carefully. People choose castor oil, sesame oil, and ghee, not only because they burn well but flow well, but also because they are good for you. The wicks are made from cotton that was grown without chemical fertilizers and processed in a way that keeps the fiber's natural properties. The burning happens in special lamps that control the temperature and heavy and air flow to make the cleanest soot possible. The craftsman watches over the flames all night, making sure the wicks are in the right place and that the soot is of good quality. Different stages of the burning process make soot with different properties. Early soot is finer and better for everyday use, while later soot has more dramatic colour and lasts longer. The soot is put on clean plates and then ground up with other medicinal ingredients. Almonds have oils that are good for the sensitive skin around the eyes. Rose petals smell good and have a mild astringent effect. Different herbs have antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory properties that help keep your eyes from getting infections and irritated. Cosmetic makers in ancient Persia made complex perfumes that stayed stable for years and could be layered to make new, more complex scents. Their knowledge of how to extract, preserve and mix essential oils had an impact on perfume making all over the Islamic world, and it eventually made its way to Europe through trade and conquest. The Persians made perfume by finding a balance between sweet and bitter, light and heavy, and warming and cooling. Persian perfumers thought that a fragrance that was perfectly balanced could change the wearer's mood, health, and spiritual state. So making perfume was a form of therapeutic art. Ancient Roman cosmetics were made on a scale that wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. Roman workshops made cosmetics for use all over the empire. They came up with standard recipes and ways of making them that made sure the quality was the same no matter where you were. Roman cosmetic makers were some of the first to realise how important it was to check the quality of their products and make sure that each batch was the same. They came up with ways to test that rouge would keep its colour, that face powder would cover evenly, and that perfumes would smell the same no matter where they were made, whether in Rome or far-off provinces. The Romans had a very advanced way of keeping cosmetics fresh. They knew that cosmetics had to stay stable during long sea trips to faraway markets, even when the temperature and humidity changed, and the physical stresses of travel occurred. They learned how to use natural antimicrobials and airtight packaging to keep their products fresh for months or even years. As you picture these old cosmetic workshops, you can see the beginning of an industry that combined art, science, and business in ways that are still used by modern cosmetic companies. These ancient formulators set the stage for figuring out how ingredients work together, how to get the same results every time, and how to make products that make people look better, while also keeping them safe and healthy. Their methods, which have been improved over hundreds of years of trial and error and passed down through generations of skilled craftsmen, are a treasure trove of information that modern cosmetic science is still discovering and rediscovering. In a lot of cases, these old formulators got results that modern companies have a hard time getting with modern technology and synthetic ingredients. As you drift deeper into the peaceful embrace of the evening, let your mind take you to the most personal parts of ancient beauty culture. The daily routines of putting on makeup that made ordinary people look like their ideal selves. These weren't rushed routines that had to fit into busy modern lives. They were sacred ceremonies that honoured the link between inner beauty and outer expression. Imagine yourself in the private rooms of a rich Roman woman named Livia, where the first light of dawn comes through silk curtains. As her personal slaves get ready for the day's transformation ritual, the room is already buzzing with quiet activity. This isn't just putting on makeup. It's a carefully planned ceremony that will take several hours and involve a lot of people, each of whom is an expert in a different part of the process of making someone look better. Sophia, a Greek woman who was chosen for her artistic skills, is Livia's main cosmetic slave. She starts by looking at her mistress's skin in the morning light. People in ancient Rome knew that makeup had to be put on in a way that worked with each person's unique features, skin tone, and the needs of the day. Sophia runs her experienced fingers gently over Livia's face, looking for changes in the texture of her skin, new blemishes that need to be covered, or areas that need extra care. The first step in getting ready is to wash, but not with a quick splash of water like people do now. A warm mixture of milk, honey, and ground almonds is used to gently clean Livia's face. The milk has mild acids that get rid of dead skin cells. The honey is a natural antiseptic and moisturizer, and the almonds gently rub the skin to make it smoother. Sophia uses her hands to apply this mixture in circles, which she has learned how to do perfectly over the years. The massage part of the cleansing is almost as important as the cleansing itself. The gentle pressure gets blood flowing to the skin, giving it a natural glow that will be the base for the day's makeup. After cleaning, it's time to put on the base, and this is where ancient Roman techniques show how advanced they were. The white lead mixture that will give Livia a trendy pale complexion isn't just painted on her skin, it's built up in thin, almost clear layers that give her skin depth and shine while still looking natural. Sophia starts with the lightest possible application, using a wet sea sponge to apply the mixture in soft, overlapping strokes. She starts in the middle of the face and works her way out, making sure to blend each part before moving on to the next. The process needs perfect timing. Each layer needs to set for a little while before the next one goes on, but not so long that it becomes hard to blend. It takes a lot of skill to do this. Sophia has to decide how opaque each layer is, how the mixture will look on Livia's skin tone, and how the final result will look in different types of light during the day. If you put on too much makeup, it will look like a mask and not real. If you don't use enough, it won't look like the porcelain that Roman fashion calls for. While the base is being built, another slave gets the rouge ready to put colour back into Livia's cheeks, which have become pale. It's not as easy as just opening a container and putting on colour. The rouge needs to be mixed fresh every day to get the best colour and consistency. The slave uses oils and waxes to grind cinnabar on a small palette, adding tiny amounts of other colours to make the exact colour that Livia's skin needs for the day's activities. Putting on rouge requires a different set of skills. Sophia uses a brush made of fine animal hair to apply the colour in exact patterns that make Livia's natural bone structure look better. Ancient Roman makeup artists knew how to use colour and shading to make it look like you had higher cheekbones, a more refined nose, and a more perfect oval face shape. These are techniques that modern makeup artists would recognise. Putting on eye makeup is probably the hardest part of the whole ritual. Roman women liked dramatic eye effects that needed a lot of different products and very careful application. Sophia starts by darkening Livia's lashes with a mix of oils and soot, using a small brush to cover each lash. The method is similar to how people put on mascara today, but it takes a lot more skill because the product doesn't have the synthetic polymers that make modern mascara easier to put on. Next, the eyeshadow is put on in layers to give it depth and dimension. Sophia uses different colours on different parts of the eyelid. For example, she uses a lighter shade near the inner corner to make the eyes look bigger and brighter, a medium shade across the main lid area, and a darker shade in the crease to make the eyes look deeper set. The last step in putting on eye makeup is to put kohl around the eye itself. You need the steadiest hand and the most accurate technique for this because any mistakes will be obvious right away and hard to fix. Sophia uses a thin bronze rod to apply the kohl in smooth, even lines that follow the natural shape of Livia's eyes and go a little past the outer corners to make the dramatic look that Roman fashion likes. Livia stays almost still the whole time, which is something that rich Roman women learned as kids. People thought that being able to sit still for hours while makeup was put on was a sign of refinement and self-control. But this isn't just free time. Livia uses these hours to think, plan her day, and sometimes even dictate letters to scribes while she changes. The last part of putting on makeup is painting the lips with a red pigment made from crushed insects and plant dyes. Sophia uses a small brush to make the perfect shape for her lips. She often paints outside or inside the natural lip line to get the proportions that Roman beauty standards call for. But the ritual doesn't end when the makeup is done. People put the finishing touches on Livia's hair with scented oils while they painted her face. She has carefully arranged her clothes to go with her finished look. She even picks out her jewellery to go with the colours and style of her makeup. Now imagine yourself in ancient Japan, where the ritual for putting on makeup is even more complicated and full of meaning. Before midnight and until dawn, a Heian court lady's private quarters are transformed in one of history's most elaborate beauty rituals. The Japanese way of putting on makeup was based on the idea of layers, not just layers of makeup, but also layers of meaning, symbolism, and artistic expression. Each part of the look was carefully chosen to go with the clothes, accessories, perfume, and even the weather and season of the day. The attendants of the court lady start the process by cleaning and conditioning her skin with a series of treatments that take several hours to finish. They gently scrub her skin with rice bran mixed with different flower waters, and then they put camellia oil on her skin to keep it moist and safe. It takes years of practice to master the art of putting on the white face powder that is a big part of Heian makeup. You should be able to see no brush marks or uneven areas when you apply the powder. The coverage must be full and opaque, changing the woman's natural colour into a surface that looks like porcelain and serves as a canvas for the artistic elements that will follow. To paint the fake eyebrows, which are small ovals on the forehead, you need the skill of a master calligrapher. The paint must be applied with smooth, confident strokes that show no hesitation or correction. Each eyebrow must be the same size, shape, and position. The tiny red lips painted in the middle of the mouth are the most unique part of Heian makeup, and maybe the hardest to do. The shape must be perfectly symmetrical and fit perfectly in the middle of the mouth. The colour has to be even and bright, and it has to be made with precious red pigments that are mixed fresh for each use. Applying makeup in ancient Chinese courts was just as complicated, but it was based on Confucian ideas of harmony and balance. The process started with meditation and purification rituals that got both the person applying and the person receiving ready for the change that was about to happen. Chinese makeup application focused on enhancing natural beauty rather than changing it. The goal was to make the look seem almost natural, but it actually took hours of skilled work to get there. This paradox, making something look natural with artificial means, took a lot of skill and knowledge of how different colours and techniques would work with each person's features. In ancient India, putting on makeup was often a group activity that made people feel closer to each other and made things look better. Women would get together to help each other get ready for festivals, weddings, and other special events. They would share tips, stories, and knowledge while making elaborate henna and makeup designs. When people used traditional Indian makeup, they put it on their whole body, not just their face. Henna designs on hands and feet could take a long time to finish and needed the steady hand of a skilled artist. The complicated geometric and floral patterns weren't just for show. They told stories about the person's family, hopes, and important events in their life. Aromatherapy was often a part of ancient Middle Eastern makeup rituals. For example, certain perfumes and incenses were burned while putting on makeup to improve mood and create the desired mental state. People thought that the smells could change not only how the person looked, but also their personality and aura. As you picture these complicated application rituals, you see that people know that real beauty is more than just putting colour on the face. These old ways of doing things knew that the process of change was just as important as the end result. The time spent getting ready, the skill of the artisans who worked on it, and the purpose behind the change all played a role in the final effect. These rituals made places for meditation, socializing, art and personal growth that our fast-paced modern world often misses when it comes to beauty. These old ways of doing things remind us that beauty isn't just about how we look. It's also about taking the time to honour ourselves and our place in the larger human community. Picture one last scene before you go to sleep. You're looking into a mirror that can show you not only your own reflection, but also the voices of everyone who has ever looked into a mirror to get ready for the day. You can see the cave painter looking at their ochre-painted cheeks in a pool of still water on that silvered surface. You can see the Egyptian priestess looking at her coal-lined eyes in shiny bronze. The Chinese court lady is perfecting her porcelain skin. The Roman matron is fixing her rouge, and the Indian bride is admiring her henna-decorated hands. All of these people, who lived thousands of years apart and in very different places, share the same basic human desire: to show the world their best self, to take part in their culture's idea of beauty, and to enjoy the small daily miracle of change that makeup brings. Your own reflection is part of this never-ending parade, which connects you to everyone who has ever mixed pigment with oil, ground minerals into powder, or carefully applied colour to make their natural features look better. You carry on their wisdom, their new ideas, and their belief that beauty is one of the most lasting and important ways that people express themselves. Modern eyeliner is made from ancient Egyptian coal that you can still find in your bathroom cabinet. Roman rouge is still used in modern blush. Modern foundation is based on Chinese face powder. Today's temporary tattoo art is based on Indian henna. The tools and ingredients may be different, but the basic art stays the same. When you look in the mirror tomorrow morning and start your own beauty routine, you'll be taking part in one of the oldest traditions in human history. You will be adding your own chapter to a story that began in caves long ago, and will go on as long as people care about beauty, identity, and the magical change that happens when colour meets skin. You are part of this old, beautiful, never-ending story, so sleep well. Think about Egyptian palettes and Chinese brushes, Roman rouge and Indian henna, and all the people who have used makeup tools and all the faces that have been changed by the soft magic of light and pigment. The history of makeup goes back thousands of years, and every time you put it on, choose a colour or change your look, you are continuing that history. You're the newest artist in the longest-running art form in history. Tomorrow you'll paint your masterpiece again. Have a good night's sleep, lovely dreamer. May your rest be as peaceful as the satisfaction of ancient cosmetic makers who, after hours of careful work, finally set down their brushes and admired their finished work in the soft glow of oil lamps and candles, knowing they had helped someone become the best version of themselves.